Or more than I'm playing Guild Wars 2.
All right, we're in. Welcome, stream. And look, you know, we're not doing the thing this time where I stall for 3 hours and then I call someone. Like, that's what you guys are used to. I'm aware of that. Look, we've already got Silhouette Gaming on the phone. We just had the last 20 minutes in the stream starting soon segment. I mean, look, honestly, I'm glad it wasn't live. We'd both got banned. It would have been over, right? There'd be no more content for any of you because of all of that. But anyway, welcome. Welcome, Silhouette Gaming, of course. Good to have you on here. Like, we're going to be talking about some interesting things today. Like, you've been making some videos, some content, some takes about the place, about Guild Wars 2, about buying raids, all sorts of stuff going on. And I guess, like, a good place to start would actually be introduce yourself. Tell people like what's going on.
Oh, so yeah, I am a YouTube content creator. I do not do Twitch or Twitter or anything else like all the other creators do. I'm literally just on YouTube. I'm just a dude who makes YouTube videos. That's it. I play Guild Wars 2. OG player from launch, and been a long-time viewer of Teapot, Nike, Sneb, all these guys. I remember the good old days when it was Nike and Brazil doing all the dooming, but you know, since Brazil left, I had to pick up the mantle and you know, bring some of that back.
Very nice. Love to see that. And I guess like I think a good first point of discussion would actually be like, what's your take on the state of the game, like where the game is at right now, and kind of the thing that gave you the rise to prominence, the emergence, the bursting forth onto the scene was actually a video kind of talking about content creation. I kind of talking about kind of veterancy in the game and the community around the game. It was, you know, there was some multifaceted commentary within the video in that regard. Like, what do you think is happening? Like, what do you think? Where do you think the game is at right now, and what's going on with Janthir Wilds and stuff?
Okay, so I have real high hopes for Janthir Wilds. It's cautious optimism, because the end game content that has been released in Soto was like absolute garbage. But as far as giving, you have like 3 communities that you need to cater to as ArenaNet. You have the end game players like myself, yourself, that have done everything in the game that there is to do, and you need to give them new things to do. And then you also have new players that are looking to either return to the game or get involved in the game, and you need to give them something to do without turning them off by saying grind 8 million rifts. You know what I mean? So it's kind of a problem with the horizontal progression, and I feel that the developers to some degree have kind of lost the plot, where, you know, your core tenet that you're supposed to deliver from a video game is fun, right? You're supposed to have fun playing this thing.
Yep.
And then you got to figure out a way to get money for providing that, you know. And with the state of the game as it is, I find that my experience was I bought Soto. I realized that there were no new features, so I went and unlocked Weapon Master, and then I, you know, tried out a couple of different builds and saw what they did, and then I went back and played all the content that's been out for the last 5 years. So it's
not so much of the new stuff then.
Yeah, so I mean, you know, obviously you explore the metas and you say like, oh, hey, can you make any kind of gold? Can you capitalize on being fresh to the scene of the new X-Pack? You know what I mean? I know that whatever the Cryptus motivations and stuff like that were real valuable at first. You could kind of capitalize on being first on the scene. But for the most part, the community is in a kind of a bad place. And I feel like a lot of the veterans and a lot of the content creators, you don't see anybody engaging with that content. And that's like horrible, because ArenaNet's trying to market Soto, and then anybody that gets interested in Soto, like they'll see an Instagram post or something, and then what do they do next? They go to YouTube and they type in Soto, and they just see every content creator's video going, "This is ass."
Yeah, it's definitely an interesting place to be, because like Soto, of course, is like this new strategy, this kind of new business model and development model that ArenaNet are going for. And yeah, like some things, you know, it's very interesting. Like, the way that I think about Soto is that it did a lot of things right, but also kind of some really important things didn't go so hot, right? Like in terms of like improving the game with like the core features. If you see this in all the posts they do, they always talk about the core features and how they improved that, which is absolutely 100% true. But then they also released, you know, the content is a little bit meh, to be honest, like with some issues in that regard. And, you know, Soto, I feel like really the first expansion to kind of get the story crowd disappointed, actually. Like, that's been one thing that I think has been pretty solid. And I think that's why Soto is truly different, actually, in terms of the way the community is interacting with it. I think every single Guild Wars 2 expansion, like, no matter what, people have enjoyed, like, the story and playing through all of that stuff. Like, even though if there's been some issues, right? And maybe the PvPers are crying, and, right, and, like, the raid scene is crying, right? They're all, you know, they're permanently in tears, all that kind of stuff. But, you know, then when, like, the story players are a little bit disgruntled, I think that actually is a little bit special. It's almost reminiscent of the Icebrood Saga, right? Like, the Icebrood Saga, I feel like, was the other time where the story crowd were not served very well, and that's like the you know, that's ultimately where the majority of players are. Because I think you're really right, and you talk about this like in your video as well. Like, there almost is this weird disconnect, right, between, I think, a lot of content creators and the actual player base at large. And, you know, weirdly enough, I actually think it is a one-way disconnect. I actually think content creators are incredibly aware that most players are new, and therefore a lot of the issues that affect them don't affect the majority of the player base. That's why so much Guild Wars 2 content is guide content and not talking about kind of issues in the game, because ultimately it's kind of not relevant to that many people within the player base, right? And therefore, like, having a conversation about it is, like, pretty difficult, actually, because, like, a lot of players just won't really understand, like, what the issue is, because you don't really run into it until you've been playing the game for a good chunk of time, I think. And this does make discourse around the game very, very difficult, and it's why you often see content creators... I think it's slightly unfair. Like, some people say it, and like, if you read like Tea Time comments, it's actually really funny, or like my YouTube comments, half of the people who react negatively will say, "Wow, you despise Guild Wars 2, you know, why don't you fucking quit the game, loser?" Right? And then the other half will say, "You are an ArenaNet shill. How dare you say anything positive about the game?" So I've got to be doing something right there. But yeah, like this happens a lot, right? And like, so where I was going with that is, I don't think people necessarily avoid talking about some of these issues. It's just that I think people prefer not to. And by the way, I kind of include myself in that category, certainly more of late. Like, people who know me, like, over the years, like, you know, especially something like Tea Time, like, we have always, like, just, you know, dove straight in head first and said, you know what? It's shit, right? Or do whatever. But now I actually find myself a little bit more reserved in that. Not only because I have, I want to say, like, oh yeah, go ahead. You know, I've monologued long enough. You know.
One of the things that was kind of brought up is the disconnect between the content creation community and most of the talking heads, right? So most of the talking heads, I feel, have some kind of community, and pre-stream I mentioned that Teapot's kind of like the overlord. Somehow you have monopolized the Guild Wars 2 community. Hardstuck, like, say what you want about Teapot, but stupid is not one of them, right? Like, you have somehow monopolized the entire Guild Wars community into Hardstuck. But even talking with Sneb and Skane Gang, or Sab and the Gabers Haven, or the variety of other large Discord-based communities, and then they get on there and they'll say stuff like, "Oh, you know, anybody can complete this content and anybody can do this." And then I feel like one of the terms that have been thrown around recently, especially on your stream, was the idea of the midcore gamer.
Yep.
Right? The midcore player. And I feel like that best defines who I am, you know, where I am an endgame player. I can play any build in the game. I've got every legendary and every hole, you know what I'm saying? But it's when I say stuff like, "Oh, I thought DAG to CM was appropriately balanced." Was it bugged? Sure. Was it boring? Sure. But as far as difficulty, you can pug it, and that is where the vast majority of players are in the game. Like the end game community, the end game player, people who consider themselves to be a veteran or an end game player, they're gonna be in the LFG, and that is severely neglected. And then with the content release, that's with Janthier, I'm excited that they said, hey, we're going to do open world meta stuff. We're going to do normal mode instance content. We're going to do challenge mode content and then LCM. And the distinction between those difficulty tiers needs to be clearly defined and then consistent because we all know that the CMs in the game right now, some of them are dog shit easy, some of them are very challenging
Yep.
where it's like static required. You know what I'm saying?
Oh yeah, for sure.
And I have no problem saying LCM, Cirrus LCM, which you had mentioned in the last tea time was unintentional. It was unintentionally created. That skill level, that difficulty mode can be catered towards the end game community that have statics, that have communities that want that brick wall to grind against. And then have the CM be for the midcore. Have it be puggable to where you can throw the pugs together. You can pull for an hour and a half and get the clear. And then have the normal mode be for more entry level folks. And I think that the lack of that in the current end game either dissuades people entirely because they'll go in and I feel that it was brought up on Sneb's podcast, but the Anka CM level or even Anka CM with special achievement and DAG to CM are probably the sweet spot where there's a couple of mechanics. You could have, 3-4 people assigned to mechanics and then have your DPS just do what DPS does. And then, I feel like the content creator community is kind of in a bubble because they have this community privilege where they have the ability to throw together statics. They have the network and the connections with the end game players. Whereas a lot of people, like even if you throw a static together, like 99% of statics are garbage. Like they just are.
Yeah, it's funny actually because I am definitely at the point right now. If someone comes to me and says, "Hi Teapot, I want to get into raids," right? And especially if they kind of mention, "Oh yeah, I want to do like the hard, I want to do like challenge modes, I want to get into this kind of stuff." I would never say pug ever. That's just not something I would ever recommend. I would always say, yeah, you got to go on these Discords, you got to get involved in these communities. Otherwise, you're probably going to have a bit of a rough time. And you know what? I am of the opinion that is incredibly problematic because that's just not the way that that's not the way that I think especially mid-core players kind of want to engage with the game in general. I think a pug scene is really, really important, like for anything stuff like this. And I do think that yeah, Guild Wars 2 is a little bit unpuggable right now, like because of kind of like the community size, but also yeah, like there really isn't there's not that much content that kind of falls into that sweet spot, right? Like you do have raids, to be fair. I think raids are definitely very, very puggable, but certainly the more modern Guild Wars 2 content, the strike mission oriented stuff, like it's kind of pushing it. I think in terms of like what you can kind of get done. I think Kinding Overlook is just about doable in pugs, but like when you get up to when you're kind of looking at Ceres, like yeah, okay. Well, I mean,
Yeah.
unit strat is pretty damn good, to be honest. Like, but yeah, but well, not. I didn't mean that unit strat, by the way. I meant their actual strategy. Yeah. But with that one, yeah.
But it's we talk about the state of the community and how the vast majority of people are new players and then they'll play and then they hit if you want open world easy legendary armor, go grind these rifts for forever. I think that having that instance content that is of those difficulty tiers that are clearly defined and kind of consolidated across the different, whether you're talking strikes, raids, fractals, or so on. I think that that is arguably the best way to filter people into the ultimate end game LCM level stuff, because you'll have people that engage with the normal mode and say, yeah, we want something harder, and then you'll be able to pug into the challenge modes, and then the people that are content with that will stay there, like myself, and then the people that want more will then start looking into statics and these communities and stuff. And it is a good way to, I guess, keep people in the game, instead of just like you go from normal mode, oh, I want something a little harder, to, hey, I need to join a Discord community and then set up my Friday nights, block off my schedule to prog, and that is not something that people are really willing to do unless they kind of get scaled into it. You know what I mean? You need a gateway drug.
Yeah, I think that, the pug scene is like ideally like your entry point. I definitely think that there are definitely players who prefer to have something that is kind of scheduled. So like, oh yeah, I can block this out and I can kind of assign this. I'd even say that that ends up being kind of more popular in Guild Wars 2, I think, than maybe it is in other games, because I think the player base is actually a little bit older than other MMOs. Like relatively speaking, so people are a little bit, people kind of really want that kind of structure, I think, to kind of, oh yeah, I can block off a couple of hours here, right, to kind of get this done. But yeah, I kind of want to re-rail here a little bit, actually, because there's something that I was really curious about your take on. I think that what we're kind of talking about here a little bit, and we span off into pugs and statics and all this kind of stuff, actually, is that, like, I feel like the middle class of Guild Wars 2 has like completely collapsed, right? Like that's kind of like the way I see the game right now, like this mid-core group of players. I think in a lot of ways it's shrunk and kind of folded a little bit over time. And I do think that this actually not only causes some problems like within these game modes at the end game, I also think it really feeds into like content creators kind of getting a little bit disengaged with the game, right? And like ultimately, of course, those mid-core players being disengaged, because I think that content creators usually fall into that kind of mid-core category, right? And like that is, I think, why you do see on the content creation side and kind of in the discussion forums about Guild Wars 2, there is this buildup of apathy, right? Like there is this huge, like, oh, it is what it is, the acceptance phase, like that's what's going on there. Also, I feel like Sneb wants to get in on the action, by the way. Like he's going berserk in the chat. Maybe Sneb needs to get in here, and talk about this stuff, but we'll see if he's gonna unleash, because he's going crazy, he's going berserk. But anyway, I'm really curious what you think about that, like as it relates to kind of the content creation.
So on content creation, so part of I want to say thanks for taking a break on YouTube, because I didn't have anything to watch, and I'm very much a like, all right, I'll do it myself type of thing. So I was just not seeing any content that I found valuable for a while, and 8 months ago I uploaded my first video after playing the game since launch. So I did already have a lot of the social proof to say that, hey, if I'm saying something, I might know what I'm talking about. But for the most part, at least in the YouTube scene, which is primarily what I engage in, you have creators that are new, that are from other games, or they're trying to break in to the MMO scene, and Guild Wars 2 is very accessible to new players. It's free to play. The expansions are cheap, which they should be higher priced altogether for what you get, but they're cheap. It's easy to play. It's a pretty straightforward game system as far as new players are concerned. They don't immediately jump in and do boons, and then they'll do the story, and then they'll just kind of say like, it's a good game, but I'm going to Final Fantasy 14. And then you also have the more in-game community players, which a lot of them they don't really do a lot of community analysis. They don't do, I don't know whether it's just because it doesn't really get that high of viewership or what, but a lot of content creators do content because they want to make something out of it, whether they want to build a community, whether they want to get money, whether they they have a goal, and unfortunately, because of the kind of pick up when you want it game style that Guild Wars 2 is, it makes it really hard for creators to kind of stick with it and have things to do, because you can only make so many guides, you can only make so many videos on different things, and once they're out there, I mean, Guild Wars 2 has been out for 12 years. It is a solved game, the same way World of Warcraft is. You know, if you want to know how to do anything in World of Warcraft, there's some video on it from some time period. So with the mid-core players, I feel like a lot of content creators fall into the mid-core just because of how much time content creation takes. That unless you are in a position where it can be your full-time job, similar to the way Preach is, or similar to the way some of the larger multi-game MMO creators are, they have the ability to kind of get into the end game, but they also have the ability to have that kind of streamer or creator privilege that they can get in touch with other players that can kind of fast track their progress as well.
Yeah, for sure. I think, you know, Nike was talking about this in the chat. It definitely is a two-way street, right? Like, you know, the community feeds into the content creators as well, right? Like, you know, it's very difficult to, it's very difficult as a creator to kind of maintain energy for the game when, you know, in a lot of ways, people don't really engage with Guild Wars 2 in a way that's kind of conducive to content creation, I guess, if that makes any sense. Which, you know, that's you know, look, I'll just say it. That's obviously, you know, I like content creation, and it's really hard to make content for Guild Wars 2 because in a lot of ways, like, people don't really play the game like super kind of hardcore or very engaged with the game. So there's not really a lot of stuff to actually make about the game. Like, you can talk about issues all the time, but, you know, eventually you kind of run out of issues. And the other kind of elephant in the room here as well, this is definitely something that I ran into with Tea Time in particular, is that you end up repeating yourself a lot. Like, it's the same issues. Yeah. Like, it's not something different. You know, I think if you know, if you go through, if you look at World of Warcraft, right? Like, every single expansion, there's like that one thing that people fucking hate and like scream about, but it's like a different thing, or at least a different flavor of that thing, right? With Guild Wars 2, it's gonna be like, oh yeah, you know, it would be kind of nice if they released more content, huh? And then you kind of keep going over that over and over again, and like oh yeah, you know, huh? I guess it would be kind of nice if strike missions and raids had difficulty settings. Well, to be fair, we're getting that, so, you know, we got there in the end, I guess. You know, like, we made that happen.
I think I think that one of the critical failures of the Soto marketing was that, like, and it's great for the players, is that they just told you everything on day one. They just said, yeah, this is what you're gonna get, this is what we're gonna do, this is where we're going, and that's it, you know. And then the story was just so poorly written that it didn't engage any of the intrigue. You know, it didn't have any of the speculation. And if you look back at End of Dragons, where they did the like specialization icon teasers, and they said, hey, these are the icons with no context. And then over the course of, you know, a few months, they had individual trailers for the different specializations, and then you kind of like check them off the list, and that is stuff that you can make content about, is speculation. Oh, I think this one's going to be thief, I think this one's going to be engineer, you know, this is giving me this is giving me that. And with Janther Wilds, they're doing better with that. I think when the Land Spear teaser dropped, everybody was kind of hype. And then with the, oh, hey, this is a throwback to Guild Wars 1. This requires precise aiming and so on and so forth. I think that things like that give the creators stuff to talk about. And I think that's where you were going with your tea time, is that, like, hey, if there's nothing new to talk about, what are we going to do? Bitch about the LFG again? You know, like.
Yeah. For sure. It's an interesting situation to be in.
And that's kind of what led to so some of my videos with the reasons why content creators leave, and the reason, or like how to buy raids, those topics came to me because there was nothing else for me to make content about.
Yeah.
You know, so like I start doing kind of like these meta videos on either game analysis or just, oh hey, you know, nobody wants to talk about this, you know, I'll talk about it. Why not?
Yeah, it does tend to go that way. You know, you end up doing things like, oh yeah, let's do Dragon's End with 50 healers, right? Like that's kind of the you know, the direction it inevitably goes. And you know, I think that, you know, the other thing there is that the content release schedule is slow for Guild Wars 2. And at the end of the day, you know, like it's really weird actually. You know, I think this is something that people actually like about Guild Wars 2. So I want to make that clear before I say this. But one thing that's actually really interesting is that I don't think the game changes that much. Actually, like especially with the modern expansion kind of setup, like when a new expansion comes out, it feels like nothing really happened. I definitely felt that with Soto. I'm kind of expecting it to be a little bit less so with Janthea Wilds, but there's you know, like it feels like there's not a lot to actually talk about. Like the game does not get heavily impacted by its releases very often. I think that's partially because of, you know, again, like the smaller scale of development compared to other games. But, you know, I think that part of it is also just the game's at a very mature state, right? There's only so much they can actually do to it, right? Like, at this point to kind of refresh it in a way. And I think part of it is actually kind of the, just the community energy as well. Like, when I actually think about this, because I think about this sometimes, you know, like, you know, late at night when, like, okay, I need to, like, lull myself off to sleep. I think, yes, like, Heart of Thorns, the good times, right? Then you think back and you go, well, like, what was it actually like? Like, why was it good? Like, why was HOT and like kind of that era of the game like so exciting? And like a big part of it was basically because everyone was just like the way people played the game was different, right? Like the way people engaged with it was entirely different. Like back then, you know, we would do a tea time every week when there was literally no fucking content, right? I'm pretty sure I actually have tea times like with titles like, yeah, we have nothing to talk about, but we're doing it anyway, right? Like that was kind of like where it wasn't like the content release schedule was actually that different. Not really anyway, in terms of substantive, like the actual amount, it's not super different if we're being real. But like what was different was that it was a very different environment. Like the atmosphere around the game was like super, super different. And it's very difficult to kind of bring that back or recapture that in any way.
So yeah, I was thinking about that too because one of my good coworker friends, he is a big time WoW Classic player. So we're constantly doing this compare and contrast while we're supposed to be at work, and he mentioned that the way Classic gets released is that they release the expansion with kind of the mid-patch balance that they had at the time. And while Guild Wars 2 is a static game, like as far as like they release content and you just get whatever balance is in 2024 for every segment. In Heart of Thorns, the game was much different. You had individual boons and buffs for different classes, things like Spotter, things like Empower Allies, and that changed the way that you formed groups. I mean, you had 10-man boons, you had all sorts of stuff, so you could really push the limits differently. I mean, in Heart of Thorns era, Tempest was like the only DPS anybody wanted to play, right?
Yeah,
but
the good times.
It's yeah.
Staff Ellie is the only good DPS. But look, that's what the Ellie mains want. They want that back. I'm just saying. Like, I think you know that we could have a go at that. See how that one goes.
Yeah, it's gonna be a all ground targeting spear, ranged spear, all ground targeting.
60k DPS as well. That really is gonna be great.
But I feel like the reason why Heart of Thorns was so interesting is because the game wasn't solved then. Like, I mean, we went from dungeons, and I think if memory serves, the first like Wing 1 clear was using like Heal Core Engineer and stuff like that. It was like weird builds that people were just throwing whatever together and doing pulls to see if they could get it to work. And you know, and then we figured out about Chronomancer, which I know you know all about that. But
it's a good one.
Once people figured the game out, it's really hard to recapture that because we have the god comp. You know, you got heal scourges, you got Condi quickness heralds, and then you got 6 virtuosos. And if you're gonna try to release new content that is challenging for that composition, you're gonna have a bad time. You know what I mean? Like, and at some point, I feel that you need to just focus on the fun aspect of it and let the balance fall by the wayside. And that's what they did in Guild Wars 1 with Urson Way, and it made the game fun. Like Guild Wars 1 is still fun to play today. And there is a certain amount of fun with challenge, you know, but I think that if you just focus on fun and say like, hey, if it's challenging, it's challenging, that's fine. Like, don't just put a DPS golem in a room and call it a raid, but it it needs to be balanced appropriately. Like the sweats are gonna figure it out.
I think it's almost kind of difficult to do that in the modern gaming atmosphere, though, right? Like, people are obsessed with this, right? Like the number, it drives people crazy, you know, with like DPS and stuff like that. Like, I think one of the most interesting things that I've ever experienced was back in Path of Fire when Scourge was kind of the most broken thing in the entire game. People refused to play it because it had like a 5k lower DPS benchmark than other builds, even though it was absolutely game-breakingly broken. People didn't want to play it. That to me is like so interesting, and I think that that's part of the game design equation that isn't immediately obvious, I think, as the player. Like, you know, as a game designer, as a balance dev, you kind of have to balance the game not just around like what's actually good, but what people think is good as well, and like the way people actually play. Which I think it's like really hard, because I in a lot of ways I actually very much agree with you. Like, you know, you can definitely kind of drain the fun out of stuff in the name of balance. We've kind of seen this with Guild Wars 2 a little bit. I think not that much, to be fair, actually, but a little bit, where kind of weird gimmicky abilities have been kind of streamlined down a little bit into more conventional things that aren't as game breaking. Like Heal Scourge is a good example of this. Like the original version of Heal Scourge that got changed recently, or relatively recently anyway, it was fundamentally game breaking. Like, it's just like something like that. It will always be God, and it would never ever change. And you know, it actually really says like how busted it was, that even now it's still kind of busted. Like, even after they really
it still is.
They changed it a lot. But the original Heal Scourge was like so unbelievably disgusting, it like defies explanation almost. But you know what? It was fun. Like, that's the thing.
Yeah,
it was fun to play.
Yeah.
So it's really tricky as a game dev, I think, to navigate that.
Yeah, and you know, I'm not gonna sit here and just say wild stuff, because I'm far from a developer, or let alone a full stack developer or game dev or any of these people. But like, I feel like they need to come together with the entire team and determine like, okay, what is fun, what is marketable, and like how do we do this? Like, how do we engage with the community and get them engaged, and also provide them what they want? Because just kind of doing whatever they want, or coming up with a little think tank and throwing darts at a dartboard to ideas isn't really it isn't really the way to go about it. I mean, rifts existed before Soto, and they were not popular. So I think that taking that feedback, and I know that they have a high turnover at ANET, you know, there's a pretty young group that work there, but the game's been out for 12 years, and it feels like there's a lot of lessons learned that have happened in the past and that have been corrected, and then they go, you know, an expansion or two ahead of time, and they implement the same problem that they had 3 years prior. And as a creator, you know, you can't really justify it, especially if you've been creating for any length of time, or you've been following for any length of time.
What do you mean by justify it?
Like you can't, you know,
can't explain
everybody,
it. Like,
yeah, you can't explain it. It's like you go there, you go on live, or you make a YouTube video and you say, "Yep, well, this is what it is, boys. Sorry."
Yeah.
It sucks to suck, right?
It is what it is. Yeah, I do think that it. Well, you know, it's weird because I feel like on the one hand, I feel like it always seems that like people love to be negative, but in a way, it's almost incredibly unfun as well. You know, to do that stuff. Like, because I 100% know what you're saying, right? Like when it's like, oh yeah, it's scuffed. You hate to see it. It's kind of like, well, you know. I really get why, again, I think a lot of content creators, and I think they're honestly smart to do this, like, don't really want to engage with this stuff, because it's actually miserable. It's, like, misery-inducing, right? So you just go like, oh, you know, it's gaming. Like, it is what it is, you know?
Yeah.
Like, let's blast, you know, let's do stuff. But, you know, in a way, I actually think that even makes it kind of worse, because, like, what's going on there is apathy, right? Like, you're essentially saying, like,
Yeah.
you know, it is what it is, right? Like, whatever. Like... I don't know. Like, and I'm not sure if everyone sees it this way, and I especially don't think that viewers really get this. I think apathy is so much worse than negativity. I think it's a way harsher kind of emotion to express or feeling to express than negativity. Like, if I was a game dev, I would be horrified if people felt like just, whatever, right? About my video game. I would rather people fucking hate my video game than people feel like whatever, about this stuff. Because at least they're engaging, right? Like, at least they're saying something, right? You know, if people go on my stream and, you know, like, and go like, oh yeah, you know, your stream is, it's all right, you know, okay, you know, like, blah, yeah, you know, you're doing your thing, like, you know, who cares, right? That is a very grave insult, right? Like, that is, like, one of the worst responses you could possibly get. Like, holy shit. Like, we're that boring that we're not getting anything done? And, you know, I'm obviously kind of exaggerating to get the point across here, but, yeah, it definitely feels bad when, like, a lot of the response is kind of apathetic, right? Like, to a lot of things, like, in the content creation scene, or it's, like, just pretty, like, yeah, you know, okay, you know, acceptance phase, right? The acceptance phase. It is what it is.
Yeah, and I think that it's bad to see people just in that thing. It's like, oh, I'm just here until a game that I really, really like comes out, you know, or whatever. And you kind of saw it in Diablo 4, where everybody was so hyped with Diablo 4, and then season 1 came out, and then everybody doomed, you know. And it's hard with, you mentioned a kind of a slower content cadence, because if you're going to be playing this game, you know, for 30 plus hours a week or 25 plus hours a week, like, you're going to run out of things to do pretty quick. Like, from a fresh account, I mean, I don't know how long you played your Zero to Hero account, but you got it done pretty quick.
Yeah, I think I think it took me about 1,000 hours to basically beat the game. Like, that's like when that's when I kind of ran out of stuff to do on that account. You know, even now, I do want to do some more stuff on Zero to Hero. I kind of slacked on it. I kind of messed up, I'm being completely honest. Like, you know, I kind of wanted to start it before I was really ready to start it, and that's why, you know, like, I started doing Season 3, it kind of fizzled a little bit. Again, that was kind of a miscalculation on my part. But, yeah, like, a big part was like, oh yeah, holy shit, I beat the game. Right, I did it. Yeah. It's over. I did Zero to Hero. I finished it. And that is kind of it's a weird sensation to get to that point, but it does happen, yeah, for sure.
So I'm currently doing a Zero to Hero, and I'm only about 125 hours into it. But what I've seen from critics is that the Zero to Hero playthrough is basically the death rattle for a game in content creation. Like, when content creators run out of things to do, that's when they hit the Zero to Hero button, and then once that's done, it's hard to come back, because, like, I mean, you're literally playing the entire game. You know, you're doing all the guides, you're doing all the things in a single playthrough. And so I would, you know, if I was a dev and I started seeing most of the main content creators that are getting traction doing Zero to Hero runs, be kind of anxious.
You know what's weird? I definitely wasn't in that mind space when I made it. Like I was, so the problem that I was trying to solve with Zero to Hero was, I wanted like a way that I could show people how to solve a lot of issues that they run into, in kind of an entertaining way, hopefully, but also one that I could actually do realistically, because like I was definitely in the headspace that, man, I really want to express a lot of complex ideas to people on how to play the game, but holy shit, making videos is hard, right? And it takes a long time, and if I do videos, like scripted videos, it will take me so fucking long. So I need to come up with something that's kind of compelling enough that people will watch it, because it's going to be long, right? If it's not going to be scripted, it's going to be long as fuck, right? And I was thinking, like, what's the way that I can do this in a way that people are going to find interesting, but I can also kind of get the point across, right? And I thought, oh yeah, Zero to Hero, right? Let's go. I was very much inspired by kind of like the RuneScape stuff that people do, right? Yeah. You know, like the challenge accounts. Of course, it's not really a challenge account, but that was the kind of thing that I was looking at. Like, I was looking at the presentation of stuff like Swampletics, right? Like, okay, we could maybe kind of pull something off like this and you know, kind of get something going here. With this, I don't think I was in the headspace of like, I'm out of ideas. It was actually like, I wanted to compress my ideas, which, you know, in a sense, actually, it was almost related to the, I guess, like the time aspect of it, and like being dedicated to being able to be dedicated to Guild Wars 2 in a way that's realistic, ultimately kind of from an hours in financial standpoint. Like that was like 100% part of the decision as well, right? Like I can't really be grinding like 10 hours of video editing every day. That just doesn't make any sense for me, right? To go about do that. Like the return is not going to justify that. You know, we can get down to brass tacks. I'm totally fine with it. The return is not going to justify that at whatsoever, right? Like, yeah, sure. You know, if it was a full-time situation, right? And like, you know, my job is to basically make like Guild Wars 2 guides, okay, then we can talk about that. That's not the case. So it was also like a little bit of a kind of an economical decision. I actually think it worked out being the best of both worlds, and I think I really I thought it would be good. I definitely like I find with guides are good, right? Like, I'm not disrespecting guide content here, but I think that there is something extra powerful about kind of like edutainment style content where people are kind of learning without even realizing that they're learning. You know what I mean? It feels very organic to kind of try and express information that way. So it's almost like I prefer doing stuff like that. Now, whenever I think about doing guides, I think about how can I actually do it in a way like Zero to Hero? How can I do it in a way that's kind of a bit more digestible, a bit more approachable, rather than being bombarded with information? Because you know one thing about guide culture that I find really fascinating? I'd love to hear your take on this, actually. And I want to be super clear. I want to underline this before we get there, because this can definitely come off the wrong way. And I want to 100% say that I don't mean what you might interpret this as. Guide content is great. I think there are some sick-ass guides out there for this content. And I think a lot of people put their heart and soul into them. And I think they're awesome. They're incredibly useful. I think Guild Wars 2 straight up actually has the best guides out of pretty much any MMO. Like, trying to find information about WoW is just straight up more annoying than it is for Guild Wars 2. That is objectively true. The wiki is better than Wowhead. I think a lot of the YouTube stuff is easier to navigate, right? Like, and kind of figure out what's going on. So I want to be 100% clear. I actually think Guild Wars 2 and the Guild Wars 2 community does it better than any other MMO that I have seen. Certainly that I've seen. I've heard Final Fantasy is pretty good, actually, but I haven't played the game. I don't know.
Video is absolutely horrible.
Yeah. So that's the situation with this. It's actually really good here. But one thing that it does concern me a little bit regarding kind of like the guide culture and like that exists in Guild Wars 2 and how much of the content is dedicated that way. I honestly think it kind of makes the game feel really intimidating. There's this atmosphere in the community that people are like, yo, this game is so complex that I have no hope of learning it, right? Like, holy shit, look at all this guide content. This game must be super hard, right? And I think it's actually, in a way, led to this ironic counter effect where the amount of guide content and like the amount of kind of help content out there and like how eager people are to get involved has kind of like convinced people that Guild Wars 2 is like this unassailable mountain that is like super, super difficult. Like, I read a lot of comments like this. I get a lot of this in Twitch chat. I get a lot of this on YouTube where people are like, oh, you're doing this, but it feels like it isn't realistic for mere mortals, right? Like, and it's like, man, and I feel compassion for that. Like, I don't find that funny, right? To be clear, I don't find that like, ha ha ha, look at this noob, right? It's very much, oh shit, we've got a problem here. Like if this player is feeling kind of intimidated and they're feeling some anxiety about approaching the content, something's gone wrong, right? A little bit with this. That shouldn't be how it is. Because, you know, obviously, as with all things, the game has a skill cap, and you can be really good at the game, right? And, you know, it's obviously hard to get to, you know, top level, but it's 100% approachable, right? Like, it absolutely is, like, a very approachable thing that I think that can be achieved by anyone if they kind of want to get into that kind of stuff. And I do think that part of, like, the Guild Wars 2 content creation culture has kind of fed into that in a kind of a very unintentional way. What do you think about that?
So, yeah, I think that in a couple of my videos, I've kind of expressed a get in where you fit in type of mentality. Even in the how to buy raids, you know, video.
Yeah.
I ended it with like, hey, if you want to play with ultra sweats, then do it, and if you don't, then do that. You know, like in my how to get gold video, it was like you can get gold literally doing anything. That was the final note. Like, hey, just play the game. That's how you get gold. And I feel like the amount of guides that are available. I feel like the size of the Guild Wars community is not really reflected in the viewership of content creation, and I feel that maybe that's because people are seeing like, hey, if you type in Guild Wars 2 guide into YouTube, you have 18 million guides, and they're just getting turned off from playing it. But I feel like a large amount of the player base doesn't really engage with any guides at all. They just kind of stumble around, and then unless they have an achievement or something that they're looking for, they usually don't engage with it. I mean, there's really no it does. I don't see it reflected in the analytics, you know. But I feel that it definitely can turn people off. I know that I mentioned that BDO is horrible with their wiki and their guides, and that's a pretty complex game, you know. And if you it's kind of like a damned if you do, damned if you don't type of situation. I think that for some people, they say, oh wow, look at all these resources, this is awesome, like I can literally do anything. And then other players, they just feel like, holy crap, like I have to watch 10 YouTube videos to do this thing.
Yeah, and that's why I kind of... That was definitely part of the thought process when I was kind of thinking about Zero to Hero, because I felt like that type of expression and information explanation kind of can make it feel a little bit less like school, I guess almost, right? Like where you have to learn all this stuff.
Well, definitely.
Yeah, like...
and at least you know, my series is far less successful than yours has been, but for the most part, I've seen a lot of people show a lot of interest and say like, oh, I'm really glad you're showing this, because you know, at 125 hours in, you know, I have the Sky Scale, I have the Griffin, I have the Roller Beetle, I have all of these things that a lot of people will work years and years towards. And it's like, hey, listen, like if you just, you know, didn't focus on a task that you want to accomplish, then it's very doable by everyone. It's just a matter of saying like, hey, when I log in today, I'm gonna work on this collection, or I need to hit this meta. What time does that meta happen? You know, and it's not a complicated thing, and I feel like that's why a lot of new players go to Guild Wars 2, is because it is not a very complicated game at the casual level. It only becomes complicated and irritating once you start getting into boon management and all of that stuff. So, and I mean UI and everything you've already discussed, you know, 15 times in the last 3 months, you know. So it's, I feel that with guides, it can be very valuable, but it can also, it doesn't need to be a turnoff, I guess. And I think you're right that Zero to Hero does a good job of explaining that. For me, my motivation, even though I did say it was like kind of the death thrall for the game in terms of a content creator's eyes, my motivation was to kind of highlight how you go about getting certain things from a fresh account, you know, and showing that you don't need a doctorate to play the game.
Yeah, no, I'm completely with you actually on this one, because I've almost become slightly obsessed with this actually over the last year, weirdly enough, because I've seen rotations basically get easier and easier. Like builds like Condi Weaver, yeah, fair enough. That used to be, yeah, that's a bit of a rotation now. I'll give you that, but it's really not hard anymore, you know? Like it really isn't. With a lot of these DPS builds, like, the game has been getting easier, certainly from like a rotational complexity standpoint, with the odd exception of like some absolute lunatic shit like Deadeye, right? Like before anyone points that out, right? But in general, yeah, it really ain't that bad anymore, if I'm being real. And I'm in this constant like mental battle, like, am I wrong about this? You know, like, what's going on here? I get really confused when, you know, when people are like, oh man, I'm super intimidated by this. And I want to be clear, I believe them. Like, I don't go, oh, just don't feel that way, forehead, right? Like, that's a stupid engagement with anyone who's saying that. I go like, oh shit, man, like, I want to help, right? You know, I want to help you play your class. It's why I get really kind of nervous when people say stuff like, oh yeah, don't play Ellie as a new player, bro. Oh no, there's no way you can handle it. You'll be fucking fine, right? Okay, like, you're like, play your Ellie, play your wizard, okay? Like, you will be able to learn and play the game. I just really hate the idea that some players kind of look at a playstyle or like a build they want to play and go, I can't do it, right? Because that makes me sad.
That's one thing that I'm actually guilty of, is turning people away from playing Ellie. And the reason why I do so is not because of it's too complex, bro, like you'll never be able to handle it. It's that I feel like in the current balance, the state of balance in the game, is that pretty much everything overshadows it. You know what I mean? It's like, right now, if you think healer, you're not thinking heal temp. You know, you might consider it for certain fights, but as a new player that doesn't know any of the fights, doesn't know anything about the game or how, you know, group compositions work, heal temp probably isn't where you want to be to start with. You know, and that is kind of what my motivation is for saying, like, hey, you probably don't want to start with Elementalist, is because, like, yeah, some of the DPS rotations are all right. We got into kind of a DPS question on Sneb's podcast yesterday, where I basically said that for me as a midcore player, if I was commanding a group of pugs and I saw all 6 of my DPS players pulling 25k in an encounter, regardless of what build they were on, I'd be completely fine with that. That is a-okay. And everybody was just kind of like, no, there's so much more potential and you shouldn't settle with that, and so on. But when it comes down to it, it's like you don't even need 25k to clear these bosses, and that was also brought up too. But when it comes to builds and rotations and stuff like that, I feel like a lot of this guide content does a good job of explaining these builds to people. I don't know if people would actually figure it out on their own without a lot of explanation. I'm sure some people do. Like, some people, they make their own build and they run it, you know, and it works. But it's really about that transition that we were talking about. Like, how do you get a guy who just downloaded the game and has 100 hours in and hasn't done anything in the game yet, to somebody that understands how to properly build a character to its maximum potential, you know? And realistically, I feel like a lot of Guild Wars 2 players don't even care about getting to that level.
I think that most players in all games don't care. To be honest, like I think this is, I think the amount of people who actually kind of want to, like, you know, really kind of get into it when it comes to like stuff like the combat system of any game, it's pretty minimal. Realistically, like, not many people want to go that way. They want to blast and have fun, right? Like that's kind of like the goal, I think, of pretty much all players. You know, this is an interesting one. You know, I don't think that your goal is ever to get people to do that. I think the goal should always be, it should be easy to do that if you want to, right? So, in other words, if a player wants to learn and if a player wants to kind of understand the game should not obfuscate that information from you in any way. It should be easy to do that, right? Like, I'm not saying that your goal should be to make everyone do that. It should be that if people want to learn, they want to engage, then there's no barriers. Like, you minimize the barriers that are placed in your way, essentially, in order to do that. And I think, yeah, Guild Wars 2 is a bit weird in this regard. I think that there's a couple of things about the game that aren't immediately obvious. I think the UI doesn't help with that. It's mostly UI concerns I have, like, in this regard. I think when it comes to like new players, like kind of understanding the nuances of the combat system. But yeah, I don't think it's necessarily a goal that everyone knows how the game works. I think the goal is that if players want to, then they can.
Yeah, I think that having better UI explanations would be better. I mean, like if you look at Radiance, for instance, it gives you a lot of flavor, and it says, oh, you burn and blind foes and improves your critical hit capability. Like it should just say like, hey, this is a power DPS trait line, you know, or this is a Condi DPS trait line, or whatever it is. This is a defensive trait line. And so that way a new player that's coming to the game doesn't necessarily need to get into the flavor of the game. Like, you could have the flavor text, but just throw a little kicker on there, you know, it says like, hey, this trait line improves your HP, like gives you more HP. And so that way your regular 35-year-old dude who's coming home from work and cracking a beer can sit here and throw a build together and not have to, you know, go watch YouTube videos.
Yeah, for sure. I think that would be good. I think one thing you can do is through gameplay as well. Like, you'll notice that a lot of the new weapons, right, they have this kind of builder-spender design, like internal mechanic design attached to them. I think stuff like that is really good. And I'll tell you why. If you want to, if you play another MMO, and I was actually talking to someone who played Final Fantasy, actually, and we were kind of chatting about some of this stuff. We were chatting about WoW and Guild Wars and MMOs and all this kind of stuff. And they said that it's really good that in games like WoW and Final Fantasy 14, you can kind of figure out the optimal rotation, right? Like, the optimal rotation kind of falls out, if that makes any sense, of, like, the class design. Like, it's designed from the top down a lot of the time, right? The devs basically said, this is the rotation that you're going to do, right? And then they prescribe it to the players in a lot of ways. In Guild Wars 2, it's kind of not like that. It's very much, here's some random skills. Do a rotation with it, guys. And I think that, like, inherently makes the game a lot more opaque to new players, because realistically, outside of doing extensive testing and some spreadsheeting, it's not immediately obvious, like, how you're actually supposed to play the game, right? I think, or how you're supposed to play your class anyway. Certainly from a PvE, like, rotational perspective, you know.
Yeah, it's definitely not. And I mean, it's I don't want to say it's fairly recent, but it was something that was kind of born from the raids in Heart of Thorns. Because prior to that, I mean, your regular dungeon run, you know, AC P1 through 3, you know, clears and stuff like that. Nobody knew anything about a rotation. You know, I just use 100 blades, or I just use this skill. You know, and so whenever I guess in other tab targeting MMOs, it's a little bit more straightforward, where you just have like, oh, you just press this button and then it goes on cooldown for 3 minutes, and then you press this other button in the meantime, you know. With Guild Wars and its more fast-paced combat style, you you end up needing to figure it out, and then you're like, okay, like where do I get my damage modifiers from? What boons do I need to proc these traits? And you're basically, you know, adding a multiplier on top of a multiplier on top of a multiplier to get the numbers that you want. And then the new content that comes out, you're kind of stuck in a place because the new content requires that, you know, or requires some amount of that. And so you can't really ever go back because the players know how to do it. And so if you balance for the players if you balance the encounter for the players that are just going to go in and press 1 and then press 2 and then never weapon swap and then press 1 and press 2, then the players that do know how to min-max and do know how to rotate and do know how to get the maximum DPS modifiers, it's just gonna be a wet paper bag, you know. And so it's a very hard question to answer, and I feel like it will be answered with the difficulty scaling. I would love to see the HP pools drop. You know, you should not need to be rotating for 5-10 minutes on a boss, especially an open world encounter, to get the clear. It feels like rotations are becoming more and more critical to some of these encounters, which is unfortunate in my opinion, because it does take away from the fun, you know.
I mean, yeah. I think that some of this, though, is actually kind of just the encounter design maybe not being super hot. Like, I think we're kind of... You're kind of talking about Epoch, right? A little bit? The open world
Yeah,
boss?
well, between... and in Fractals as well.
Oh, yeah,
Epoch in both cases.
Yeah. I think that's kind of... Like, the Fractal one is, like, a really interesting one, because it's kind of like a strike mission, basically. I do think the HP is too difficult there. I think they have a slightly difficult time determining like how they want the content to be difficult in a sense, and I think the fractal thing, there's something, I have a bit of a theory on this, that I feel like they have a bit of a time budget for each fractal. Like, a fractal needs to take a certain amount of time, basically. They don't want it to be over in like 3 minutes. And yeah, if they had Epoch with an appropriate amount of HP, it would be literally the shortest fractal in the game. That's probably something they didn't want to do. Like, again, I don't think that I don't think there's any kind of like good solution now. I think when it came to that fractal, when it came to shipping it, we're in a bit of a rock and a hard place, if I'm being honest. Like, I'm not sure how you make that. I'm not sure how you make that good. If I'm being completely real with you, it's very difficult with working with what they had, I guess. But on kind of like the open world stuff, I definitely agree that like having DPS checks in open world is like a bit like whatever. But I do think it is useful to have a DPS check that is failable, even if it doesn't fail very often. Like, for example, let's say it fails, if it fails like 10% of the time. I actually think that's a pretty good thing to have, because look at what happened with Epoch. It 100% prompted people to actually think about the game a bit more. In the LFG, you see we're doing subs, we're doing quickness, we're doing alacrity, right?
Yeah,
I think stuff like that, that prompts people to kind of have a little bit of a think, I think is good. I think the reason why Epoch, people are really like, man, I hate the fact that this is kind of like a DPS golem, is because the fight isn't good. Like, for example, I would compare this to Dragon's End, right? And I will just say this, yeah, Dragon's End was probably a little bit too extreme on launch. I had like a 90% fail rate. That's probably not good for open world. I will 100% grant you that. However, it got people engaged. Right? Like, it got people to engage with the game. And I think that is something that is good. Because Guild Wars 2 has always been reliant on this. And this is one of my least favorite kind of community developments that's happened over time. The game's community has become more and more separated. Like, back in the day, players of different skill levels and experience levels would mix a lot. In the open world, even in pugs. That's why I hate the fact that the pug scene is dead in Guild Wars 2. Because pugs are so important. Like, you know, in Heart of Thorns and Path of Fire, you'd see QT, SC members, IVT members, ES members, all these top guilds. Where were they? They were in pugs, right? And you go, holy shit, this guy's blasting. That's cool, right? And I think it had such a positive effect on information transference, right? Like with players learning from each other. And the thing is, that's such an important thing in Guild Wars 2. It's like the backbone of the game, like, is everyone ends up in the open world. Everyone's doing chat Garen, right? Look, you know, some of the people who do these meta events most religiously, they're in hardcore guilds. I'm serious, by the way.
Yeah,
100%. They're in these speedrunning guilds. And, you know, that information transfer is so cool. And the fact that players kind of tend to silo themselves off more these days, I think is so unfortunate. And that's why I do kind of like it when the game does give you a bit of a nudge. And again, I don't think it has to fail very often. And again, I don't think Epoch fails super often now. I've heard some reports on NA, it's a bit worse, but people meme NA, so I have no idea to believe people or not. Like on this stuff.
I've only done Epoch, I think, twice, and it was horrible. So I just was like, all right, well, back to the content I was doing 5 years ago, you know. But I just feel like the balance should be more towards, like what you said, encounter design with mechanics that are punishing, and then that way you can drop that health pool down. So that way it's like, okay, we'll burn him, but if we make a mistake or if we stand in bad, it's like back to the waypoint you go, buddy. Like it's kind of the opposite. It's where they put a timer on it, they give it a ton of health, and then all of the mechanics you can just ignore. You know, and that's kind of, it should be reversed. You know, it should be the mechanics that you have to engage with, and then give the HP a break. You know.
Yeah, no, I agree. Or at least again, like, break it up and segment it off.
Yeah.
But I am aware that you've got a dash. Okay, so
I do.
Let's go ahead and wrap things up. It was honestly a super interesting conversation. I hope we can have many more like that. I think I've got a lot more to talk about for sure. I could go on for ages. I'm sure you could as well. So I want to say a massive thank you for coming on. I really hope to have you like on Tea Time on the show and just hanging around on the stream. Basically whatever, you know, it's really awesome to meet new people, and I actually want to say that I really appreciate you because it's a little bit lonely out here. Like, you know, I'm kind of struggling. You know, I look at my Tea Time hosts, right? It's the same 4 people, right? Like, like who I feel like have got, like, pretty strong opinions and, you know, kind of got something to say, right? Like, about the game, but are pretty invested. So it's honestly a real treat to encounter, you know, some new characters. So I really want to thank you for that. And, of course, let us know about, you know, where we can find you. We can spam some links in the chat to get that going as well. And yeah, any kind of final thoughts before we go our separate ways, at least for the time being? And once again, thank you very much for coming on.
Well, I appreciate it, Teapot. And yeah, I am literally just on YouTube. I do have a killer video coming out here. It's in the works. I can't say when. I can't say when. I do upload weekly Teapot, or weekly Teapot, weekly 0 to Hero videos. That's kind of like my standard weekly dose of Silhouette, and then I do more meta commentary, and I got one that's pretty meta coming up that I think I think Teapot will enjoy thoroughly. So
very nice.
And yeah, I appreciate the invite, and I would be glad to be back, assuming my family warrants it. So with that, thank you so much.
Yeah, absolutely. It was an absolute pleasure. Have a wonderful day. Sure, I'll see you around. Take it easy, my friends. I'll see you later. I'm out of here. Okay, I left Discord, guys. I left. He wouldn't leave. He's too polite. I left. That's what we do. Okay, but yeah, it's going to be good content. And guys, like the content is not done, by the way. You might think the content is over. It's not over. I am going to be trying to get in contact with Jaffa later on. We're going to be talking AFK fucking farmers. Okay? Let's go. But honestly, I'm kind of down to chat today, guys. We can do some fucking content on stream. Yeah, I really like Silhouette Gaming. I like Sil. Big gamer, big juicer. I might just hop back on Tea Time Discord, actually, and maybe we just, like, have a fucking free-for-all, you know? Like, maybe stuff starts to go wild, right? Maybe we just get out of control. We might make that happen. We'll see. But, yeah. Yup. Let's talk hashtag MMORPG. Yeah, maybe I add a Revelation to Tea Time Discord, guys. You know, maybe we make that happen. Nike's in the mix. What's going on?
Nothing, just playing some Guild Wars 1.
Yeah, a little Guild War. Yeah, I saw some Vanquishing, I believe, on stream the other day, actually. I think was what the situation.
Yeah, did a Vanquish, and then I did some Dungerino.
Oh, yeah. Big. Hey, you know, this is a weird one. This got linked in my Discord, actually. Did you see the guy who makes like those kind of like crazy build setups for Guild Wars 1? It was like fucking Giga Hex condition removal Paragon, right? Like with Cautery Signet, like to remove like every single condition from the party. Some crazy shit like that. It's like, whoa, this guy's actually having fun. He's enjoying the game. This is wild.
Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's quite a bit of build variety in Guild Wars 1.
Yeah.
It's pretty nice.
Yeah. It's good. The debate arc, we're never bringing the debate arc back ever again. Listen, not gonna lie, I felt very kind of morally obligated to debate the anti-vax stuff, but it wasn't good. Okay, it was soul crushing, if I'm being honest. We're not doing that again.
The problem is like your brain power is limited. Like you only have 24 hours a day, but those people in quotes, they are unlimited. They have a bottomless pit that you can just dump info into.
Yeah. Yes.
Because quite frankly, they've done their research.
They have,
and
yes.
You haven't.
Yeah. Toa is anti-vax? No, I'm obviously not fucking anti-vax. Jesus. Holy shit. I'm a vaccine. I'm fucking giga-vaxxed, dude. Holy shit. I'm like omega-vaxxed. Ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha.
That was a good conversation, I have to say.
Yeah? Oh, wait, the one we just had on stream just now?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that was pretty interesting.
Silhouette shares a lot of opinions with me, so of course I like his opinions.
Based, obviously, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that it's good. You know, I'm definitely kind of on the hunt right now for people who have interesting things to say, you know, because, I definitely want to have some variety, right? Like, you know, I want to have some different opinions on tea time, right? We've got to kind of mix it up a little bit, and just people to talk on stream is always fun, I think, actually. You know, there's only so much you can talk about, so it's good to have some fresh perspectives, 100%. Oh, yeah, a lot of people did raid. Big shout out to Chomp. Actually, wait, who else raided? It was like, I think, wait, one was like, Ineffective Leon. That's a very cool name, actually. Like, what? That's crazy, actually. Oh, yeah, Inefficient Leon. Yeah, let's go. Love to see that. Alcar with the sub, Noxy with the sub as well, Fimlomir with the raid, Chomp with the raid, and Linka with the raid as well, and Sab for the prime. Thanks a lot, guys. Really appreciate that.
Yeah, really. When was the last time Boots had a bad build? Like, when
and he just does achievements now. Adventures. He does adventure speedruns. That's his jam. That's his content.
Does he qualify for Fungus?
I think probably, actually. Did he do sub 1 minute Fungus? I feel like probably has. Surely. Yeah. Yeah, it is one of those things, right? Like, I think that a lot of us, right, like the existing kind of content scene, kind of shoot our shot, right? You know, when it comes to stuff to say, like, we end up just like saying the same thing over and over again. You got to kind of bring something fresh into the mix, I think, and come up with some new topics. It is easier said than done. Like, I'll certainly say that with Guild Wars 2, but you know, maybe there's some potential.
Yeah, Guild Wars 2, the devs, you know, don't give us a ton to work with.
Yeah.
I like Roy, though.
Yeah. You know what they should do? They should do another Balance Manifesto.
Another one?
Yeah. I think it's time.
Yeah, I think everyone wants that,
yeah.
actually.
The Balance Manifesto.
To know, like, how much longer we have to live with, like, Virtuoso just being, like, the best of everything. Or is every spec going to have a ranged
Yeah.
DPS that
Look, they're going to fix it. Look, Ellie Spear is going to fix it, right?
Yep, Warrior Spirit's gonna find. Warrior's
Yeah.
gonna have a 45k DPS range build.
Exactly. Yeah, that's what the content's
Cleave
going in.
built in. Oh,
Oh, that's true because it's got AoE. It explodes, right? Doesn't it? Yeah. Actually, you know what? That's actually
Splinter
big.
weapon.
Yeah, it is big. Yeah, it is splinter weapon. Yeah, 100%. Like, there's actually some really big potential with that stuff. Like, ranged AoE is like very strong, and Warrior looks like it's gonna have that, and the burst skill too, right? The burst skill clearly looks like it's some kind of AoE. Although I guess the Berserker one is probably going to be the more relevant one because otherwise you're potentially playing Core Warrior or Spellbreaker, which that's probably not happening. And unless of course the scaling is okay on the the 1 bar burst skills on Spellbreaker, for example.
That would be impressive because if it was good 1 bar, then like 3 bar would be insane. Unless it just doesn't scale at all, unless it's like a 3.0 coefficient at 1 adrenal and then like 3.1, 3.2, so it's like not that huge of a deal. Yeah, if it goes from like 2 to 3 to 4, then you can't play Spellbreaker.
Yeah, for sure. That's gonna be or it could be, I don't know. No, because on DPS Spellbreaker you need both weapon sets, don't you? Right, like you can't really get away with just the one.
Yeah. Plus, not having defense trait line. Oof.
Yeah, that's not where you want to be because that trait line is pretty sick. You definitely want to have that. But yeah, we'll see. Yeah.
Berserker, it could replace Greatsword, which, I mean, that'd be pretty interesting. But to replace Greatsword, it has to like really fit in like the normal power Berserker rotation. It really has to fit like it has to have like certain skills that are very similar to Greatsword. Like it has to have a burst that's good, like a burst that's worth doing 3 times. And then it has to have like a skill like 100 Blades that can like recharge adrenaline, faster than auto attacking.
Yeah. Yes.
The Thief one, people are like shitting on the Thief one. I think the Thief one is the best.
Yeah, the Thief one is the most interesting one they've done, I feel like. Yeah, that's that one's
like
kind of hype.
You have like, it's like it's like you have what, 9 different chains that you can make? 9 different.
Yeah.
Or am I wrong about that?
Yeah, it's gonna be something like that, right? You can go.
Maybe it's 6 different chains.
It's gonna be pretty
openers, cool. Then 2 follow-ups, and then 1/3.
Yeah. It's pretty hype.
Yeah,
I think that one is actually pretty exciting. I think people are.
There'll be like
chain
that's like obviously the PvE chain, right? It's
yeah.
Just like the pure damage chain. Then there'll be like this is the cripple chain, like, or it'll be like you cripple then to slow the person down, and then you spike them with the big hits.
Yeah, I think people are kind of expecting, and I guess they've got some low expectations, that it's going to be like a 2-2-2 situation. I'm pretty sure the devs will try to make it not like that in PvE very deliberately, I think, because like Thief has always been a little bit 2-2-2. And I think people are really sleeping on the fact that even if it is 2-2-2, it's very clearly set up in such a way that you want to use 4 or 5 after that, right? Because you get a bonus on like your 4 or 5 skill and your stealth attack as well, right? So there's like very clearly like some interesting potential there, I think, in that regard. But yeah, I think that was kind of cool. Very interesting to see what actually that turns out to be.
I'm also interested to see like even the NG one is kind of interesting because like what role is it gonna fill that Hammer doesn't already fill?
Well, I guess they want it to be like more of an all-out DPS weapon, like more aggressive, because like Hammer is almost a little bit defensive, right? Like you have the block ability, like Electro Whirl has that reflect component, which it's kind of like a giga DPS skill these days, but still, like, there's like this kind of utility component to it. So where they want to go for, I guess, a bit more of like an all-out damage weapon with some kind of ranged artillery components to it, because you make a spear, right? Like a lightning rod, then you like fire it at someone, right? So it's going to be, I guess, like a mid-range weapon, almost a little bit like Elementalist Hammer to an extent, and just like less defensive utility, more about like pure aggression.
I also feel like they've painted themselves into like a corner. They've made every weapon good at DPS. Like there's not too many weapons, especially elite spec weapons, that are bad at DPS.
Yeah.
So like Hammer is already part of meta DPS builds for NG. Yeah. So what is a pure? So if the hammer DPS build is doing 43k, what is the pure DPS weapon going to be? Is it going to be 43k as well? Well, then I just go with the one that has the most utility. It's interesting. I don't know how they're gonna resolve.
Yeah, I think that one in particular is tricky because there's no 2 weapon sets on NG, right? Like that's kind of where things become problematic, is because you can't really have both of those things. So differentiating NG weapons is just inherently a little bit harder, because you don't have the ability to have 2. And kind of like pick both of them at the same time. Yeah, like the way is you could like put some mobility on it, I guess. I think it's harder to do this in PvE, right? Because in PvE, the most important thing is just going to be like the bigger number, right? Like a lot of the time. So like keeping them balanced while having them different is a little bit tricky. Like, you know, it's very easy to imagine a world where Spear comes out and it's just like almost objectively better, right? Like from the PvE perspective at least.
Yeah.
That is definitely a little bit tricky.
It's going to be better rifle.
Yeah.
I like that. I like better rifle. That's what I'm hoping for Warrior 2, better rifle.
Yeah, I mean, that's kind of what it's probably going to be, I feel like, with that. With AoE, too. What do you think the devs should do with Thief Spear? So wasn't it, like, broken by Deadeye, like Axe? Well, I mean, that's a good question. I think the initiative system in general is kind of like a system that ArenaNet's struggling with a little bit right now, I guess. But yeah, like when Deadeye has access to refunds like this, but other professions don't necessarily do, then yeah, that's obviously a little bit problematic. Like at the end of the day, I think they're probably more likely to add refunds to other thief specs than remove it from Deadeye. Realistically, is probably the way that they'll go about doing it. So you can kind of use your abilities more on other thief specs. But yeah, I think the problem with that though is if they go too heavy on the refunds, I feel like they end up with turning Thief into this pretty psychotic build to play. Like, the Deadeye rotation it's something.
I haven't actually looked into it, but yeah.
It's something, that's for sure.
Is it like Launch Untamed, where you're skills constantly?
It's a lot of button pressing, right? There's kind of a lot of stuff going on in that regard. With that, and I think that's kind of an interesting one. I think it wouldn't be that bad if it wasn't Deadeye. Like the problem is like Deadeye is just weird, right? With the way the mark works in a PvE context, it's kind of scuffed with the way that operates and the way that you have to kind of manage that. And because of the Deadeye is very fragile in the sense that if anything goes wrong, it kind of like fucks up your class mechanic, and then it's like, oh well, okay, that's unfortunate. And that is unique to Deadeye, I think. There's not really anything else that's like that, where, you know, if something goes wrong for you, like your entire class kind of just doesn't work properly, right? Which is not ideal. And Thief is kind of like this, actually, because of stealth attacks. Like, so it's not just Deadeye, it's kind of Thief in general. Like, Thief has this unique vulnerability to something wonky going wrong and kind of fucking up your rotation pretty much, with like the way stealth works and reveal, right? Yeah, Double Mercy did actually really help with like making that like more manageable for sure. Yeah. They mentioned it still does more damage from up close to door to now. You still want to be in melee. I mean, I'm not gonna lie, that's actually a good thing. In fact, I think that's probably the way they have to balance now. Because here's the thing, you know what, guys? I bet
they'll retroactively do it
to other weapons. Yeah,
on Mesmer.
Yeah, exactly. Like, here's the deal, guys. Do you guys want to know why they aren't nerfing Virtuoso? I'll tell you, because Virtuoso isn't overpowered in 90% of the game and 90% of fights. Because elephant in the room here, 90% of Guild Wars 2 fights are pretty badly designed and don't really have this like concept of range. Like, you stack in melee the entire time. If you nerf Virtuoso because of better designed fights, like Ceres, for example, I've got bad news for you. Virtuoso becomes dog shit in pretty much like the rest of the game, yeah? Like, that's why they haven't done this. The way that you can address is exactly the design you're talking about there, Tritoffs. Make it so like every single trait on Vert that applies bleed does half the bleeding if you're further than 600 radius away. Is it a bit clumsy? Not necessarily, I think, even. Because, you know, you can kind of see a fairly elegant thing with, like, the way Warrior works there. But, yeah, I actually think that's the most realistic way to actually balance ranged DPS in Guild Wars 2, is to actually have, like, a a mechanical punish for being ranged on ranged weapons that goes away when you're in melee. Because if you don't do it that way, or you could do it the other way if you wanted to, actually, it might be... It
Where
might
you force range,
well, no,
and then you just lower the...
Well, no, I was saying, like, it could just... it could feel better by, you get a bonus when you're in melee, yeah? Instead. Because otherwise you end up with the Solar thing. Like, because Solar did the Catalyst thing, right? He said, if you want to give quickness, you deal 10% less damage overall. That feels like shit, right? I think it feels way better if it's fulfill X condition, get bonus, right? So you could do it the other way. You could, like, Giga nerf Virtuoso everywhere, but then say, oh, okay, like, when you're in melee, you get, like, a significant bonus, right? To your throughput. Which is funny, because it already has this, right? It has, like, a 10% damage mod when you're within 600 range for the power build, right? So there's some precedent for it, even, like, with the approach you could take.
It would have been so much better if they had stuck to their guns and just made it a power build exclusively.
Yeah.
And not have tried to make it a Condi build. The Condi build just kind of pooped on everything.
That's why we need the balance manifesto, right? Like, again.
They need to write a lot of manifestos. Like,
I want the Fractal manifesto, dude. I really want the Fractal manifesto. We need that.
I feel like I feel like if, like, you know, if they're gonna do a raid every X pack with 3 difficulty levels, okay. I think then we don't need a manifesto. I think we've got a good direction that everyone's, like, more or less happy with. But fractals need a manifesto. Like, what the fuck is this content?
Yeah, we need a big manifesto on fractals, 100%. That's got to happen. Freezing facts. Here, take money. Thank you very much, Teddy. Give me more money. Keep buying Ultimate Editions. It's time. And disable ad block. Man, you know...
Ad block has taken a lot of food off people's plates.
Yeah, I don't, yeah. Like, I've heard it's pretty fucking rough, actually. Holy shit. Like, Planix was saying that, you know, I
use your referral link, but I have ad block, so I have no idea if you got paid.
Yeah.
You'll find out.
Yeah, I guess we will. But yeah, apparently Planix, like, you know, the rate was not good. I think, like, he was saying that like 30 people confirmed use his link, only 3 of them went through, and that is like, that's a fucking feels bad. You know, that does not feel good.
I mean, tracks with my experience. When I was partner.
Yeah. Unlucky.
Yeah. I mean, adding like a little box at checkout where you put in the person's, like,
you want a code, right? That would be much better.
That would be much better.
Yeah. People don't play fractals. Oh no, people do play fractals. Like, fractals are, without a shadow of a doubt, like the without a doubt the most played PvE content. I think outside of open world, obviously, right? Like, but just PvE content, it dwarfs everything else.
It's like the perfect storm. It's the T4 dailies. Are, you know, pug friendly, the best gold in the game, and the rewards are daily based rather than weekly. So it highly encourages you to make it a habit that you do every day. Like, every part of that system makes you want to do it every day.
Yes.
And people do engage with it.
Yeah. Shout out to Sab, by the way, for the gift sub. Appreciate that, my friend. You know, I'm going to be talking to Jaffa a little bit later, maybe, if he's around. It might be a little bit later, I'm not sure, but you know, you've obviously seen the AFK farm news.
Oh yeah.
Like, do you have a take on the situation, like the
20 gold per hour?
Yeah.
Thing. I mean, yeah, that's just an economic inefficiency. And maybe it's a bug, an event that ArenaNet could fix the bug on, so that things don't endlessly spawn. But
yeah, because like the Giga one is actually like exploiting, right? Basically, it's like there's some kind of like thing that causes the mobs to hyperspawn or some shit, and it gets completely out of control, right? With this, what I really want to talk about actually is, did you see because he talked to support, right? And he talked to GMs, like the policy they have is really interesting. Right? Because, and again, man, I feel a little bit weird saying stuff like this, but I guess I'll qualify it to make sure that we're kind of in the clear here. The policy doesn't appear to be enforced, right? Like with what the information that he talked to GMs with, they were like, yeah, if you're casting the skill, if you don't cast the skill that kills the mob, that's a no-no. And that clearly actually outlaws AFK farming. Like, even, like, what's actually interesting is that...
So they're saying, like, if your turret kills
the
mob, then... Oh, that's bullshit.
Well, that's the thing. Like, if you think about it, that policy is kind of extreme, right? Like, it's like, really strong. Because, you know, I think, I mean,
I guess I could see if they were saying, like, if you automated a skill, like you set up an auto hotkey to, like, cast a skill, then that's, you know, and you're AFK while your auto hotkey is doing a rotation. Okay, fine, you know, that fits. But if it's just like, yeah, I summoned a bunch of minions and then when they aggroed, they killed the thing. Like, no, that shouldn't be against the rules.
I think it's really tough to write policy on this, right? Like, really, really difficult to actually write a rule that actually deals with this appropriately, right? I don't know. It's kind of weird. But he found this GM who was investigating and basically talked to them and said, like, hey, you know, you guys have got to move, right? Or, like, you know, teleport them or whatever. And then he actually said, yeah, you guys can go back now, right? That's, like, super interesting. Like, it's like, oh, man, what's going on here? That, to me, is, like, the interesting part of the video. Like, the Prophet stuff there actually isn't a surprise. He actually kind of owned us a little. Well, didn't exactly own us, but like, he kind of made it look like we were wrong. I actually don't think we were wrong. I'll argue with him on that, actually, at some point. Because, like, the 3 gold an hour, like 3 to 5 gold an hour, there was a clip from you saying that. That was actually 100% accurate at the time, by the way. Like, what's changed is that materials are literally double or triple or even quadruple the price, right? Like, that's where the extra gold is coming from. Like, when we were talking about, like, AFK farming, the price of, like, a powerful Venom sack was 8 silver. Right, compared to 34 silver now. Like, this is where, like, all of that cash is coming from, like, with, like, the AFK farming, right?
At the time when we said that, doing your daily, like, your actual, like, login dailies, got you 2 gold. Now, doing your login dailies gets you, like, 10 gold.
Yeah.
So
it's like giga.
That's where the gold comes from.
Yeah. Yeah, because essentially, like, the daily reward structure definitely, like, it significantly impacted, like, the economy, especially from the perspective of, like, of a normal player, which is obviously intentional. But yeah, like, to me, the fascinating thing, like, is this policy. I'm actually going to try and find it so we can be, like, very specific, actually, about what exactly kind of the information was that Jaffa kind of gleaned, essentially. This is so fucking interesting. Okay, check this out. Check this message out that Jaffa got. Hi, the policy for unattended gameplay hasn't been changed. You'll be inactive from the game once you're playing the game and doing other activities on your computer. Example, farming monsters in-game while watching movies. Note that any form of unattended gameplay is still prohibited in Guild Wars 2 as noted in the Guild Wars 2 user agreement and code of conduct. You must be attended at all times and operated independently on your account. If you go AFK, even if it's only for 5 minutes, we recommend you to idle in a city or in the open world. Like, in addition to this, you can farm different maps in different maps as long as you're actively playing to make sure you respond to GMs when they roam around in the game. That is a really interesting statement to make if you think about it. That is a very strict policy, which I think is very interesting. But, like, they don't ban you for this, right? Like, that's the thing. They won't actually... I feel like they won't bop you for doing that kind of stuff. I don't know.
I mean, I don't know. I don't know. Is this like the type of GM that you get when you email support, or is this like one of the actual GMs that roam around?
I think this was a message to support, right? This is from like a GM, like an email, right? It's an email.
I mean, no offense to the GMs, but like these are the people that get socially engineered to giving out like 5 of the World v World titles like on a daily basis. But I'm not even sure if they like. I think they might be like outsourced customer service. Like I don't think that they set policy.
Well,
put it that way.
Yeah, potentially. I think. I mean, you recall when they got social engineered to give Olrun's account away, right?
Yeah, like it seems like they might like the customer support, like, you know, people that answer your emails, like they might not be necessarily the best informed people, which is odd to say, but it's also like, if I have a problem with my PlayStation 5 and I call up like the Sony customer support, I'm probably talking to some guy from India who doesn't know shit about anything except what the 3 sentences he's been trained to say. And I wonder if like a lot of that is what's going on here, is that like these like the GMs have a very limited, thing that they're allowed to say and allowed to do. They're not like liaisoning with Grouch and getting like the official ANET position on every question that gets asked.
Yeah, I don't really know the situation with how support operates at gw2, to be honest. I don't really know. I guess it could be outsourced, but yeah, I don't know. We'll see. You think ANET will get harder on it now after this? I think ANET, if you want the honest answer, I feel like ANET would only go hard if it was one of two things. If it actually damaged the game's economy, which I think is actually very unlikely to ever happen. I don't think it could be ever that infested, to be honest. Like, it certainly isn't now. Or secondly, if the public outcry was like so extreme that it was like damaging the reputation of the game, I think ANET would do something. Like right now, people don't like to hear this. It's kind of like what me and Nike were definitely saying when this came up last time. It's just not really an issue. It's like whatever. To be honest, it doesn't really damage the game. It makes the game look a little bit silly, but honestly, it only looks silly because people point it out so often, right? Like it's I don't know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, so there's like the other issue. The thing that I'd say is the real issue, especially with the 20 gold per hour, is that people don't want to feel like bots make more money per hour than they do actively playing the game.
Yeah.
And I agree with that. Bots should... AFK farming, I don't care if it exists or not, but an AFK farmer should not be making close to what someone actively playing the game makes.
Yeah. That is true. I think that is a good point. And it is a bit disturbing how profitable it is. But, we should have thought about it, right? Because, like, with material prices going up, that obviously increases, like, the value of farming mobs, right? But, yeah.
Yeah, but it also increases the... Like, I think a lot of, like, the whole, like, oh, well, doing a meta train is 20 gold per hour. I think that should be reevaluated because it's probably more than 20 gold per hour now.
Oh, it definitely is. Yeah, 100%.
Yeah, so I think, like... People are like, oh, AFK farming is 20 gold per hour using, summer of 2024
math,
data. But then they're like, oh, well, meta trains are only 20 gold an hour, so it's worse. It's like, well, that 20 gold an hour number is like a 2021 data. Like you're not comparing apples.
It's not, it's not like for sure, yeah. I only think though that AFK farming has probably accelerated more in terms of value than doing meta trains, though, right? Because I think that because it's so material heavy, right? Yeah,
and it's farming a smaller basket of goods.
Yeah,
and so that basket of goods happens to be particularly affected by the material prices.
Exactly.
It's like certain things like that you get like amalgamated gemstones haven't gone up. In fact, they've gone down a little bit.
Yeah, and that's like a good chunk of your value.
It's a key part of the meta train income.
Yeah, I mean, look, if I'm being honest,
really bopped is bauble farming.
Oh, really?
Like, bauble farming gold per hour hasn't changed.
Oh, of course, it's just gold, right?
Drops.
Yeah.
So like it got really just like completely outpaced.
Yep. By all the AFK farm stuff. Yeah, to be honest, like, I mean, I guess it's just, again, the only thing I can think of, guys, is just not a priority. Because in my opinion, if I was ANET, I actually would want people to not do this. I would go, you know what, this is kind of against the spirit of the game. I mean, I would just say, don't fucking do this. But I think Arena are a little bit reticent to write policy like this. Because, like, here's another thing. You know what ANET aren't good at handling, guys? Griefing in World vs. World. Like, here's a fun thing. Nike, guess what happened to Lara when she played World vs. World?
Stream snipers
stream sniping while following around, like ganking, and that's, I don't actually have, the ganking, it's like whatever. But, they also did some other things that you might expect, right, that we won't get into. And
some bigoted things.
And like it's like, okay, well, you know, maybe these people shouldn't play the game.
They probably like they're getting rid of this would probably be no loss whatsoever to the community.
Yeah.
Maybe an addition by subtraction.
Yeah, so you know, I do think ArenaNet struggles with something. Probably, to be fair, not stuff like that, but like more like the kind of like the behavior that is not strictly against TOS, but let's be honest here, it's kind of asshole moves, right? Like they were like following around, like fucking one-shotting her with like 8 thieves constantly. It's cringe, right? Like let's be honest, it's fucking cringe. And like, yeah, I don't know. Like, ArenaNet should not do that. Like, why do they let people grief other players in World versus World? You know, like with because guess what? I was watching a GVG the other day, a little bit of open field GVG Nike. It's the same guys doing it. Okay, like they're not banned. It's the same guys. Like, yeah, I don't know.
They keep getting into the same matchup with everybody.
Well, because they have fucking ults. Like they literally follow people around.
Jesus
Like
Christ.
yeah, like they're fucking unhinged, right? It's the same guys doing it. We've been doing it for years. And yeah, is it against TOS? Actually, no. Not by the letter of the law. But it's very much against the spirit of the law, right? Like, you know what I mean? And I think sometimes you do have to kind of go, you know what, we're gonna ban people because even though you're not really breaking the rules, you're an asshole. And you know, like maybe that should be against TOS.
I mean, their TOS already says we can ban anyone at any time for any reason, and we don't even have to tell you what the reason is.
Yeah.
So they've already given themselves the ultimate out. And they could just say something like, you've been banned for conduct detrimental to the health of the game. Okay, there you go. I mean, that's it. But
yeah. And it's kind of the thing with AFK farming as well. It's like, is it against the rules? I mean, honestly, I have no fucking idea. After watching Jaffa's video, I have no fucking clue what their policy is, to be honest. And that's an issue in and of itself, obviously, right? But, you know, I feel like it's very much against the spirit of the game, right? Like, come on. Fucking play, right? Like, come on. Don't like, multi-box, like, 15 ults, like, AFK fire. This is cringe. It's just, you know, not behavior that I think is very conducive to the good vibes in the Guild Wars 2 community, I guess.
yeah.
Yeah. Community would support such bans, though. Yes. Probably.
I mean,
maybe.
Here's what would happen. It would be this is where you need a community manager that is like super interactive. Here's what happens. Guy is a world v world griefer, you know, like stream sniping, throwing slurs at people on stream, all the bad shit. They get banned. They run to Reddit. I got banned.
Yeah,
for
exactly.
doing
I didn't do
nothing.
anything. Yeah, nice.
I didn't do anything. And then there's like a Reddit outburst. But then the ultimate trump card is you have the community manager come in and go, here's a screenshot of what this person said. And then the person just gets annihilated in the comments.
I mean, that's kind of what...
That's all it takes.
That's kind of what Chris Cleary tried to do, but it kind of
that.
backfired, right? Like a couple of times. That's the problem, right? Like
that's because Chris Cleary, like, Chris Cleary's a smart guy. But he thought he was like Lex Luthor super genius. And like... You know, it just got away from him a little bit.
Yeah. I honestly would love to see that stuff. Because actually, you know, look, I'm not going to soy out too hard, guys, about people being in video games. But seriously, dude, holy shit. I'm actually going to send you a screenshot of this one, Nike, because this one is actually fucking ridiculous. I'm not even going to show this on stream, but there is, like, some... People are doing some, like, wild shit, to be honest. Like, in the game. I mean, I have to scroll and find it real quick, because I sent it to Sneb, I think. Yeah, Jesus Christ. Okay, yeah. Hang on, yeah, I found it. Like, I actually do think there is a bit of a problem with this going on right now. Like, PvP in particular, I feel like the moderation is not up to par, to be honest. Like, it is a bit of a shit show currently in the game. And I do really wish that they would actually kind of put some, you know, put a little bit of muscle into doing this, because it's a bit out of hand, if I'm being honest, right? And, you know,
they don't do enough IP bans is the problem. They let these fucking people, especially the PvP toxic people,
they make a new account,
free-to-play account, and just, you know.
And this is where I think that maybe, like, you know, you could be right about kind of the support needing to really understand player behavior, right? And, like, how the game works. Because they might go, oh, yeah, we banned this guy. Good. They don't realize it's PvP, right? So you make a new account and you're already up and running. Right, immediately.
And that is an alt account. That's not his main. that's not that person's main.
Yeah, exactly.
You know?
People have a lot of these things. They have a lot of accounts, and they'll just make a new one, right, and just come back because it's just PvP is kind of suffering from kind of having some really generous design, right? Is that it's so easy just to kind of get started on a new account that you don't have to do any progression, that they just come back immediately, and then they're off doing their thing, and they don't care about being banned, right? Because like losing their account doesn't really mean anything, right? To a lot of these players, which is it is what it is. Guild Wars 2 would not even have they completely removed loot from open world mobs that are not part of events. I actually disagree with that, to be honest. I think there is nothing that feels worse in an MMO than like mowing down waves of mobs or killing mobs and not getting a drop.
Yeah,
holy shit,
dropping.
dude, that feels so bad. I actually hate it when they have events and stuff that don't drop loot. Like in
that's what I hate with story. Doing story in Guild Wars 2. You'll do like the story instance, and like you'll get charged at by a bunch of mobs. And
you get no loot,
and nothing drops, and no XP.
No
XP and no loot.
Yeah.
You're just like, what is this?
Yeah.
Like, I'm wasting time. Like, it just, I don't know.
I think it's so important that whenever you beat a monster, you've got to get something, right? You like seeing the XP, right? Like seeing the loot I think it's pretty based, honestly. Nobody kills mobs that are not part of events, AFK farmers and centaur farmers. No, I think I think you run around killing stuff sometimes, right? Especially when you do like map comp, right? Like do map completion, you'll end up like killing mobs, no?
If there's stuff in the way,
yeah,
kill it.
There sometimes is. I mean, yeah, it's
but
not.
Also, like,
yeah,
part of making Metatrain gold per hour good is doing stuff during the downtime.
Yeah.
Because like if you go, okay, Jack Garrett, we're gonna AFK here for 8 minutes till it starts. And then Jack Garrett's over. Now Auric Basin, guys, we're gonna AFK for 10 minutes till it starts. If you're not doing anything during those 18 minutes, your gold per hour is just going down. But if you're doing hero points and getting like the loot bags from repeating the hero points, and if you're like tagging other events, then it keeps your gold per hour higher. So like you just gotta actively play the game. You can't AFK.
I actually really like in particular in HOT, I really like this, that, in the downtime, it's like really good to do hero points, right? Like it's, if anything, I'd say buff that. I think that's actually kind of cool, is that, in the downtime, like Chat Garrett, you go do like the kind of easy to access hero points, and it will like increase your gold per hour a fair bit. I think that's nice. I like that. And you know what? I think you'll definitely agree with this coming from like an ARPG perspective. And I think a Guild Wars 1 perspective as well. Like, I think there was something really nice about the type of farm in Guild Wars 1, where it's like you're in the underworld and you're farming ectos, right? And it's like, oh shit,
You're not trying to clear the underworld. You're just going to like one particular room, killing mobs, leaving, and coming back in. Yeah.
I actually think stuff like that is kind of cool and almost like absent from Guild Wars 2. This is a weird thing, guys.
Nothing drops anything specific in Guild Wars 2.
Yeah. This is gonna sound.
Yeah, mobs have a certain type of T6.
They're like attuned to it.
But that's not the same.
Because what's really interesting, guys? When I saw Jaffa's AFK farm video, do you know one of the first things that popped into my head? It was like, wait, so hang on a minute. If you run around killing choyas, you'll get 20 gold per hour. I was like, yo, that's actually kind of cool, right? Like, I kind of like that, right? That, you can go around and, like, farm choyas and you get 20 gold per hour, right?
You can actively play like a bot and get 20 gold per hour.
That's kind of interesting to me that you could do that. I think it sucks that it obviously gets kind of abused, right? Like by the way that people do that. But if they made it so that you can't just like literally AFK and do it, so if you stay in the exact same area, you get diminishing returns or whatever, and like very heavy DR. I think it could be kind of interesting. Like if people would do, what it kind of reminds me of, and this is a type of content that I quite liked actually, and I think a lot of people did too. Was kind of the like the champ trains, right? I think that's kind of stuff is actually kind of interesting. Like that's kind of good content in my opinion. When you go around like farming like these champion style mobs and you're just going around in a rotation, and that's just not a thing anymore, right? Not really. Or even events
are completely dismal.
Or even like event farming, like I mean, look, this is the absolute classic, right? Like everyone who's playing like Plinks, everyone exactly, Everyone who's played core Guild Wars 2 knows the fucking Plinks farm, man. That's stuff like that is kind of interesting and quite absent from Guild Wars 2, right? Like normal dynamic events are not very rewarding. Like all of the rewards are basically like packaged into metas at this point, right? Like, and that's the way that you play the game, which I think is kind of low energy in a way. I think there's something that's been lost there.
Yeah. Yeah, I think, like, I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, but a lot of the problem with the AFK farm, or what enables the AFK farm, is the Jade bot module.
Oh, yeah. You get the materials, yeah.
Maybe ANET could, like, add, like, some sort of DR system to that. I don't know. If that's, again, we go back to ANET, like, once they're done with the expansion and they've moved on, they're not going back to tweak old systems. So the chance that they ever, like, adjust any Jade bot module is very slim. But I think that one particularly could use a tweak to, like, maybe discourage AFK farming.
Yeah. I guess
there's
we'll
so there was an interesting thing that came up too with so, like, you know, in Guild Wars 1 the bots, like, actually serve a good economic purpose. Like, the bots farm feathers and stuff that are very tedious for a human player to farm. Because, like, essentially it's the same thing. Like, you have to actually go and find, like, what do they call it, the Tengu, and kill Tengu till they drop, like, the thing that, like, it's kind of fucked up. They drop their scalps, and you fucking salvage their scalps and get feathers. So, like, it's pretty dark, but so anyway, but you need those feathers to make Essence of Celerities, which is one of the, the
concept, right?
Yeah. Runs at endgame. Yeah. So no one is going out and no active human player is spending 8 hours a day farming feathers. Nobody, because it's anti-fun. And so the bots, they farm the feathers, and the people get consets, and they use the consets to do fun things like Underworld, or Domain of Anguish, or whatever. And I think that's I think that's not a terrible system. You know how you see the memes about AI that are like, we wanted AI to do menial labor so that humans could spend their time doing art, or, but instead it's like we're going to get the opposite. We actually have that good setup in Guild Wars 1 where the bots do the menial labor to free the humans to do the fun things. Yes. I think it's a good bots are working in Guild Wars 1.
Yeah. They're saving the speedrun scene, right? That's why you still have people doing, like, records and stuff in Guild Wars 1 and all that stuff.
Although there is there's a push with now that the Dr. Steven guy or whatever is running Guild Wars 1. There's a push to have them add, for one of the anniversary patches coming up, especially the big one, to add perma-consets that we can get.
Yeah,
because that way, like, it just cuts the bots out of the equation and you just farm the consets. But then other people make a good point that if you make perma-consets a thing, then every build in the game will be built around having them. Whereas right now, like, most, like, everything on, like, the wiki, PVX or whatever, is based on not using cons. And the cons are just something that makes builds better. Whereas if you give people, if you assume permacons, then it, like, totally changes what builds people play.
Yeah.
Because, like, right now every build has, like, every melee build has, like, an increased attack speed skill on it. But if you have cons, you don't need that. So yeah.
Oh, hey, and you guys in chat talking about, like, objective value and stuff when it comes to stuff. Guys, like, even within the economy, like, ultimately, some of it is player decided. I think a really good example is Chak infusions. Nobody and this is something, by the way, don't take my word for it. This is something that actually the Barons agree with. Nobody really knows how much a Chak is worth. Nobody actually knows how much it's worth. Like, the only actual valuation...
It's vibes-based.
Yeah, it's very vibes-based. Yeah, it's complete vibes-based. With the valuation of some of these, like, really high-ticket items. There's obviously, like, some objective grounding, obviously, right? Especially when it comes to, like, basic materials like ectos and stuff. Like, there's some, like, real market forces that are going on there, and obviously, like, in-game, like, drops and all that kind of stuff. Like, that influences the price, etc., etc., etc. But with actual some items, yeah, the value is actually entirely, feely, right? Like, it's, people kind of go, well, that's what it's worth-ish, right? Like, it's...
Yeah, I mean, there is essentially unlimited demand for Chak egg sacks.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah, because it's not grindable, right? Like the only way you could actually have like a objective quote unquote grounding on the valuation of a Chak egg sack is if it wasn't random, right? Is if you could like if you could put time in, get thing out, essentially.
Every 10,000, you know, Chak metas, you're guaranteed to get one.
Exactly.
Good lord, that would be rough.
Yeah.
There would be people doing 4 of them a day for 2,500 days till they got one.
If they bump the Chak drop rate by 500%, the price would go down instantly. You know, what's actually weird is that they actually did do that. They significantly increased the drop rates. Of course, they didn't say how much, but they did say they increased it, and they added it to a bunch of other items. What's interesting is that the price didn't go down, interestingly enough. Like, funnily, the biggest influence to the economy, in that sense anyway, was Cassiano, right? Like, Cassiano was duping. Like, he raised the prices of certain items, like the Kan-Ur infusion. That was worth, I believe, 40k gold at one point, because he was just buying all of them, and he was willing to pay 40k gold for all of them, pretty much, because he had infinite gold, because he was just duping everything, right? He was going berserk. And yeah, obviously, like, if Chaks, like, significantly got more common, like, you'd actually see it significantly, then, yeah, 100%. Like, the drop rate, then, you know, the price would go down. Like, you know, there's a reason why Aurelium isn't as expensive as Chak. Like, the drop rate is just completely different in that regard. But, I mean,
Which is strange. I wonder why that is.
Yeah. Yeah, it is strange, actually.
Why would they make the one much rarer than the other?
I guess they think the Chak is better. Or maybe a lot of it comes down to that more people do the Octovine as well. Like, that's the thing, right? I feel like way more people do Octovine than Chak. That could also be a kind of a
the
thing.
Peepos get lost in Tangled Depths and they can't find the meta,
Yeah.
and they quit the game.
Yes. Chak.
Did you see the Reddit thread today? There's a great one.
Oh, really?
Someone who
Oh,
got
no, I
kicked
didn't.
from an all-welcome group.
Oh, dear.
Insta-kicked.
Oh, really?
And it feels like we're missing some very important information, but there's no way to find out what it is. Because it was like an IBS 5, all welcome.
Mm-hmm.
The person joins, and the group is 5 out of 10.
Yep.
Person joins, insta-kicked. And they're like, what did I do wrong? And the chat's like, no, you just ran into an asshole. I'm like, that doesn't sound like something... Like, let's say you're the commander of an all-welcome 5 out of 10 IBS 5 group.
Yeah.
You're not just going to randomly kick someone instantly. Like, that doesn't make... That's not a lot... That's not like, you know, a logical thing to do. And you might say, well, the person's just illogical. But it's like, no. The commander... like, pretend the commander's a real human. What thought went through their mind that would make them
instantly kick them?
So there must have been, the person must have done or said something noob stink that was like egregiously noob stink.
You know what? If I'm gonna, you know, go good faith here, I feel like what probably happened is that they just wouldn't communicate, right? And like they were,
their commander was probably like build.
Yeah.
Or the person joined and then never said anything.
Yeah.
And the commander is like, build, and the person just doesn't reply.
Yeah, no
and
reply.
Kick.
Yeah. That's I think where like stuff is what probably happened. It wasn't like literally. If it was like literally instant kick, it was just someone on the block list, I guess. Like it's probably what happened. And there was like some prior context that is why that player got kicked. You know, the commander did that or whatever. But yeah, I don't know. It's an interesting meme.
It's a great thread.
Yeah. It will, you know, we'll never know. We'll never know. Yeah.
You're probably joined on Dragon Hunter, but
Wait, what is this? Guild Wars 2 PvP King of the Hill. Oh yeah, dude, Arrow 3, he's got like a theoretical game mode, like to put in like the courtyard area. Yeah, no, 100%. I actually agree. I think that something like King of the Hill style game mode. People have come up with a couple of ideas that I think all sound very plausible, like capture the flag, kind of like a Guild Wars 1-esque game mode, right, where you have these kind of like that type of system in the mix, right? 100%. Yeah, I could see them doing stuff like that. I think that makes sense to me.
Yep, just like the final thing in Hall.
Oh, yo, Trig's in the chat. Yo, Trig, when are we getting the next balance manifesto, bro? We were just talking about this. Like, you know, next balance manifesto. We're hyped for that. Like, we're big hype for the next balance manifesto.
Yeah, we want Trig to write it too, because he has a way with words.
Exactly, yeah, we do want it. We want the Trig balance manifesto. That's what we really want happening.
Trig loves adjectives.
Yeah.
And that's good. Trig's the guy, you know, he's got to write a 5,000-word essay for class. He goes, the end, period.
Yeah.
3,900 words.
Yes.
And he starts sweating, and he goes, here we go, boys. And he goes paragraph by paragraph, just adding an adjective to like or two to every sentence.
Yeah. You know what's weird though? They kind of re-rail on the AFK farming thing. Have you noticed how the Reddit actually didn't really care? And people aren't like spam posting about AFK farming now? What's up with that? Like, I kind of miss. Is it wrong that I kind of missed the AFK farming threads?
There's always an AFK farming
Is there?
post.
I haven't seen it. Am I
Is.
just not paying attention? I mean, like that's possible, I guess.
Yeah, but sometimes they're not like, oh my god, can you believe this? They're not like outraged, but there is like a, hey guys, what's this? Like screenshot where it's clear the person is just debating, like they know exactly what it is, but they're just trying to like stoke anger, you know, because it is free karma. Like you can just, anyone who wants some free post karma can like take a screenshot of AFK farming happening and post it on the gw2 subreddit and like ask some dumbass question. Like, can I do this on any profession? And they'll get like a shit ton of karma.
Yeah. I don't know, I just feel like our psyop was maybe a bit too effective. I feel like we actually kind of killed our own content to an extent.
Yeah, I do think a lot of people have like, you know, sort of realized that it doesn't really matter. But.
Yeah. It's interesting. Did you see the post about Umbriel like breaking people, like actually destroying people mentally?
I like that. That's good.
You know, is it wrong that I think he's kind of right to an extent? To be honest, like it is way harder than the other ones. So if you get it, it's like, oh my god, you know, it's gonna be a bit of a rough one.
Yeah, I mean, that's a design issue when you have like 3 easy mode fights and then, you know, 1 legitimate fight, and you're like, oh.
What do you think should be done with embodiment of sin? Look, I'm gonna just be real. I'm gonna be real with you. 2-8 window is up. That shit is staying how it is. And honestly, at this point, it's okay. If you want my actual full take on this, yeah, exactly. I actually don't think they should go back and fix it. Like, I have very serious concerns that they are struggling with the development load when it comes to encounter design anyway, like in terms of open world encounter design, in terms of fractal encounter design, in terms of the raid encounter design. So at the end of the day, I don't think they should go back and fix it, because if they do, that's potentially going to scuff Wing 8 and like the open world in Janthea Wilds. Like, I really do want to see, you know, I want to see them go back and actually address issues with previous content. And yeah, I would say Embodiment of Sin is kind of a problem. It's really not fun at all, honestly, to play. I think it has some like design issues with it, and it is also weird that it's. I don't even know. Like, it's very weird comparing it to the legendary mode. I feel like it's harder in a very different way. To be honest, it's easier in some ways, but harder in other ways. It's kind of weird. To be honest, like with how it works out. But yeah, it's definitely more It's more cancerous than legendary mode. That's definitely the case. And I guess that's maybe an issue.
It's worth remembering. Power creep will fix it.
Yeah, it's true. It will also fix it, yeah. I think, you know, man, I really want to say, I feel really bad saying this, but I think, like, Embodiment of Sin, and actually Legendary Ceres in general, is kind of colored a little bit by the fact, I think this is the first time in history that skill level went down, in terms of, like, the progression culture that existed.
Really?
Yeah, 100%. Yeah, I think people are worse than they were with HTCM.
Okay, so before HTCM, you know, there was a certain skill level, and it did force people to get good.
Yeah.
Well, I think so. Here's the thing. I think people did get better, but at a very specific thing, which is doing DPS rotations on Condivert and doing DPS rotations on CondiRev.
I mean, yeah,
those
that's
two
definitely
things
true.
people have gotten very good at.
Well,
like,
what I mean is that I feel like when HTCM came out, I feel like people were pretty sharp actually. With Ceres, I did not feel that, to be honest. I think that people were a bit. No, I don't think people were as good with Ceres than with HTCM. I think, if I'm being
you mean just like
real.
from like learning mechanics and like, or like, the actual nuts and bolts of progression. Like, okay, here's the thing that we're failing to. Here's what I have to do to fix it. Now I implement that.
Yeah,
sort of
kind of that, and also just I would just say kind of like general skill level. I don't think people were as like as well, people were very try hard, right? But I don't think people were have been like as consistently active, like going up to Ceres and embodiment as they were for previous
I almost feel
content.
that it was too hard. That I think there was a lot of like, you know, mid-core people who were like, all right, I'm gonna put on my big boy pants and get HTCM done, you know. But then I think that there were people that saw Legendary Sears progression and were like, it's not for me. And they just didn't even try.
Yeah. I guess that's how it goes. Got an interesting situation. Well, what I'm trying to say here is that I don't think people are as try hard now as they were for older content. To be honest, I think that with every release of raids, like there's been like skill, like people have powered up, in my opinion. I think people have gone into every piece of content at a higher skill level than the previous one. Like pretty much always, like especially when you look at stuff like HTCM, like that made people get better at the game, I think. Whereas I don't really feel like that was the same with Ceres, to be honest. I think that I don't think there was the same level of kind of leap that happened between HTCM and Ceres that happened with stuff previously. What I'm trying to say is that I think that the teams were better during HTCM progression than they were during Ceres progression.
Well, there was also more people.
Yeah. I think that obviously contributes. Yeah, it's for sure. Yes. Had to get people ready for Ceres. We had dagged it. Yeah, for sure. I think there was definitely a higher expectation going into it. To admit that it was bad. And look, one of the things that... Okay, I find it really hard to talk about this, actually, Station and Barney, because I am the leader, and I have a responsibility to my team. I have respect for my team, and I kind of... There are some things that it's okay to think, but you probably shouldn't say, right? Because it's kind of... You're involving other people in this. But yeah, look, we'll cut the bullshit. Yeah, I do not think my team was particularly good during Ceres. Yeah, of course. Yeah, I don't. But the thing is that I don't really like expressing that because there's no action point there, right? That's like a thing that shouldn't be, you know, like, again, I've said it now, so I've already fucked up. Like, we'll be honest here. But like, me sharing that information isn't super productive, in my opinion. Like, I think it could be something good for, like, to talk about internally, right? And you know, like, try and fix that issue. I'm trying to fix that issue as well. But yeah, exactly. Like, you know, that type of conversation I think is unproductive. Like, I feel okay saying that because I have actually expressed that to a lot of people privately that, yeah, I want to do a lot better next time. And obviously you can kind of say it in a more productive way. I said it in a very blunt way there. But, like, when I'm being real and we're talking about this, I'm like, yeah, I think we underperformed. I think that at the end of the day, we were not sharp going into that. We were not well prepared. We were not mechanically sharp, right? And, yeah, I think our performance was not where I'd like it to be, right? And like, that's, like, the long way of putting it. But, yeah, I do think that. I do not think that we played as well as when we played in HTCM, yeah, for sure.
I think, like, part of it, too, is that, you know, we didn't have the strike manifesto.
Yeah.
So who the fuck knew?
Yeah, no one had any fucking clue, right?
If you had known a month ahead of time that it was going to be, like, if ArenaNet had come out and said this is going to be at least as hard as HTCM, possibly harder, you know, then it gives you a month to recruit like the exact team that you want.
Yep.
As opposed to like, you know, the day of the patch going, who's online? And then going, oh, guess what? I'm in for a week-long progression with like, you know, not random people, but like, you know, just the people that probably went into it thinking it was going to be a one-day progression.
Quick DM for you there as well, Nike, actually. Yeah, so that, yeah.
That's fun.
Yeah. Indeed.
And you know, it goes back to what I say with progression is like it's a certain like you can be a very good player and not into progression and not like good at progression.
For sure, it's a very special type of skill. Like it's a different experience. It's like doing progression is very different to, you know, like grinding a speedrun or something. It's a different skill set and mindset that you have to have. Yo, Pramac, thanks for the prime. Yeah, and I think that is also a big part of it, right? Like in general, like the gw2 community is not used to progression, so it's like it is a bit of an alien environment to find yourself in, right? With how to
you can
approach
have people
like
you can have people that you really respect, and like you're like, wow, this person's a really good player, but their fucking mental is so weak because they're not used to progression.
Yeah.
That like they wipe like 30 times and they're already starting to doom. And it's like, bro, we have another 250 pulse. like you can't start crumbling after 30.
Yep.
Come on, man.
We're going. Yes. That's kind of like another thing there as well. Yeah. Oh no, I really do want to see the at least the Fractal Manifesto. I've already, well, there's a video in the works right now actually that I will admit is kind of aimed at getting people talking about it to the point where hopefully there's you know, it triggers like proper discussion on this and hopefully we can get some feedback. That's kind of my goal, to be honest, because I think it's so fucking important. Like, if ArenaNet sleeps on this, I'm actually going to cry. Like, they need to sort this. Because, like, fractals are so important. Not only because most people play them, right? And it's almost weird to me, right? Like, okay, I'm going to say this as someone who prefers a raid. It's so weird to me that we're doing 3 raid bosses and 1 fractal and not the other way around, okay? Like, why? Why are we doing it like this? It just seems to make way more sense to have a really sick-ass fractal and then have, like, 1 good raid boss. You know what I mean? Like, that would be... See, I feel like that would be the better way to go for the game. Especially because
like a fractal with 3... Like a nightmare fractal, basically?
Yeah, exactly. Like, a really sick-ass dungeon with a challenge mode, and then you have, like, you know, 1 or 2 raid bosses, something like that. Again, I think they're really struggling here because... they're spread thin, right? Like, it's not a good look when you release 1 raid boss a year, right? That's rough. But it's also not a good look when you release 1 dungeon a year. That's also pretty rough, I think. But I don't know. Yeah. It's tough. You know, and look, we always talk about this, right? But at the end of the day, the issue here is always there needs to be more, right? Like, there's not enough, and ArenaNet seem to have difficulty with kind of this type of you know, development schedule, right? I almost think if they'd be better off kind of doing an expansion every 1.5 years instead, right? And like slowing it down a little bit, as opposed to every year.
Here's my issue with that. I don't know if that would fix the problem. Because there's certain, like, so here's an example from when I worked a 9-to-5 office job.
Yep.
Some weeks we would have like an incentive thing where they said, okay, if we were at our goal by Thursday close of business, or then Friday is going to be a half day. So essentially you had to, you know, do 5 days worth of work in 4, and then you got, you know, a half day.
Yep.
So from their perspective, they got, like, it's like they're giving you a half day off, but really they're getting an extra half day's worth of productivity out of you. So it's like a pretty good trade from their end. But what it proved is that, you know, people could do 5 days worth of productivity in 4 days if they wanted to. So the thing is, I feel like what happens is you give ArenaNet an extra 6 months to make an X-Pack, And rather than getting an X pack that's 6 months better, you get the same X pack, but the ANET employees like get to fuck around in the office and play Nerf guns and like go to lunch and have onion rings.
Like Roy, he loves that stuff.
Yeah, instead of doing like, you know, oh man, I'm gonna get lunch and like, you know, eat in the cafeteria and then get back to my desk and finish my project. They're like, oh, I'm gonna take a 2-hour lunch, you know, take the team to a Sonic drive-through. We're all gonna get onion rings and shakes. It's gonna be great, you know. Like they just waste more time. Like, and the productivity stays the exact same, but the time, you just give them more time. And I know that's a very anti-worker thing to say, but like it's kind of pro-worker in that, like, they're not asking people to do extra productivity for nothing, which is definitely something I'm against. It's just being realistic about what can people realistically do in a year without getting burned out or crunched.
Yeah, I mean, you game dev,
avoid.
Exactly, yeah, and you know that's obviously something you don't want to have. It's something that ArenaNet is certainly very against. Like that's something that you know they bring up in you know, a lot of their messaging, right? Is that they want to have like a healthy work-life balance, which I think is very admirable. Actually, it's uncommon in the industry. It's refreshing even to see that kind of value, right?
That's their competitive advantage in hiring.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah,
because they can't compete with Amazon for money, or even Blizzard for money, and they definitely can't compete with Microsoft for money. So what can they offer people that these other companies don't? And that's a better work-life balance.
Yep. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. It's just... I'm in this really weird spot, Nike, to be honest. I see people excited about Janthea Wilds.
Janitor Worlds.
Yeah, I see it. I see people hyped about this stuff, and the features look great. But the thing that I always come back to and think about is like, man, I'm not sure if I see evidence that they're going to be able to pull it off, right? And
that's the worry.
Yeah, like that's the big concern to me. But the thing is, I was talking to this with Silhouette, right? It's like, man, I don't really want to be that guy, right? To point that out, you know, I'm stuck, really. Because, you know, on the one hand, you know, I think it's important to go like, well, hang on a minute. Like, we should probably temper our expectations, because I think I'm kind of scared, to be honest, that what's going to happen is that people are going to go in with very, very high expectations, and then things are not going to be quite what people are expecting, and it's going to, like, fucking crate. It's going to be, like, a big crash and burn situation. Not in terms of the expat, but just, like, people's morale, basically. Regarding the game, I think it could happen. And it's like, oh, man, bro, like, I don't even want to deal with this shit. Like, this is not going to be fun at all to interact with this, but I don't know.
Yeah, it's kind of, I mean, but it's a thing where, you know, actions speak louder than words.
Yeah.
They have to earn your trust. Like, yeah, they have not shipped the most polished products ever the last 2 expansions. Yeah. So, you know, the features, like you said, sound great, but like it's very reasonable to go, well, how polished are these things going to be? Yeah.
Like, what's it actually going to look like? And like, what's the quality? Like, in particular, I am very worried about Wing 8. I'm just going to say it, guys. I'm worried. If we look at the encounter design in Soto, it wasn't good, right? And bear in mind, they still have to do the open world maps. They're actually doing an additional boss. They're doing 3 bosses, right? Instead of 2 strike missions. And in terms of instance content, like, 1 was good. I will say that some of it was kind of a coincidence, right, as well, that it was good. Like, Ceros was kind of lucky. Things worked out really well for ArenaNet, which, hey, they capitalized on it well, respect. But yeah, I'm worried. I am really worried. Like, I really want... I wonder if they'd ever consider something like a beta. You know how they did, like, the Wing 1 beta back in the day? Like, they opened up Veil Guardian?
Where they show the first boss.
Yeah, I wonder if they'd ever consider doing something like that, right? And, like, getting some very early feedback. Like, you know...
Kind of undercuts world first, though, if you let people prog on a boss. I don't know. I mean, I guess that's not a problem.
Well, it would just be normal, right? They're already doing this. They're releasing the normal mode early. Like, nobody's gonna like, care for worlds first on normal mode, right?
Yeah.
Because I assume it's going to be like a normal mode strike, right? It's not going to be hard.
Yeah, if you're only doing it for the purpose of, like, finding bugs, then I think that makes sense. Like, if you're like, hey, we're going to have a beta where you can play, like, the normal mode of the first boss. Please try to find bugs. Please try to break the, you know, like break things.
But I would say Ceres is probably the best designed fight in the game. That's definitely true. But again, it's like the other ones are like the worst design fights in the game. Like that has me a little bit worried. Like what's going on there? Like how does the same studio make Dagda and Ceres? What's going on? Why? How? Like how does that same studio then make Ceres as well? Eparch, right? Like what is going on here? Like what is this? This is very concerning to me. It's like, yeah, sure. Like ArenaNet definitely, and this is why, you know, one of the videos I always toss and turn in my head, I want to make like the fucking actual ArenaNet rant video. Like I fucking hate this company, dude. Like they're a company that I actually feel good about giving money, right? And that's rare, by the way. Like when you realistically, when you spend money on a company, you kind of go, ick, right? Like, you know, this is not a good company, but it is what it is. I want my product, right? That it's very uncommon that you actually have a company that has, in my opinion, some pretty robust ethics. Like loot boxes aside, that's like the black mark, right? Like, but outside of that, it's a good ethical company. I like that. It makes me very happy. And the thing is, when they get it right, it's so good. Right? Like, you know, when they nail stuff, when they nail Dragon's End, when they hit HTCM, when they hit Ceres, when they do Nightmare Fractal, right? Like when they're able to execute mounts, right? And all the things they do that are amazing. It's like, holy shit, it's so good. This is fucking fire, right? And then you really believe like, yo, like this game actually does stand toe-to-toe with World of Warcraft and Final Fantasy. That's hype, right? That feels super exciting. Like when they deliver, they really deliver. You know, they are a competitor, right? They are up there with these like other amazing games. But then they just don't, right? Like it's like, what are we doing, guys? Like what's going on? You know, it's so frustrating like to be kind of a part of the Guild Wars 2 community and kind of be in the ArenaNet sphere. Is because when they hit it, and when they miss, oh boy, do they fucking miss, right? Where's the consistency, you know, with this stuff?
Very little rhyme or reason to it.
Yeah, it's like, look, you know, I say this, but this should set alarm bells ringing. I have no idea if Wing 8 is going to be good. I don't know if Janthea Wilds is going to be good, right? You know, it does say something. I'm pretty confident player housing will be good because they've got a good track record when it comes to like systemic design on this stuff, like, you know, features and stuff. They're good at that. But the content, when it comes to the content, I'm fucking clueless. I have no idea if the open world's going to be good. I have no idea if the raids are going to be good. At this point, I think the fractal isn't going to be good, right? If we're being real here, right? With all this stuff, like, what are we doing? And even the story I'm shaky on because, you know, they've been very inconsistent on this. Like, Soto started out really strong. It kind of flailed, like, in the follow-up patches. Like, Icebrood Saga started off really strong. That completely flailed and fumbled at the end as well. It's just, it's a really, I don't want to say frustrating because I don't want to be very negative here. Like, I don't have ill will towards ArenaNet, right? Like, I want to make that very, very clear. Quite the opposite, in fact. Like, nothing will make me happier than watching them succeed. Serious, and I actually mean that, right? Okay, let me bootlick and simp for some corporations real quick. But yeah, I think they're a good company, and it's good when they succeed. But man, is it frustrating because it's just so inconsistent, right? Like, I don't know if they're going to succeed. I have no way of knowing, right? With this stuff. It's just like, oh man, come on, guys, let's do it.
I go back to thinking about Freezy a lot.
Yeah.
About how it was designed by an intern. Like, yeah, it's balanced to be very easy, but mechanically speaking, it's a good fight. And an intern did it. Yeah. Like, on the side. It wasn't even their assigned project. It was just like they did it for fun. They're like, hey, here's a boss I made. And ArenaNet was like, hey, that's a good boss. Let's put it in, you know, in the thing. Fucking do more of that. You know, every time the interns show up at the beginning of every semester, you go, oh, and by the way, guys, we're running a contest for who can build the best boss. Yeah. You know, here's our boss design, dev tools, and we're going to teach you how to use them. It's like one of the things that you're going to learn here. And then at the end of the semester, you can show your boss, and the best 2 bosses make it into the game. Well, guess what? You just fucking got 2 really good bosses that cost you 0, or cost you like a very little salary, like relatively little compared to, you know, and required no management either because it's a side project, so the people did it on their own. Like, that seems like, I don't know how their internal structure is, but like there's no excuse for there to be a Dagda when you have interns that are designing Freezy. Like, just let the interns loose, or even have it be a company-wide thing where, you know, any dev at the company can design a boss, and then you have a contest where you get like a bonus or something if you design like the best boss, and they put it in the game.
Yeah, and yet
see, like the reason I say interns and not just like the reason why, because one, Freezy was done by an intern, but the thing about interns is, one, they're youthful, and they're not completely brain broken by corporate culture and the quote unquote way things are done. That they can bring fresh perspectives and fresh ideas, and they can look at the dev tools that have existed since Wing 1 for designing bosses, and they can go, well, hold on, we can do a boss that does this and that no one's done before, because they're looking at it with fresh eyes. So there is like the outsider sort of viewpoint that I think does lead to more creativity that they should take advantage of when possible.
And to be clear, guys, I'm not let me actually let me say something here. When it comes to like don't stop being negative for the sake of being negative, I don't want to be negative. It's not fun, right? Like, why have I not been streaming? The reason why I'm not streaming nearly as much, guys, is because when I talk about the game, it always ends up being critical, because it's kind of like how I actually feel about the game. It's kind of like what I see as the truth. It's just not fun. I don't want to be like bathing in all of this like negativity all the time. It's just not. It's not good. I don't like it.
Into your skin.
I don't want to be a part of that, right? I don't want to be in that type of environment. And yeah, like a lot of conversations about Guild Wars 2, they are inevitably going to come around to these topics, because like you can dance around, you can dance around the topics as much as you want, but at the end of the day, there are these core issues that have been around for a very, very long time. They're not new, and you're going to eventually run into them, right? Like there's no way you can like dodge them forever. It very much is what it is. Yeah. Exfoliate, then apply putrid balm. Yeah, indeed. ArenaNet hasn't given a single thing to be positive about. No, actually, you know, this is actually the worst part. Some guy named. No. Like, I'm trying to think of like a good kind of analogy that isn't like in some way kind of mean or offensive, but like ArenaNet is just fucking random, right? In a way, like, yeah, I think Embassy told us, because this is what happened when I was playing M+ in season 2. Like, we would like feed to a key over and over again, right? Let me tell you this, guys. When we were doing Mythic Plus for the first time, like, we would get crushed by certain dungeons over and over again, and then just almost randomly, we would just pop off and absolutely demolish a really hard dungeon, right? Like, this happened a couple of times. It absolutely happened a couple of times in like season 3 as well. And it just happens sometimes, right? Like, you just kind of pop off, like everything clicks into place, everything goes your way, and you just make it happen, right? That is the descriptor for ArenaNet, right? It's like, you can see that there's problems and there's struggles and there's difficulties, and it's the same ones. It's, you know, it doesn't like stop. It continues, right? But sometimes they just fucking proc, right? You know, they just, like, I don't know. They just pop off, right? And it just goes really well, and then it's brilliant, right? Like that. This is the situation. I don't know. That is the situation. I'm dead. It's over. I'm ascending.
Listen, that's how you get kills.
Yeah?
You gotta wait till you call a spike on the enemy team, on one of their players, and if both of your damage guys crit, then the boss dies.
Exactly, yeah. Yeah, that's how it's got to be done. Yeah.
Are you about to get Gormandized?
Yeah, I am. I got Gormandized by this Reaper. He just feasted on me. Feels bad.
Well, I'll say this: the spears are something that I'm very
those are gonna be cool
about. Everything we've seen so far looks great, and the only one I want to be bad is Ellie, just because I want to laugh at the Ellie players. But I know they'll be the maddest if their spear is bad.
The funny thing is, WrathBB, you're actually pointing out a strength of WoW's combat system. Yeah, WoW's combat system is easier to learn. That's a good thing. A lot of like the mechanical design is there. The skill cap is still like super high, right? But like absolutely, yeah. Like the game being easy to learn is a good thing. Like the fact that Guild Wars 2 is a bit opaque is kind of not. You don't really want that, to be honest. It's not ideal. Ah, Roy. I am on Ettin's back. Yeah, Ettin's back. Oh, are there any plans to actually kind of
Yeah, who came up with the names for these servers? I think Reddit was memeing on the names.
Yeah.
Like one of the names was like, you know, like Skrit's Butthole or something like that, and I thought that was like a really weird name for a server.
Yeah. But yeah, like, is there any plans to actually update the API, by the way, for this? Actually, I think it actually is. I need to just change my bot to use like the different API. But yeah. You've been playing this game for too long, which will naturally make you tend to look at the negative side of things a bit more often than the casual player would. I'm not saying that you're completely wrong, but it's a factor. No, I actually think you're wrong here. One, I don't think it's to do with time. I think the casual part is the right part. I look at every single game this way. There are things about World of Warcraft that I think are absolute dog shit, and I notice them almost immediately. No, you're incorrect. It's not about the time, to be honest. It's very much about how I engage with the product. How I engage with the game itself.
So one thing too is that the casual player who just installed the game or is just playing might not be able to vocalize why they don't like something, but what'll just end up happening is that they just won't be having as much fun and they just won't log in again. And you know, they're not going to be able to say, well, this boss was slightly overtuned, or the acquisition method of getting this thing wasn't good. No, they're just going to go, I wasn't having fun, and then they log out and never come back in. Yeah. They don't need to be able to articulate it. They don't need to know all the systems in and out the way that like veteran players do. That veteran players can articulate like in minute detail, but they have like whether or not they're having fun, and that is 100% linked to these things.
Yes. But yeah, honestly, world restructuring. Actually, is there going to be any insight coming from you guys, Roy? Actually, on this, I'm super interested to see like how your like internal metrics are actually on like how it's going, because I obviously like you're going to be tracking everything right now, like all the data and stuff like that. I'm super interested to hear like how it's going. It's kind of hard for me to tell like on the playground. I've been playing World vs. World a fair bit. It doesn't feel super different to me, to be honest. I'm not gonna lie, like from like how many people are about, all that kind of stuff. Haven't really seen like huge changes from a gameplay perspective, but you know, I'm really curious, like, what it looks like from the metrics point of view. Like, how much more active is it? Like, you know, are people playing at the same time, right? Like, is it fixing issues, like, where, like, people are kind of logging on differently, so, like, prime time is kind of weird. I'm really interested about that stuff, like, with what's going on with it. Because, you know, I'm very intrigued to see, like, how the matchmaker's doing and stuff. Yes. It's pretty hype. Very nice. Solar will return in glory and make Guild Wars 2 into the best MMO.
I doubt that.
Yeah, I doubt that. Maybe it's time, actually, to have the Solar interview. Let's call him on Discord. Let's bring him in.
Holy shit. He doesn't want to get sued. I think he is dodging questions about Guild Wars 2.
Yeah. He'd unleash.
Plus, he might want another job in the industry.
Yeah.
So, best not to get...
And I feel like if people found out the way he behaved, that's probably going to be a bit rough either way, right? Like, I think he already crossed that line, you know, with with employability.
Yeah, I don't know. Does he have a Google problem? Is the question.
It was the constant fear of feeling behind for me in WoW, even starting a new class. I'll be honest, just couldn't deal with it. They played other games with gear treadmills, but WoW just felt more intense. You know, honestly,
the gear isn't the thing that you're falling.
Yeah, it's the content. Yeah, like that's where you're falling behind. And honestly, I actually think there's some very big legitimacy to this one. Like, dude, like I can't believe I would ever say this, but I actually do kind of wish WoW would release content slower. It is like very difficult to actually keep up with it. Like, to be fair, that is from the grind perspective. Like, because I want to play loads of characters, I want to like do a lot of mythic raiding, I want to do high M+. Holy shit! Like trying to do like trying to get into and start like getting a foothold in hardcore mythic raiding and high keys is brutal. Holy shit. It is really time intensive. It's extremely time intensive to do that because of how much you have to play in order to kind of like reach the skill level to complete this content consistently in any kind of reasonable amount of time. Like, just for reference, guys, like when in season 2 of WoW, we got the title, right? We got top 0.1% in Mythic Plus. I'm pretty sure me and the team, we were playing 6 hours a day, like every single day, pretty much. And we were just grinding these dungeons, trying to get good enough to clear them on like the higher difficulty settings. And by the way, we weren't even close to the highest level of difficulty, right? Like, you know, compared to like the professional players who play the game professionally, we are fucking dog shit, right? And we were like grinding like crazy. It was like, and we just barely made it. Like the rating cutoff was 3,620. We were 3,650. So we were just like just barely over it, and we were playing a shit ton. To do that. So to be clear, I don't think you need a lot of hours to keep up with like, you know, say heroic and you're like keeping your characters geared up, and wow, that's not the hard part, but like trying to get good, right, and to play the game a little bit competitively and kind of improve your skill, it is actually a huge time investment. Yeah, it's like very time investment. Yeah. Is there a competition? Yeah, there is. Yeah, there are competitions for Mythic Plus every season. Actually, there are 2 tournaments called the Great Push and 2 called MDI. MDI is like a speedrun tournament, and TGP is who can do the highest one, basically. It's actually big money too. It's like 100 grand for each of those tournaments, $100,000 prize pool. So there's like 4 tournaments a year basically, which is pretty cool. Same with PvP. There's also like PvP tournaments, like arena, like it's like the arena style stuff. It's again 100 grand. It's pretty nice. Yeah. When is the raid tournament? Oh, yeah, we got... Yo, also, Roy's here. Let's go. I think we're going to be doing... let me actually just send you this shit. I'm sending you the doc, Sneb. I'm sending you the doc.
Doc got game?
Ah, Doc got game. You know, he's kind of back, you know.
Yeah. But you know what? It's a good thing I never forget. So... You can try to make a comeback, but I'll be there to remind people. Yeah. So there's that.
Yeah. Raid taunt? Yeah, I actually, well, look, Roy, I actually do want to, I really want to do a Master of the Arena 3, actually. Because I like that tournament. But PvP's fucking dead, so we'll see. But yeah, no, I have a couple of plans for after the expansion. Involving some
what
tournaments.
Difficulty mode will the raid tournament be for Wing 8?
I mean, we'll have to kind of see. I think my
Maybe
goal
CM
would be CM, yeah. Like my goal would be CM rather than Legendary, I think, yeah. Would be where it's probably gonna go. Dude, we got some like fucking GVG going on.
It'd be cool though afterwards to have like a bonus round where it's a Legendary speed clear. Once like assuming people can get Legendary on farm. Like reliably.
Yeah. Yeah, that's, I think it will probably be CM. I think for, what's going to be weird, actually, is doing Ready Check Cup. Kind of like the entry-level tournaments is like, what difficulty level? Because the thing is, if the difficulty is like normal mode strikes, that's way too easy, even for like the entry-level tournament. You know, do you know one thing that's really difficult about Ready Check Cup in particular? Is that, do you know what happens with Ready Check Cup? Teams that are not, like, experienced and, like, hardcore, do you know what they do? Guys, check this out. Look, I'm going to blow your mind. They practice. And when they do, they actually get quite good quite fast.
They
right?
catch up really fast.
Yeah. So the reason why Ready Check Cup always appears to be kind of high level is because what happens is the following, yeah? Like, you have, like, a static that's doing weekly clears. Maybe they do CMs, right? Like, you know, they farm. They farm the content, right? What happens is that a team like that massively powers up. Like, in the, you know, the lead up to the tournament, right? Like, the months up to the tournament. They, like, power up big time, right? Like, for all this kind of stuff.
They're normal weekly clears. Not everyone's running like the best builds. They're not running the best comp. They're not doing the try-hard strats, and they're not practicing the try-hard strats. So they might go, oh, we're not that good, but then, you know, they actually start running the right shit, and they start doing the right strats, and with a little bit of practice, they go, oh, we're not actually that bad.
Exactly. Which I think is pretty interesting. But it kind of, it's really hard to actually run like a full Peepo tournament because people just get better, right? Like you very rarely have that many teams that are in these tournaments that are actual like Peepos, basically. And when they do, they kind of get crushed by the Peepos that went to the gym, right? Like there's, you have like the Pepes that are like very muscular. It's like that's what happens, right? Like they kind of work out and get juiced up and then kind of blast. But yeah.
That's a lot of red.
Yeah, it is. There's some content. Like, this is kind of one of those really weird situations where I'm not sure if I'm supposed to be attacking right now, because it's kind of like a little GVG thing going on here, but it's also, they've got pugs in as well, so I have no fucking clue what I'm supposed to be doing currently. It's kind of one of those kind of like social, am I breaking the social taboo by casting my abilities right now? I don't know, if I'm being real.
No one on your own team is telling you to stop. So.
Yeah. I don't know what's going on. This is actually one thing that I, listen. Here is the situation. I really think ArenaNet need to do just a little bit more than world restructuring. I think alliances are a bit pointless. I think they kind of correctly identified that. But what I really want to see, actually, what I really want to see is a competitive infrastructure. Because I still feel like world restructuring is not going to make people kind of care about winning and like kind of competing in a sense. So you're like, one thing that's actually happening in World versus World that is kind of scuffed is that more and more people are just kind of playing the player-defined game mode, if that makes any sense, and completely ignoring the actual game-defined game mode, yeah? So,
yeah, they're not PPTing.
Yeah, and this leads, in my opinion, to some really unusual social scenarios where if you're a new player entering World versus World, you are not quote-unquote supposed to participate in a lot of the content, right? Like, public tags are relatively uncommon now, right? At this point, private tags are very common. Like, there can be maps that are full with no public tags on them. That, to me, is really weird. And I think the reason that happens is because people are just not interested in playing the game-defined game mode. They only want to play the player-defined game mode. I think the only way to prevent people from kind of doing that and essentially kind of making the game weird is by making the objective actually valuable to these players to the point where they want to engage, they want to compete, they want to kind of like have that more open experience and get people involved and get people engaged rather than playing in their own social groups, right? It's again, it's one of those things. This is so interesting. Like it's one of those things where nobody's doing anything wrong, but it's a negative outcome, right? If you know what I mean, right?
Well, that's a sandbox.
Yeah.
That's the potential flaw of a sandbox format.
Yeah. You know, it's funny because I'm kind of working on this video talking about this example because I was thinking about how casual players feel like they're being excluded, right? And I was thinking about this a lot, and then I realized, or rather, the kind of the take I have on it now is that it's one of these situations. They are being excluded, but in a way it's not intentional or targeted, right? Like, all that's happening is that hardcore players are saying, hey, I want to play with other hardcore players, right? And they're saying, well, I want to play with other hardcore players. They're not excluding people as such. They're just saying, they're stating their preference, basically. Like, they're saying, I don't want to play with people who don't want to go hardcore, right? That's not really excluding people, not directly. It's kind of indirectly excluding people, I think. And I think that's kind of one of those situations where, again, it's not wrong to say, oh yeah, I want to play speedrun, I want to play hardcore. But it also does actually indirectly exclude people, right? And I was thinking about the way culture works in not just in Guild Wars 2, but other MMOs in general, especially WoW, actually. But all of the LFG culture, all of the raid culture is entirely set essentially by hardcore players. Like, that is where that culture comes from. So what you end up with this really interesting scenario where I think more casual players are kind of forced to interact with a very hardcore culture, essentially, or that's entirely defined by hardcore players, which I find to be really interesting. Because again, it's a system where nobody has done anything wrong, but some players end up losing. That is interesting.
Yeah.
My conclusion on that is actually that the in-game systems need to be better. It needs to basically empower people to make their own groups that suit their own needs. Like, right now, people don't feel empowered to do that, or they feel like it's too much effort. Like, the way that you can handle this is quite simple. Like, you have to essentially create... you have to create systems that do actually empower players to... you know, that do empower players to do this, even players who aren't necessarily like, you know, like big tryhards or like sweat lords and stuff like that. Like, that's kind of like the type of environment that you need. Whether that's possible or not, well, I guess that's another thing entirely. Whoa, there's actually skill lag. What the fuck? That's actually crazy.
Spear on Warrior is gonna be so fucking good in World v World. Because it splinters and hits the blob. That's so good.
Yeah, I think there's a concern with, like, reflects and stuff, but, I mean, like, there's potential you can get around that with, like, unblockable stuff, I suppose,
yeah.
but...
Signamite.
Yeah.
Pop, pop,
pop. But yeah, there's...
the burst is an evade frame, so you're just going to be able to, like...
Yeah, that is cool, actually. That's powerful.
Wait till there's a bunch of dudes and then pop
Scary,
off.
even. Yeah. Yes. The private tags are public, but all you have to do is join Discord 90% of the time if they aren't actual guild raids. People do not even do that bare minimum of joining Discord. Yeah, people don't want to do that, though, to be honest. And I think that is very understandable. Like, because the thing is, I actually kind of agree with that. I don't really want to join Discord every single time I play World versus World. Like, I'm down to do it for, like, guild raids, obviously, like 100%. But I think it actually really, you know, I really miss, there are two things that I really miss in Guild Wars 2 culture. Pug raids being fun, right? Like, they aren't anymore. And open tag World versus World. Like, I fucking miss that. And one of the things that I'll probably end up doing, maybe, is I want to do some open tags, like when I start actually playing World vs. World, and if I end up doing that. Because, yeah, you got to be the change you want to see in the world, right? At the end of the day. And, yeah, I really miss those things, honestly, I do. It's annoying and shouldn't happen. No, you're wrong. If people want to private tag, that's entirely their right to do that. Like, it's, you know, again, you got to be really clear here. Nobody is doing anything wrong here, right? Dude, fucking Roy just immediately left. He, like, rage quit instantly, right? Nobody is doing anything wrong in these situations. Like, people can set up groups any way they want, right? But, yeah, is what it is. When you transfer servers now, does that still exist? Yeah, I mean, I think you can still transfer from EU to NA. That's still a thing. But yeah, it just, you know, it instead of like... I mean, look, servers were always a construct, right? Like, it's not like WoW, where, like, a server is actually a thing. And, hell, it's not even like that in retail. It is in Classic, but... and honestly, even there, they only simulate it. But, yeah, like, it's not like an actual thing. It's like a flag, basically, that tells you where you're supposed to be. Are you going to set up a guild for that, or with Fungo? I mean, yeah, we'll probably just use Hardstuck, right? Like, that seems like a one to use. But, send me the 300 gold. I'll open tag every day. I don't want to pay the price. You know, the trouble is that I actually don't believe you. Anyone who's not willing to pay the 300 gold doesn't have what it takes, if we're being real. Nah, I'll challenge you on that. 300 gold is not a lot. Oh. Oh, no. I have to fight a Virtuoso on, like, Zerg Firebrand. This is going to be rough. Oh, no. I'm also being roamed as well. Well, you hate to see it. Ugh. No. See, this is a classic situation, guys. Look, I nearly got him. I was able to confuse the world versus world player by doing some kiting. That's an absolute classic, guys. That's the PvP advantage there. Unlucky. We've got to go to the garrison, apparently. When you giving away tag? Yeah, and the thing is, when I did give away the tag, none of them tagged up. That's the thing, like 0.
Yeah, the price of the tag is not what's standing in the way of people tagging up and doing and leading things.
Pretty much.
In that regard, the price of the tag is kind of good.
Yeah. 300 gold is a lot if you have a real life and play only 1 hour per day. I mean, yeah, that's true, but I mean, literally, look, if you play 1 hour a day...
so you only play an hour a day, what are you going to do with the tag?
Yeah, and also...
What are you going to do, tag up and do open world? You're going to do open tag, world v world for an hour a day? That'll be really fun for everybody that joins your squad. You'll do a lot.
To be clear, though, you can work towards it, even in those situations, I think. But, you know, obviously, yeah, like, if you're only playing an hour a day, like, your progress is going to be limited, right? Like, yeah, for sure. And you have to be, look, you know, it's funny. When you play a limited amount, right, you actually have to be very tactical with your time to make progress, right? Like, and trust me, by the way, I have been there, right? I know that, oh, yeah, I play a lot now. But listen, guys, I really want to be clear. I have been there. I have been in situations where I've only had, like, again, an hour or two a day to play video games right at the end of the day, like, when I got home. And I've had to, like, go to bed almost immediately. Like, I can play a game for, like, honestly, sometimes less than an hour a day. I have been there. I know what it's like to do that, guys. I was fucking grinding the SC2 ladder, right, in my, you know, in my youth, right? And yeah, I wasn't able to play that much because of, like, real life stuff, yeah? Like, it is doable. You do have to kind of put a bit of effort into organize and schedule your time when you're not playing with, like, big hours. 100%, yeah, of course. I wish there was more detailed guides on how to commander this for different content. You know, like, I did want to make stuff like that for Hardstuck. We even have that for a lot of the open world events. But the truth is, tag up and fucking play the game. Like, that is the rule for almost all of the content, right? Do your thing. Well, to be honest, right, I think that it's just very scuffed that, basically, squad functionality is behind, like, an in-game purchase. That, to me, is, like, inherently weird, because, it should be baseline, right?
Without having, you should have the tools to make a group without having.
Yeah, because the reality is you cannot properly make a group until you have the commander tag. That is a fact, and that is strange. Like, the fact that it's like that. And of course, you could technically use a squad. You could use, like, a squad without the tag on the raid LFG. But the thing is, people don't join those because, you know, to put it bluntly, right, with Nike's term, it's noob stink, right? People are not going to join a tag, a group that doesn't have a tag. That is a red flag. It signals a less experienced player. It signals a higher fail rate, and it's just not a good sign, right? Like, when you have something like that, that's basically like a social marker, right, with the commander tag, people are going to play around that social marker, and not having that social marker will essentially be non-viable, right? So yeah, there essentially is no squad functionality in the game without the commander tag, because people will, well, yeah, I mean, they recognize you as noob stink, right? So it just doesn't work because of the way that people interact. Like, yeah, it doesn't make any sense that there is no, that you know, you have to pay for that. I think that a good compromise would be, like, make it so you have to pay to make your tag visible, right? Some of those you can still do markers, you can still be a leader, you can be a ready check. all that kind of stuff, and put markers down. You can do all of that, but if you want your tag to show up, you have to pay 300 gold. That is totally fine, actually. That would be a fair thing to have to pay 300 gold for. But the actual functionality itself should never be locked. 100%. But yeah. I do play multiplayer. Yeah, but here's the thing, Oriz. Look, I'm not saying that it's not like a substantial amount of gold. What I am saying, if you're not willing to spend 300 gold on it, then you haven't got what it takes, right? In my opinion, to lead, right? Like you don't care enough, right? And that's fair, by the way. This is not a criticism of you, but yeah. If you're like, I don't want to spend 300 gold on it, then you obviously don't feel strongly about it, right? Like, you just don't feel that strongly about doing it. So, I mean...
Yeah, if you can't convince yourself to invest 300 gold, why would Teapot invest 300 gold into you? He's going to look at you and go, well, this guy's not a good investment for my 300 gold. Like, he's not going to start tagging up for everything and make the community better.
And the other thing is that Seb's pointing out, he's absolutely right too, is that, yes, the tag increases your gold per hour, right? It allows you to be more efficient. It allows you to farm better. Like, that 300 gold will pay off, 100%. Like, yeah, it's an initial investment, but it absolutely will pay off over time.
I've definitely been at meta events where I was the only one there,
yeah.
And I'm like...
And you can just make it happen, right?
I need like
yeah.
at least 3 people to do this. So
yeah.
I tag up, and then, you know... people show up and then it gets done, and that wouldn't happen without the tag.
Do you actually apply to cast for Echo in the next race? Yeah, I did. Well, I think not specifically for this actually, but yeah, I sent in an application to join their talent team. Yeah, for sure. I think I was too slow though, unfortunately. You know, I went back over this because I didn't see it initially. Like, it was actually Rocker who sent me the application form, and it was like a week after they posted it. And then, you know, I took some time to like write my application out because I wanted it to be good. I had to actually like throw together. They wanted like a portfolio style thing, so I had to like throw something together that, you know, took a little bit of time, right? You know, with all that kind of stuff, and. Yeah, I think I was just too late. My application was perfect, so obviously, you know, if it was early enough, I would have got in for sure. But yeah, I did, yeah. I didn't get a response, though, unfortunately. Wait, he told some Echo people they should look into it? Wait, what do you mean? Wait, what? Wait, what happened, actually? Yeah. Yeah, because I didn't get a response. And look, to be clear, I'm not salty. You know, at the end of the day, there's some great people out there. And again, I think I was just too late. I think I just slacked on it straight up. I think because I was like a couple of weeks after they'd posted the talent recruitment form, so I'm pretty sure I was just too slow. But I'll do it again when they do it again, right? I think they probably recruit. Fair enough. Why Echo other than Liquid? Well, I mean, there's 2 reasons here. Like, Echo at EU and Liquid is NA. So if I'm gonna like work with Liquid, there's some potential awkwardness there, obviously. But I'd be down, by the way. Obviously, I'm a fucking degenerate. Let's go. But also, Echo was the one recruiting. So I mean, I don't know. Yeah, so I mean, yeah. So that's, you know, it's yeah. If Liquid put a form out, I'll apply to that one as well. Yeah, sure. Yeah. Yeah. Reminder, Mythic Plus is trash. That's true, actually. That is true. Heard you applied. Yeah, I was thinking about reaching out, actually. I haven't done this yet, but I'm planning on kind of talking to... I was thinking of like reaching out and talking to Preach and Max, actually, about how to get into this. Because like I'm really interested in the competitive scene of gaming, right? I mean, you guys know this, right? I like competitive gaming. I was thinking like, you know, how do I get started on this, right? Who do I talk to, right? Like to get involved in like TGP and MDI, right? Like how do I start that conversation, you know? So I was thinking like I was going to like have a chat with those guys and see if they've got any advice for me, you know? With that kind of stuff. Yeah. Why does Max's stream have more viewers than Liquid's actual Race to World's first production? I think there's a couple of reasons for this. I think Max is, one, a big streamer in his own right, yeah? People know Max, and, you know, he streams a lot himself, and he's always streamed the Race to Worlds first, right? Like, he's streamed on his account. He streamed before the Liquid account, if I'm not mistaken, actually. Liquid started doing their Race to Worlds first production afterwards, right? Like, you know, like kind of after Echo a little bit. They were, you know, they were just delayed on getting their productions. So people were kind of in tune with Max as like, oh yeah, I'm gonna go watch Liquid on Max's stream. And again, he's like a very established streamer. And of course, there are Echo streamers 100%, right? You do have, you know, people like Gingy, for example, who do stream a lot actually, like outside of the Race to Worlds first. So people watch those streams as well. But I also think that the Liquid, the Liquid, like, Race to Worlds first, it's just less established, I would say, compared to Echo, and of course Max's own stream as well. I do also say that the comms as well, like Echo typically don't stream with comms, so there's kind of, you want to watch the main Echo stream, right, as opposed to, say, Scripe stream, for example, because they just have a different... they have a different setup with like how they go about things. Like they're very focused on kind of, you know, the Echo production is what they want. And yeah, I'm not gonna lie, Preach is also a really big deal. Echo work with Preach a lot, and he is very good at hosting and kind of being involved in that side of the, you know, the Echo Race to Worlds first. So they have like some really, really good personality, basically, some really good talent on board with the Echo production that I think helps a lot. You know, like some really big fan favorites, again, like Preach and also Jeeth as well, right? I think people really enjoy kind of being a part of that as well. So yeah, that's I'd say why the Liquid stream, like people prefer to watch Max's stream over that with that.
Yeah, and a little bit of also I guess it's like if you are in the actual streamer's stream, you feel more veteran-like, I guess, whereas like watching like the main thing is like, that's like for people that like are dabblers, you know, like that's like the noob stink stream. And so it's like, I'm in the know, so I watch the actual
the actual POV
stream.
Right? Yeah, it's funny. Yeah. But yeah, I think you're not wrong there as well, right? I think that it is kind of a different experience when you're hearing the calls, right? You know, like Max's raid leading, right? And of course, you know, you're hearing the players kind of, you know, they're talking shit, right? They're laughing, they're having fun. That's a different experience, right? To what the production side shows, because, you know, it is very, very different having that. I think it's good to have both. Right? I think it's good to have both. It really is. I'm glad actually that Echo and Liquid aren't doing the same thing, right? Like that we do have Max having this different approach with when it comes to streaming the Race to Worlds first. I mean, no, I think it would be really cool to hear Echo's, you know, Echo's comms and so on as well. I think that's really interesting to hear like how they approach that, right? And, you know, like the moment-to-moment calls and gameplay there as well. It's pretty interesting stuff. You know, it's always interesting to kind of hear, you know, the actual, when they release the kill, and you can actually hear the calls, right? You can hear Scripe and Mirrors working together, right, to orchestrate the fight and kind of get it going. And what's also cool is that the teams often have different styles, right? Like, it's cool because Echo and Liquid, they're different guilds, right? They really are. They don't have the same approach to the content, right? And I think that makes it even more exciting, of course, because they have different culture, they have different strategies and ways they go about things, and often have a slightly different approach to the encounters as well. Of course, you'll see similarities, you know, like the fight is the fight. There's going to be certain things that are pretty obvious that you kind of want to do. But yeah, it's really interesting to watch for that reason, yeah. But yeah, Echo's production's really good. You know, there's no question about that. They do a really good job. Wait, what is going on here? Have you noticed that we have like a lunatic in the chat, Nike? I
mean, more than usual.
Yeah. Content. Do you have any thoughts on Revelation 1992?
I do believe he might not be everything he says he is.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
What do you mean by that?
Like, yeah, I live like in a country and I'm playing in an internet cafe. Like, I don't know if I buy into any of that.
Yeah.
I think he's role playing.
Interesting. I guess we'll find out. I do want to talk to him on stream at some point, actually. Fucking content.
He has, yeah. Like, if I was gonna roleplay as a guy like him, he is what I would be.
Oh,
so
really?
It makes, yeah.
See, it's too good
makes
to be
me-
true, essentially.
Yeah, it makes me feel like he's up to a jape.
You know what? Okay, here's actually a big take. You know, this is completely random. In the next Ready Check Cup, who will win? Cute Gamer Girls or Wicked Frogs?
Wait, who's on Wicked Frogs?
It's like
What guild is that?
it's Green Death. I think I'm dead.
Green Death is an Asperger's guy, so he could be potentially very good with a lot of practice.
It's over. Man, that's actually like the downside about this build. This build is really good in Zergs, but absolutely fucking terrible at 1v1. Definitely not something that it can really... Not something it can really do, to be honest. Feels bad. I want to do Ray Check Cup? Yeah, I don't think so, Noro. You have to play Benchmark Brawl. Or honestly, you guys should probably play the top tournament. Oh, man, there's
Are
no...
you Celestial?
Yeah, I am a Celestial gamer, yeah.
It's the only stat set.
It is the only relevant
viable
stat set, yeah. Wicked Frogs. That's going to be good. Is this a chat bot? I doubt it. It's been 2 years and the Valsburg Armory still bugs out. And look, I know, guys, we're like really beating a dead horse here, right? But I do think one of the things that I would really love to see ArenaNet focus on is kind of bug fixing, right? And addressing issues from older content, for sure.
Please refer to the sign once the expansion ships and they move on to a next development cycle.
Yeah.
If it ain't fixed by then, it ain't getting fixed.
Yeah,
Just
and that
accept
is...
it.
I'm not gonna lie, that's kind of bothering to me, right? Like, that is bothersome to me.
Yeah, it would be nice if they, you know...
Yeah.
Because, like, the Vastberg Armory thing does... It is, like, not game-breaking, but it can screw you from progression of, like, map completion or whatever.
Incredible.
But also, I mean, like, it's kind of unhinged to, like, keep going back there and, like, replaying that content.
My T-bot application for Echo streamcasting, he did
Why you
send you a
doing
few
that?
weeks ago, should answer that he is great. He did? Wow. That's interesting. I did not know about that.
Bugs are
Dude,
just
where did he
flaky.
even apply?
You guys
Oh,
need
he
to
like-
embrace bugs.
I did not know about that.
Bill Gates wants
Dude,
to
where
get
did he even
into bugs.
apply?
You'll own nothing except bugs, and you'll like
Yeah,
it.
oh yeah, yeah. Eat the bugs. You have to eat them. That's the only thing you can feast upon,
Yeah.
is the bugs.
You guys want protein? You asked for it. You got
Yeah,
it.
you get bugs. Yeah.
You know what's funny is that became like a right-wing conspiracy theory, but the fucked up part is there is a kernel of truth to that thing, like that story. Like they're not just making shit up. Like there is a kernel of truth to that.
Well, I think there is
like,
actually a push to use like
Yes.
bugs as protein, right? I think that actually
like,
is kind of
there's
a thing,
legit.
right?
There's articles where you can fucking
Yeah.
see Bill Gates 100% did invest into a company that does
Yeah.
bug protein.
Yeah.
Like that's like it's 100% not like complete bullshit. The idea that they're gonna force Americans to eat bugs.
Yeah,
you
it's a
know,
little less likely. Yeah.
No, but like I think the idea, and it's a fucked up idea. Let me say that I'm 100% against it. But it's a fucked up idea is that like they're going to be foisting the bugs on the third worlders.
Fucking hell.
Well, look, like I saw some stat that like 50% of the arable land
Yeah.
on the surface of the earth is already dedicated to cattle farming.
Fucking hell.
As
That's a
it
lot.
is right now today.
Yeah.
Yes. which means if people in China start like eating beef at the rate that people in the West do, and then fucking forget it, if people in Africa start eating beef at the rate that people in the West do, it's not something that we can all do. Not every like either the price of beef is going to go up to where it's like astronomical, or like something's got to give.
And it's going to be bugs.
So their whole plan, I think, is to like push the bugs so that the people in the Africans never want beef, which is not going to happen. They want beef.
Christ. Yeah. Yeah. Well, I mean, it's interesting.
Green Death is right. I wouldn't recognize it because I'm not eating a patty of anything. So.
You know, honestly, like a lot of the stuff, like the Impossible stuff, it's honestly pretty fucking legit. You know,
yeah,
it really is.
Yeah, Impossible's pretty.
Like you know, a lot of these.
They just got to get the macros on these things. I guess the macros on Impossible aren't terrible.
Well, and they're not fucking good for you, but it's, in a way, it's kind of not supposed to be, right? Like it's junk food, right? Like that is what it's supposed to be, right?
But the thing with like actual red meat is like it does have some things that are good for you, but it also has some things that are bad for you. Yeah. So you're taking the bad with the good, whereas with like the Impossible, it has all the same bad stuff, but less of the upside.
Oh yeah.
The only upside is a moral upside.
Yeah,
which
sure.
I'm fine with, but.
Yeah, and I think actually that's where like the stuff like the quote unquote lab grown stuff I think can get really interesting, right? Like if you're capable of essentially producing a burger with no animals involved, then you're kind of winning, right? Like you got the best of both worlds.
Yeah, but that's being demonized already by the media here. Yeah. It's not like they've already like the dairy or the cattle.
There's obviously a big lobby, right? At the end of the day, right? Yeah.
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 It's like farmers lobby has set it up so that if you do try to sell lab-grown meat in stores, it has to have like a big red scary label that says lab-grown. So of course no one's gonna fucking buy it.
I think they did this with milk, didn't they, as well? Right? I think with like milk products, which is honestly a little bit silly because like a lot of the time it can almost be like functionally identical, right? Like it's just like a different type of product, but oh well. Oh, it's unlucky. Why is lab-grown meat more expensive? Well, I mean, I think there's a couple of reasons there. It will cost more to make, and there's also probably like subsidies that are involved as well, right? I would imagine in like the larger agriculture industry, that probably like.
I mean, everything's subsidized in agriculture.
Yep. But yeah, no, I'm sure it will come
down. Which is
at
funny, like,
some point.
Like just the irony is like, if you like talk to people that are like, dairy farmers or cattle ranchers, they are the most like, I'm an independent, they are the most individualist people on the planet. But their entire their income and their industry could not exist without government subsidies. So it's like they're literally on welfare. But they like act like they are like these rugged individualists. It's really, really ironic.
Interesting. So that's how it is. Plant-based meat is a likely candidate for success. I mean, yeah, there's lots of possibilities.
I don't know. I think lab-grown meat's. I do think lab-grown meat will be.
I think that's like the most. I think that's where it's going to go, right? Because
there's certain people that just will not eat plant-based meat no matter what. And I think maybe as like younger generations come up and replace the older, then the percentage will go up. But there will always be people that they just want the real thing And maybe it's not today, maybe it's not tomorrow, but like I said, when China starts wanting to eat meat at the same rate as the West, and then when Africans, 50, 100 years from now start wanting to eat meat at the same rate as the West, the prices will be such that lab-grown meat will be the cheaper option, especially as lab-grown meat gets cheaper to make. Like the cost of like, you know, traditional meat is going to go up and the lab-grown meat's going to come down, and there's going to be an inflection point where lab-grown meat becomes the cheaper option, and most people just say fuck it and go with like the option that's, you know, 25% cheaper.
Yes. Yeah. And like when it comes to individualism, guys, right? Like the way modern society is everyone is completely reliant on other people. Like that's just like, that's the way it is, guys, right? Like just existing in modern society.
Not me, brother. I'm off the grid.
Yeah.
Off the grid, self-sufficient.
Yeah, I mean, I guess some people do live that way. I think, you know, like I think it's possible. You can do that, but that's not the norm, right?
You can even construct an argument though that just being, even if you're off the grid in the United States or in any Western country, you're still benefiting from the military infrastructure that protects.
Yeah, like the land, the actual physical land. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, and the fact that like the police that exist, maybe the police aren't in your area, but the police that exist keep crime rates, you know? I mean, if you buy into that, like they keep crime rates low so that you don't have to worry about marauders coming in the night and
taking your shit. Yeah.
And attacking your homestead that you're living off the grid on.
Yeah. Exactly.
Like, it's not like you don't have to worry about Mad Max type people coming and like, you know, taking your shit, which is 100% would happen if everyone was like you.
Yeah. It's content. Yeah, it is funny. But yeah, no, I mean it's yeah. I like, even if you think about
it's completely interconnected.
Oh, of course, yeah.
You know,
absolutely is.
You can think you're the most off the grid motherfucker on the planet, but the second you get some like disease, now all of a sudden you need to go to the doctor.
All of a sudden you're gonna need those people who you're gonna rely on. That's what you're gonna need. But yeah. It's interesting. It definitely is interesting.
The bandits have taken my crops once again.
Yeah.
Yeah. Marauders are the worst, especially if they're mutant marauders. Like, the mutants stole my thing and like wrecked my windmill. God damn it.
Yes. The people organize themselves rather well in collectives. Yeah, but that's the point, right? Like that's what we mean. Of course they did in collectives. Yeah, that's how. It's really funny actually, the whole individualism thing, because I feel like people have forgotten that the thing that humans do really well is work together. Like that is pretty much our gimmick. You know, like if you're like a wolf, you've got like fucking jaws and shit. If you're a bear, you've got like claws and you're really big. If you're an elephant, you've got a trunk, right? The thing humans do real well is our special thing is that we communicate with each other and work together. That's kind of the thing we do, right? But yeah. Is there a Mighty But VOD channel? Yeah. Basically, all the streams get uploaded to YouTube now because I multi-stream on YouTube simultaneously. So they're all there, and they stay on Twitch for a while as well. Like ants, yeah, summer ants.
I love ants that have like the symbiotic relarelationship with the aphids. You seen the aphids?
Wait, hang on. Don't they like enslave them or something? Like, is that like a different thing?
No, they take care of them.
Oh, okay.
Well, there is the ants that enslave the other people.
Yeah.
But they have these aphids that secrete like sugar water out of their ass.
Yeah.
Like literally. And the ants like take care of them. Like they keep them like in their ant colony alive, and they feed them, and they like make sure there's no parasites on them. Like they protect them, and if like someone tries to fuck with these aphids, the ants will like regulate on them. Like the ants are fucking all about these aphids, and they're super nice. But yeah, that's their whole thing is they drink the sweet ass water.
Interesting.
Yep, and the aphids are down because the ants protect them. They're like, you know, ballers.
Why'd you wait so long to play the forbidden game? The big reason is I still kind of had a community going. Like the thing that really prompted me to kind of look elsewhere was kind of that my social circle in Guild Wars 2 collapsed, right? And that was like a big kind of like wake up. Well, I wouldn't say wake up call, but that was like a driver to look for something, right? For me was the fact that the social circle collapsed. And that felt pretty bad, not gonna lie. It was unfortunate. I don't like to play solo. I'm not a solo player. I like multiplayer games, yeah? I don't play single player games. Really. I don't. You know, I don't play stuff like, you know, all the Souls games like in, you know, Elden Ring and stuff. I don't play those. I play multiplayer games. Yeah. Where did they go? You know, funnily enough, they just kind of quit gaming, if I'm being honest. And that's fair. Like, obviously, I don't, you know, that everyone moves on at some point, right? And you know, you're not going to be playing video games forever. But yeah, I think a lot of the people in my circle were like, you know what? I think that'll do, right? It was fun. Cheers, guys. You know, no hard feelings, all that kind of stuff. It was very much, yeah, I think that'll do it for me. It was where a lot of people are going. Some people, you know, came to play WoW, right? And there's some of the same people who, you know, kind of left playing World of Warcraft now. But yeah, a lot of them were like, yeah, you know what? I think that'll do. You know, I've done my gaming arc, and this feels like a good place to kind of move on, right? With that. Yeah, there's absolutely nothing wrong with that, right? Let me listen to this Scripe clip real quick. Let's listen to this. Let's go.
Echo Streamcasting, he did send you a few weeks ago. Should answer that he's great. He did?
I did.
Wow. That's interesting. I did not know about that. Dude, where did he even apply? Oh, into like... Okay. That's a good point, I guess. The application form we sent out like a month or two ago. I'm gonna tell our creative and our production right now that they have a look.
Dude, I didn't apply that late, okay? Like, someone kind of memed me a little bit. I think I applied, I think, like 2.5 weeks after they sent the form out or something like that. I can't remember exactly when. It might have been a little bit later than that or a little bit earlier than that. But yeah. Now Scripe thinks like I just did it like fucking like 2 months after they put the form out. But I mean, you know, like, hey, I appreciate that. You know, he's looking at it now. We love to see that. Very good. Yeah, I am late. I am teapot late. But yeah, we'll see. Dude, Scripe, he's helped me out. Love to see it. Very good. I got you, bro. Dude, yo, it was you? Yo, love to see that. Yeah, very nice. He's backing me up. That's who it was. Very good. Very good. That's high tier. And my tunnel era. But yeah, you know, I do kind of want to try to... Like, I don't know. When I think about some of this stuff, you know, for Guild Wars 2, like, I really want to do, like, the Project Fungo thing. But, you know, like, the thing that I really definitely miss is, like, kind of the Hardstuck style stuff. Like, and that... You know, the problem with Hardstuck is it's a hammer without a nail, right? The type of thing that I want to make is pointless in Guild Wars 2. And that's kind of, like... That was the realization that I came to that really prompted me to kind of look elsewhere, is that... You know, that I'm pointless in this game, right? Like, the game is too easy for someone like me to be useful in any way, right? Like, in any way relevant. So I was like, well, it is what it is. I can maybe try and do like the you know, the Project Fungo stuff. We'll see, but it is what it is. What do you apply for? I applied to join like the Echo like casting talent team for you know, for like the Race the World's First stuff, basically. But to a hammer, everything is a nail. Yeah, but then it also really isn't. You know, it isn't a nail. Would you rather be a caster or a player on a roster? It's actually a really good question. I think I'd probably lean towards caster actually over player, but I'd definitely do both if I had the opportunity.
The time commitment to be a professional level player of any game.
Yeah, it is insane. Yeah, it's much harder to do.
You're looking at like, and it's not just, oh, you got to play the game for 10 hours a day. It's, you have to actually
improve at the game 10 hours a day.
Yeah, it's like being a musician or an athlete. You have to do dedicated practice.
Yeah.
Not just fuck around in the game for 10 hours. It's, okay, today I'm going to work on this, and then I'm going to work on this, and then I'm going to practice this. You know, like you're doing like almost like a coach is telling you like what workouts to do. Is like you got to like treat it like a any sort of talent skilled job.
Daily reminder that Magros is clinically insane. That is true though, Magros. You are clinically insane. So I don't know how you defend yourself against that. Magros is not sane, guys. It's actually very interesting. He was driven insane by Dragon Hunter, actually. His mind was broken by seeing like Dragon Hunter pugs, I believe. It was kind of like
I understand.
the thing. Yeah. And the tunnel.
The tunnel could do that to anybody.
Yeah.
What I like is that the tunnel drove people crazy, and that was like the story theme of the tunnel.
So it was actually it was kind of
insane.
It was kind of like
meta
on theme.
commentary.
Yeah, it was good role play.
Meta commentary.
Yeah, that does make sense actually. Yeah. Role play insanity. You know, like, what do you think broke? Okay, so the Icebrood Saga? Do you think that broke people? I mean, it broke Wood and Potatoes, right? Actually, didn't it? Like, that was his, like, break moment. It broke him. Yeah.
I think it was his moment where he was like, I don't know if I should tie my life to this franchise.
Yeah.
Like, it might not be the right move professionally. Yeah. Yeah, I think, though, when they pivoted away from the Icebrood Saga towards actually making expansions, I think most people gained hope from that. So the average player was probably like, oh, this is good because we're going back to expansions and that's better than what we're getting. But I think the hardcore lore story people were kind of aghast by how Champions ended.
It's really funny, actually. Like, I think Wood and Potatoes is really on point with the comment he made about ArenaNet and being a AAA studio, right? And like people have really high expectations, but they're maybe not entirely fair or grounded with what's going on. It's actually such a brutal clip, to be honest. Stream Wood and Potatoes is kind of unchained. Like he is fucking unchained. He really is.
Yeah, he says stuff on there that he would not say in a YouTube video.
Yeah, it's pretty big.
He's the first guy, like, you know it from Tea Time. The comments on the YouTube are very different from comment, from like Twitch chat. So like, Wood and Potatoes seem to have implicitly figured that out.
Yeah.
He's like, yep, these are two different audiences.
Would you say it in a PvP match? Ah, yes. Well,
I mean, that was a big mistake.
Yeah, that was a mistake.
It was actually such a boneheaded mistake that like I thought he was a very smart guy, and it was such a dumb mistake that like it makes me question my opinion of him. Like, and I hate to say that because I do like Wood and Potatoes.
I don't think it was a little bit funny, like who was in the group though. You know, that's quite the. Oh, yeah. I guess I shouldn't be super surprised, but.
Yeah. I mean,
yeah, it definitely wasn't.
I heard it was a hacker. I already knew who it likely was.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, that was probably not the play. Let's be honest. Is OV partner? Yeah, OV's partner. Yeah, he's ArenaNet partner. It's actually a real shame, actually. Like, not a lot of the partners are super active. You know, I was talking with Silhouette. It's like, man, like, there's not a lot of people you can have on Tea Time. You know, like there really isn't. with people who actually like regularly play the game and talk about the game. It's a shame, you know. I definitely miss that. Like having a lot of people who are like a bit more engaged in terms of content creation. Like most people who stream Guild Wars 2 kind of play it as a side game, right? It's kind of like you know, once every couple of weeks, or you know, even when there's a new release, right? Like people will stream and you know, you'll see a lot of people kind of pop up and then kind of drift off again. That kind of makes me sad, you know. Like I miss when I had like a huge roster of people who I would like, oh man, like who are we gonna bring on, right? Like you know, talk about Guild Wars 2. Whereas like right now it's a very small pool of people. I think. Wait, who are these people you're talking about? Rebarox?
You don't know? Do you know who not know who Lion Meows is?
Oh, Lion Meows? Yeah, that guy's kind of fucking crazy. Like, I don't know.
Yeah.
Like it was kind of funny. I actually thought there was some potential there, but I don't know if you saw some of his more it's kind of extreme. It's like...
I haven't followed him. I mean, after the Darren's
it's a little bit too
fake
much.
beef, I was out, so I don't know if he's done anything crazy after.
Yeah, I mean, there was like some kind of cringe shit that was going on there, to be honest. It was a bit over the line. Well, quite far over the line in my opinion. That wasn't really that funny, but there was some potential. Like, you know, he was trying to be Bick, but he took it too far. You know what I mean?
He was like Bick and Zorik mixed together.
Yeah.
In like a very weird way.
Yeah.
Interesting character, but
yeah, there was potential, but it went out of control. He went too far. But yeah. Like who's Captain Crapface? I have no idea who this is. I'm looking him up.
You know, it did occur to me that Josh Strife Hayes is like the ethical lazy peon. I think I said this
yeah,
in
I guess
Discord
so.
a couple weeks ago. Like they have a very similar beat. You know, they both review MMOs. I mean, I think Josh
more into the commentary, I'd say. You know, kind of in that direction.
He goes a little bit further outside the MMO genre. Like he'll play anything really, but like they're very similar in like their basic thing. But like I don't know. Oh, poor Peon. I feel like he doesn't want to be doing what he's doing. I'm getting like burnout vibes from him. Like it was clear from the video with his like Thai kickboxing, like he just wants to be making Thai kickboxing content, you know? Like if he could, he would do that, but he's like obligated to do video game stuff to pay the bills.
Well, the thing
really interesting. Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, I was gonna say, like, when it comes to like people who play Guild Wars 2 part-time, the issue that you kind of run into is that, and this is kind of like the way Guild Wars 2 presents itself to an extent, but the issue that you run into is that people who play WoW or Final Fantasy don't take Guild Wars 2 super seriously. They don't get very engaged with it in general, so people typically don't have like very strong opinions. It's very like meh, right? Like that's kind of like what you get when people play when you play Guild Wars 2. And you know what's really funny? Like, okay, you know what? Let's actually maybe ruffle some feathers here. Do you guys see all of the people who say, holy shit, Guild Wars 2 is the sickest fucking game ever? Then they're gone like a week or even like 2 weeks later. Like, you know, or at the most a month. You guys see that? Yeah, that's what happens with Guild Wars 2. And then they go back to their other MMO, yeah? Like, that's what happens with this stuff. And, you know, I think it's... Guild Wars 2 is kind of a bit of a tough sell for someone who's like really into WoW or Final Fantasy, because it just doesn't really offer you the experience that you're looking for, right? It gives you like some really cool systems, like a really fun combat system to play with, but nothing to actually do with it, right? A lot of the time, right? And that I think is kind of the issue that you run into. Like, I think Guild Wars 2 is actually like a really tough fucking sell to people who play other MMOs, to be honest, or like people who, okay, I need to be more precise. I kind of take that back. It's a tough selling point to people who are the type of person I would want on Tea Time, right? Who play other games. Because I want people who are engaged, they know what's going on, they've got strong opinions, right? Like, you know, they've got stuff to say, right? They you know, who want to give commentary, right? The game is a super tough sell for that type of person coming from another game. Guild Wars 2 has no addiction hook. I don't agree. I don't even agree with that, actually, to be honest.
Look, I've been playing since fucking beta. It's pretty addictive.
Yeah. Yes. Yeah.
It's just the sort of thing, like, Guild Wars 2 is just bad at motivating players to do any particular thing. Because you don't have to do anything. You don't have to do anything. As a result...
Yeah. You don't feel compelled, right? You don't feel the drive.
Yeah. Whereas, like, at the beginning of a PoE season, you know, it's very vertical progression game. You know, the drive to vertically progress is, like, hugely compelling. But you don't even need vertical progression to have that. You just need to have systems that pull you one way or the other.
I think it is a little bit more than that. I don't know what it is, but like people just bounce off this game, right? Like people like Stay Safe, they're just gone. Like people like Max tried the game, like, you know, didn't really stick to it. Same with like, you know, some of the Echo guys who played, you know, like people just don't stick. Because like I feel like this is actually going to be one of the takes that people really need to actually deal with. Like, having a good combat system is not good enough. Because guess what? Those other games have good combat systems as well. Like, it has to be more than that. There has to be more than just, oh yeah, the game is kind of fun, right? And it has good gameplay. Because guess what, guys? Every single MMO is actually kind of fun, right? Like, that's just the reality of the situation.
Yeah, and... I think the problem is, like, when people come with the idea that Guild Wars 2 could be, like, a potential side game for them, they're not looking to grind DPS rotations on the Golem to get good, you know? What they want out of the experience is a lot, even if they're Max, you know, who's, like, a extreme, you know, WoW tryhard, he's not looking to play Guild Wars 2 and spend his time, like, learning DPS rotations. Like, that would not be what he would want for fun anyway in this game. So it's kind of a tough sell. Like, I think Preach probably gave it the biggest chance of
he did,
anybody.
yeah,
like,
for
he
sure.
played through all the raids and stuff. And I assume he'll play again at the next X-Pac launch.
Oh yeah, I think so, yeah. He'll be back.
Spitting llamas, spitting facts.
Yeah, well, you know, I was gonna bring up, you know, like, I mean, there's some interesting stuff out there, you know, like on some alternative YouTube channels, right? He's writing a book now as well. I think I linked that to you.
You know what? It's gonna be the best part about that book. There probably will be an audio version.
Oh, like an audio book. Oh shit.
Yes. Which can be then used to train an AI.
What?
Yeah. The audiobook can be used to train an AI to make even more interesting clips.
Interesting.
There'll be plenty of clips. Probably. I mean, the book's gonna be fucking unhinged as shit. So there'll be plenty of like clips, even in the right context, that are unhinged. But with an AI, you can, you know, use that audiobook to train it to really say some stuff, get some pulses pounding.
Yeah. They give us much to do. Yeah, this is why I really do think that it is kind of like the atmosphere around the game that causes this behavior, in my opinion. Because the truth is that people don't care about Guild Wars 2 in the way that people care about WoW and Final Fantasy. Like, people are pretty goddamn competitive, especially, again, in WoW. I can't speak for 14 so much, but in WoW, 100%. There is, like, a big drive of, like, oh, shit, you know, like, this matters. Like, this is an important thing. Whereas Guild Wars 2 is a lot more kind of relaxed in that element. And you know what? Do you know what, guys? I think that would drive me away. If I was a WoW player and I was doing, like, high keys, and I was doing, like, mythic raiding, if I came to Guild Wars 2, I'd go, man, this game is fun, but nobody cares, right? Like, and that would drive me away, right? And I want to be very clear, that's a very niche opinion. I'm aware of that. Like, and by the way, the fact that I even have to qualify that is part of the problem. Like, whenever I talk about this stuff, I feel like I'm walking on eggshells, because we're like, oh, but you're irrelevant, Teapot. Your opinion's irrelevant. Yeah, I know. But that's the point. Yeah, I am. My opinion is irrelevant in this game. That's why I'm drifting away from it, right? That's why I feel less engaged. Yeah, because ultimately, like, the way I play the game is fucking irrelevant. At the end of the day, and you know, I don't feel that that kind of energy, that energization that I get in the other games. But yeah. What do you think determines whether someone cares or doesn't? I mean, ultimately, it's downstream from systems, right? I think when you have basically all of WoW essentially set up around the idea of progression, like vertical progression, get good, bigger number, pump, 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 you're naturally going to get this culture like downstream for sure. But yeah. Guild Wars 2 is a laughing stock of the genre. I actually don't think that's true, actually, Magras. I think you're being very unfair. I think people have respect for Guild Wars 2, but kind of in a slightly... I agree that it is slightly weird. Like, people will say, oh, yeah, that game's really cool. And then you say, oh, do you play? They'll say no. Right? Like, I don't know how to describe that, but there is this... People, like, respect the game, but don't play it. Right? Or like, on these forums, when people bring it up. Like, I think if you ask, like, WoW players, like, have you heard about Guild Wars 2? They'll go, oh, yeah, that game's super cool. Right? I think. Yeah, I'm sure there's, like, some toxic stuff that goes on like fucking Asmongold stream. Dude, that stream's fucking crazy. That's another thing. I think you'd find that quite interesting, actually, Nike, like delving into that subreddit. Well, I mean, like, yeah.
So,
Yeah.
here's my Asmongold take. He's been, like... It's so funny. Like, I'll watch, like, his videos where he's talking about, like, some video game shit, and I'll agree with everything he says, right? I'll be like, yep, he's spot on. Absolutely nailing this. Then he, like, will make a video where he talks about, like, politics or some social issue, and he couldn't be more wrong. like holy shit, man. Like it's like shocking. And I'm like, how can this guy be so like clued in on this one thing, but so like off the mark on this other?
What would the parallel be of that in Guild Wars 2? What would be its system? Well, the thing is, I don't think it's actually systemic. I think it's mostly cultural, right? And I don't know why. I think like the big thing for Guild Wars 2 was just... I don't know, actually, because it used to be different. People used to care a lot about Guild Wars 2, especially like in the HOT Path of Fire era. People were like really into it, and like there was definitely like some very fierce competition within the community. It just kind of died, right? I don't know. I don't know. You know, I'll be very honest. I don't know why that happened. To be honest, I don't know. I don't know why it went away. Not really. It might just be like lack of content, right? Like that might be the very simple, basic, boring answer. But it just stopped. But yeah. But what did you say, Nani? I feel the core game is way too big and outdated. By the time they will finish it, they feel like they got enough and make their judgment based on that. And that causes the idea that there isn't anything to do, because the core game doesn't have any raids or relevant dungeons, and Wolfsword is out of the way. Guild Wars 2 is simply not friendly enough for someone who wants to jump in new content hype. Yeah, you know, funnily enough, I think this is actually kind of a slight issue with the way Guild Wars 2's release structure worked. I think that Guild Wars 1 did this in quite a clever way, right? When you bought the latest expansion, you didn't start in Prophecies, right? Like, you kind of, you know, you started in Nightfall, right? And this meant that you could kind of get a flavor of how the game is right now. If you do that with Guild Wars 2, the core game is weird. It really isn't where the game is right now, and it's just not that representative of how the game works. It is strange. I think you're right.
With every expansion, you're now even further away.
From like what the game is.
Away. The drawback to the Guild Wars 1 style is you have to dedicate
starter
resources
zone,
to a starter zone with every X pack, and God forbid they did that in Guild Wars 2.
I think making Heart of Thorns free to play would be interesting. If they could budget that. I don't know what that looks like. Again, you got to bear in mind, guys, you have to talk you got to talk no bullshit here. There's a financial cost attached to that, right? At the end of the day, so that's not something that may even be viable from their perspective. But I think it'll be really interesting if HOT became free to play. For sure.
And I don't know what the solution long term is going to be to the fact that new players won't have that unless they buy the old expansions. They're not going to have elite specs, and that's like now it's like not like a super big problem, but like let's say Guild Wars 2 goes on for 5 more years, the majority of the player base, there could be a situation where the majority of the active player base doesn't have elite specs.
Yeah, that's weird, and that's very weird, especially because, well, you know, to ArenaNet's credit, to their credit, core classes are probably going to end up being okay DPS. But the weird thing is that supports are impossible, right? Essentially with core classes. That is where it gets problematic. But yeah. Like, I think they do want core classes to be good, or at least playable, for sure. And you see that, like, core Ellie is actually surprisingly good. You know, there was the core Guardian video that Emmy posted the other day, right? Like, with the, like, a Giga auto-attack blast, right? All that kind of stuff. So, yeah, there's some potential
Wasn't that
there.
using Unscathed Contender, though? Come on.
Wait, well, I mean, I don't know. Actually, I didn't check the buildings on. I just watched the gameplay and watched the stream. But maybe, I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, it's Berserker Hammer Guard, which is fine, but, like, Unscathed Contender, like, gotta take that DPS out.
Yeah. Well, there you go. I mean, I'm not gonna lie, like 30k DPS is it's pretty bad. But you know, it is kind of an interesting build, honestly. So it's like, and Unscathed Contender is not as impactful anymore, though, right? Like you get like a baseline thing, and you get the, you know, you get the Aegis on top of it, right? The other thing people don't talk about with like Hammer Guard is damage profile as well. It's like not bursty at all, by the way. Like that's you gotta consider that. Yes. Would naturally buy the old expansions. No, it is a problem though, because when you try a game for the first time, like first impressions are really important. Like if you play through the game. Okay, hang on. No, the problem is that people aren't going to get hooked, right? Like, Guild Wars 2's core game is questionable, to say the least, if we're being real here. It's kind of been scuffed up by power creep, actually. It feels really weird to run around one-shotting everything, and you do, by the way. Like, even if, as a completely new player, you're just going to be running around, like, farming stuff in a very unusual manner. Like you're not gonna get like like all the, you know, like the world bosses, all the content in the core game kind of is not even trivial at this point. It's like beyond trivial. That the game is strange like to play through as in a core situation. Yeah, 30k DPS isn't good. I mean, not really, no. Like the kind of like the benchmark for a DPS build these days is definitely like more on the, you know, more on the line of like 40k for sure, right? Like that's where you want to be.
Yeah, I mean, because you think about like an actual fight, you're gonna lose some damage from the benchmark, a lot actually.
Yeah.
And look, is it adequate? Sure, it's adequate, but it's nothing to write home about either.
Yeah. It's over. 30k with only auto attacks. Yeah, and that definitely is high for auto attacks builds. You know the funny thing, guys? Like a lot of builds do a lot of damage with auto attacking, by the way. Yeah.
It's not a bad thing, in my opinion. I know we've said this before.
No, I don't either. I think it's fine.
You raise the skill floor by pushing more damage to the auto attack versus the other skills.
Is it outperforms all the real builds in real fights? It doesn't. It will not outperform a single real build in any fight. If you play really badly, it can. But no, it will be worse than literally every single build, including supports, in real fights. But yeah. The thing is with all of these things, and you've got to bear this in mind, right? Like the reason why players like Emmy do good damage on builds like that is because they're very good. Emmy is a very good player, actually. Do not be confused by her cuddly exterior, chat. Emmy is a very good player.
She flames her team when they fuck up in raids. Hard flames.
Okay, so this is something that people get backwards. The vast majority of doing DPS is not rotational skill. Rotational skill is actually the easy part. Like, doing a rotation is not hard. Like, a literal bot can do a rotation, right? In Guild Wars 2. The skill part of doing damage, this is true in any game, by the way, not just Guild Wars, but the hard part is keeping your uptime, right? Like, every single Ellie build is easy right now. No. The only hard build in the game to play is Deadeye. That's it. So enough of that. But that is a story for another time. Rotationally, everything is easy. What's difficult is maintaining your uptime, right? Is being able to continuously attack while stuff is going on. And also being able to do it while moving actually. Like, that is where things get challenging. That is why people lose DPS. People don't lose DPS to rotations. Not really. Like, people obviously don't do perfect rotations, but that's not where their biggest DPS loss is. Their biggest DPS loss is always just not hitting the boss for large periods of time, right? Like, damage per second is damage per second, right? So if you're missing out seconds, right, you're losing a huge amount of damage, yeah? If you're doing, like, a build that does 40k DPS, right, and you, you know, you lose contact with the boss for 5 seconds, for whatever reason, you're just not attacking for 5 seconds, you just lost 200,000 damage, right? In 5 seconds. That's huge. Like, think about bosses, right? Like, a boss like Veil Guardian has 20 million health. So if you miss 200,000 damage, that's actually a big deal. Like, that is a lot of damage that you're just, like, burning. And that's where people lose their DPS. It's actually not really rotationally, right, in these situations. Well, yeah, obviously, the Blades one is weird, right? But yeah. Riddle me this. Almost all top-tier DPS players I know don't like or hate playing Condiver. I'm not a DPS player. I don't know what's going on there. It's because it's like the giga meta pick on every single boss.
Yeah, they're just tired of it.
Yeah.
I mean, if you look at how many hours they've put into, you know, Ceres, and probably they played Vert on HTCM as well, like, they're just bored.
Yep. It's because they're, like, Condiver is this weird build that there really isn't anything else like it in the game. Like, well, there is Scourge, right? But there are these two builds, Scourge and Vert, and there's no competition, really, in that area, that kind of role, which is ranged, tanky DPS, which, to be honest, it's disgusting even saying that combination of words, range, tanky, DPS. Ugh. But the thing is,
range tanky DPS with high utility.
Yeah. Just don't say it. Don't say it. Stop saying it. But yeah, you know, like that's kind of the problem, right? That's going on here is that there's not a lot of competition for builds that fill that slot. So players are kind of forced into playing that basically everywhere because it's like hyper meta pretty much, right? Like it's absolute hyper meta because it does this one specific thing that not that many builds do. So you're either going to be playing Scourge or Vert on harder fights in the game most of the time, just because of they're good for hard things. No, actually, no auto chain. That actually is true, by the way. Like, no auto chain makes Condivert very peepo friendly, but it actually does make the build way less fun to play. That's actually very based, very true.
That was the worst balance change they ever did in the game, was when they backloaded every DPS auto, or every auto chain, to put all the damage on the third attack.
Well, you don't. I don't like it being as extreme as it was in like Firebrand Axe, for example. But I do kind of like auto attack chains that are fairly backloaded. To be honest, I kind of like that.
I like it when the third attack does something, but it doesn't necessarily need to have the most damage. Or it needs to be like you can come back to it, like, oh, I'm doing my auto attack chain. I just finished the second attack. Oh, my skill 2's off cooldown. I use it. Or my skill 4, that's my block, is I need it. I need to block real quick, and I can come back to my auto attack chain where I left off.
Yeah.
That would be the ideal.
Interesting. Yeah, I'm kind of an auto attack chain enjoyer, honestly, if I'm being real. I think that's why I think Scourge is really fun to play because of the Scepter auto attack. And it's not like, I guess it's not like super impactful, right? Like it's not the end of the universe if you cancel your auto attack.
It's pretty big damage loss.
I mean, it is. Like you obviously you want to avoid it. Like, but you know, it's not going to completely fuck you. I have no strong opinions on the matter. Well, you wouldn't be on Teton then, would you? Yeah. Wouldn't be on Teton, buddy. The thing I notice when people who only try out Guild Wars 2 casually and then drop is that complaint is usually these three. Dude, the bad graphics thing? Like, okay, hang on. Am I fucking wild? I feel like Guild Wars 2 looks good, no?
Yeah, besides BDO.
I mean, yeah, BDO's pretty. That's true.
Graphics? Yeah.
Yeah, this is really weird to me. I'm a bit... I feel a bit confused by that one. Because Peon did that, didn't he? Like, Peon... he did make that complaint in his recent video. And of course, you know, there's some other stuff going on in that video that's interesting,
Yeah.
right? But it's
He
weird
was
that
mailing it in.
it does get brought up. Like, the graphics does get brought up a lot, you know, which I find interesting. That's interesting to me.
It's crazy that graphics is like something that people cite, and maybe they like a more cartoony art style, which is fine because that's kind of where most other MMOs go.
Yeah.
Because performance is a big factor in MMOs. The shittier you can get away with your graphics, or the less, you know, shader intensive you can get away with making your graphics, the better your game's gonna run. Yeah. And Guild Wars 2 does not run particularly great, so I could see where if people have like kind of like even like semi-decent PCs and they start playing Guild Wars 2 on low graphics, maybe that doesn't help.
Yeah.
But if you're coming from like a single player, you know, offline game, the graphics on those are just going to be way better. Like, it's hard to... Like, if Guild Wars 2's graphics are bad, what is Star Wars The Old Republic's graphics? What are SWTOR's graphics? Like, it's fucking PS1.
Yeah. It's interesting. Wait, what were the other things you were talking about? Combat not fun and nothing to do, which is all these things are objectively not true in new content. It's actually a thing in the core game. Yeah, I do think you're right there. I actually think that as a new player, you can get a really weird combat experience in the core game because of how much, like, stuff doesn't fight back, right? Like, it really, really doesn't try to... I think the combat can feel really scuffed in the early game. I think you're absolutely right there. Because, again, like, everything is just, like, so giga powerful that, you know, that the game can't really hurt you. And that does lead to a very strange experience, I think. And nothing to do. Like, in the nothing to do element, I think I know where people are coming from there. It's that when you're playing an other MMO, and this is very true in WoW, again, it could be different in 14, you will do dungeons while you're leveling. Like, that is going to happen. Right, almost
or
certainly.
You will do very specific things while you're leveling. You will follow the golden
path.
Yeah. You will
it's
do
directed.
This quest chain. You will do this story. Like, everyone's leveling experience is the exact same. Guild Wars 2, you can level any way you want. And I don't think that people want that sort of freedom. Or some people don't want that freedom. Some people go, wait, you mean I can just like run around and explore the world and level and hit max level? Yep. They love that. But then other people are like, I don't know, I got to Queensdale and it didn't like tell me what to do. I didn't have a quest that told me where to go. So I just like got tired and logged out. Like, that, I mean, that's a valid complaint too. It's just a different sort of player likes the two different things.
Yeah. The WoW strikes for a new player is so bad. I'm actually not sure if that's actually true, to be honest. People say this, but I'm not totally sure how accurate that is. To be honest. It's pretty streamlined. It's pretty streamlined. Enjoying your videos. I'm glad you're enjoying. And like I think the new player experience on MMOs is pretty scuffed. Like the thing that's not good about the WoW new player experience is the story. But I think it's really difficult to execute that in an MMO, right? Like, because it's, by the way, especially with WoW, it is, look, if you guys think Guild Wars 2 has problems with this with WoW, Guild Wars 2 has problems with like introducing players to the story, bear in mind WoW has been around since 2004. There's like, we're 10 expansions deep, yeah? Like, there is so much fucking good content. There's so much content, like, that new players are just not going to experience in WoW because, like, there's just too much of it. It's actually insane. Like, this is a huge problem that WoW has. Like, and the way they solve it, they kind of, like, shuffle you off into, like, whatever expansion you want. But, yeah, like, at the points where it says, right, new player into, let's say, BFA, then into Dragonflight, it is fucking jank, right? Like, it is jank as fuck. It gives no experience zones. That's actually not true. Like during leveling, it actually is all relevant. It's just that when you get to max level, obviously it's not relevant. That's just inaccurate. Especially with the way they do it now. In fact, the way it works now, like everything like scales up to you basically. Like the entire world like scales. So you can basically play whatever you want, right? But obviously, like once you go above a certain level, then it's not important anymore. Dragon Hours becomes the default 1 to 70. Ooh, I kind of like that actually. I like that. That sounds like a good idea to me. Yeah. I can get behind that. Yeah.
Sort of like, so Voss referenced a tweet I did today where I basically said to really play an MMO, you have to be curious. You have to have some level of curiosity. And yeah, some games hold your hand better than others, and like maybe those games that hold your hand a little bit more, like you can be a little less curious and still like get sucked into the game. But at some level, you have to be curious. Like especially like WoW might do a better job of holding your hand, but it's also a vaster game.
Yeah.
So the curiosity requirement's probably still there.
Oh, it definitely is, I think.
So the sort of players like, oh, I tried this game and I didn't really like it, or I didn't know what to do. I didn't stick with it. It's like I strongly suspect that this person's not curious.
Yeah. Like
they don't see. They go, oh my, I think I played an Elementalist and I got a staff and I didn't really like any of the skills, so I didn't play. Like, yeah. But did you investigate the other weapons? Oh no, I didn't know if there were any. I didn't know if the other. They just like me. A curious person would go, well, I don't really like. I'm not vibing with the staff. What other weapons are there? And they would like seek them out. They'd go to the vendor and go, oh look, there's a whole bunch of weapons I can equip. That's just like a small thing, but it's everything.
It is. And yeah, like with all of these games, like all these MMOs, there is absolutely going to be some weird stuff. You're absolutely right, by the way. Like, yeah, like if you queue random dungeons in WoW, you're going to get like dungeons from different expansions. That is going to be a really kind of weird experience, to be honest. But I think not necessarily an unfun experience, actually. Like, I think it's strange, but I don't think it's unfun, right? I think something that kind of happens here is people. I don't know. I'm struggling to articulate this. I don't know what I'm trying to say here. There's a really weird thing when people who play an MMO that they haven't played, but they know how MMOs work. Like, when you play another game and you've already played a similar one, you immediately see all of the cracks, right? It's and all of the kind of weird jank that's attached to it. And it's the thing is, there's a bunch of weird jank in Guild Wars 2, but we're all just used to it, right? Like, you know what I mean? Like, and you're not used to it in WoW, so it definitely sticks out a lot. But I'm not gonna lie, it's kind of the same, right? Like, is there weird jank in WoW? Absolutely, especially when it comes to the story. As a new player perspective, it is fucking weird, to be honest. But there's a bunch of weird jank in Guild Wars 2 as well. Like, 100% there is. Do you have to unlock dungeons in the WoW Dungeon Finder? I think some unlock in different level bands, yeah. And I'm not sure. The way it works is that you only pay for the latest expansion. If you just have a WoW sub, you automatically have everything up to the latest expansion, right? Like, that's the way they do their business, basically. So you only ever have to. There's only one box price for the game. The box like keeps moving, right? It goes to a different box price, but yeah, like essentially, as long as you have the sub, you have all of WoW except the latest expansion. For a while that made them really hard for new players. Oh yeah, when you're trying to do scaling, it's always going to be whack sometimes, right? For sure. But when I played through it actually with BFA, it was actually fine with the scaling. It was pretty normal experience. Like, the bosses didn't die instantly, but they certainly weren't in any way hard or anything like that. But you see the Day 9 WoW retail experience as a new player? And actually, you know what? I love Day 9. Guys, you guys know I'm a StarCraft guy. So obviously I love Day 9. I would actually challenge his opinion on the... I would challenge his opinion a little bit on WoW, actually. I think that... sometimes, when you play a new game... I think you have to be okay with not knowing. Especially when it's a really big, complex game, like an MMO, right? And a lot of his criticism was like, I don't know what's going on, I don't understand, right? Like, and the thing is, the game tries to explain a lot to you. It even explains to you like about hard CC, which is kind of crazy actually. It, like, you know, if you play mage, it says, hey, polymorph this mob, right? It forces you to do that as part of like the tutorial, basically. And like, I get it. I understand that, like, holy shit, there's a lot going on here. It's hard to learn. But yeah, these games are big. You aren't gonna know. Like, you are gonna be a little bit lost. And I think that when you're playing a new game, you have to kind of be willing to let go a little bit and say, I don't know what's going on. I'm just going to play the game and have fun, right? I think that's an important thing. Like, I think you have to be willing a little bit to get lost in the adventure and figure it out as you go and not have a perfect understanding. And I think that a lot of people who criticize MMO new player experiences kind of say this, where it's like, I don't understand the system. It's complicated, right? I don't get it. The game's not telling me what to do. Like, oh, there's so much information to absorb. And yeah... That's the game, right? Like, you know what I mean? Like
discovering the shit is the fun part.
Yeah, it's okay to not know, right? And I really see this actually in this is why I wanted to talk about like people who've already played other similar games, right? Because do you know what happens actually? I saw this happen a lot. So some Guild Wars 2 players started playing WoW, right? And they know what it means to understand a game, right? They were players who understand Guild Wars 2. And when they went to WoW, it was very disconcerting for them because they didn't know and they weren't comfortable with that. And as a result, a lot of people bounced. A lot of people who bounce off the game. And I think people bounce off these games because they're self-aware in a way. They know they don't understand. They know they don't have the information. They know that they're bad, ultimately, right? At the game. I think that's like a really big bouncing off factor that you see in MMOs. And I think this is two ways, by the way. I think a lot of people who try Guild Wars 2 also feel that way, actually, and kind of bounce because of that, because they're so familiar. Like, they're so, you know, they've been playing another MMO for 5 years, for 10 years even, and they know what it means to understand. And it can be uncomfortable when you don't, right? And when you don't know what's going on.
Well, especially you know, you got to the top of the mountain in one game.
Yeah.
So
and you got to start again,
game,
right? Yeah.
And now you're at the bottom of the mountain looking up at this fucking thing, and you're like, fuck this.
Yeah,
like,
yeah.
I just can't do it.
I can't do it. And that's kind of
what they really want is they want their old game, but with like a different skin and a different story, and like the same game but different. Yeah, is what they want.
Yeah. You're absolutely right. And by the way, that is exactly why Final Fantasy got the WoW players. Because, hell, the game director of that game has openly said, yeah, we made the Final Fantasy WoW. Like, that was our goal, was to make a Final Fantasy World of Warcraft, essentially. And those games are very similar. That's why I think there was such great transference between those two games. I don't think Guild Wars 2 really benefited that much from kind of like the BFA Shadowlands arc. But, I mean, in some sense, Final Fantasy was kind of... It blew up because of WoW's failure, right, during that time, because all the WoW players went to play Final Fantasy, and it was sufficiently close that people were feeling like, oh yeah, this is the same game, but with a different skin, with catgirls, right? And I think that was like a real advantage that the game had when it was kind of capitalizing on that kind of shift in the market, as it were. Yeah. What did Trig say about Final Fantasy? He said something. You have to unlock the dungeons through main story quest before you can do it in the Finder. Oh, yeah, you don't have to do that in WoW. Because the thing is, like, I guess the games just have, like, different approaches on this, but holy shit. If you wanted to play through WoW, like, from vanilla to Dragonflight, bro, I don't even want to know how many hours that would be. That would take you so long. And I am aware, actually, that it's quite the ordeal in Final Fantasy as well. That's my understanding. Like, it's, you know... It'll take a while to get through all of that. But dude, WoW would be on another fucking level. Like, if you actually did that, it would be insane. It would take so long to do that. So I think that's not really viable. But I definitely understand what you're saying, though, like unlocking it while you play through. But yeah, I think that would simply be non-viable in World of Warcraft. There's just too much. Why didn't people try Guild Wars 2 when they left WoW?
They did.
Well, they did. Oh, some people did. Some people did. But I think people, like, the game was not really what they were looking for, right? Like, people who play WoW, they like vertical progression, right? They like raids, right? You know, they like dungeons, right? That kind of stuff. That's the kind of thing that people are looking for. And Guild Wars 2 doesn't really necessarily offer that, you know, as much as Final Fantasy, right? Which is where people really went crazy in Final Fantasy. But, yeah.
Yeah, it's like we just said. They want the same game, but different.
Yeah.
And Guild Wars 2 isn't the same game.
Yeah, and I think what Kenny's pointing out here is very true, by the way. I think a lot of Guild Wars 2 players, you know one of the statements that age the worst, Nike, and I think one of the cruelest statements and least empathetic statements people would always say about raiders in Guild Wars 2 is, "Oh yeah, we'll see you next week," or "You'll be back." Newsflash: they didn't come back. They're gone, and they're never coming back. They're all playing Final Fantasy, right? And many of them are even playing World of Warcraft. And I really
Deathly
didn't...
Hearts is gone.
Yeah. I really didn't like that because, in my opinion, I don't know.
Never coming back. Well, that one's okay.
Yeah. I don't know. I always found that side of the community to be incredibly ugly. Like, friendliest community, my ass, right? Like, there were so many people, and this was a very popular, you'd always see this upvoted. It was brutally unempathetic to players who were kind of struggling with the game and like not really enjoying the game and like wanting to get, you know, wanting to play the game but not like finding the way to do that. It was kind of disgusting, honestly. It was very ugly. But yeah, definitely not a statement that aged super well because yep, they're all gone and they're never coming back. But yeah, I don't know. It is what it is. But yeah, I mean, goddamn, like, yeah, having to play through all the story of all these older MMOs, it's pretty fucked up. To be honest, like, it's pretty wild. Yeah.
I mean, even doing, like, the Guild Wars 2, like...
Yeah, even that, it's gonna take a while,
like,
yeah.
I mean, that's what Preach did. Like, he did every...
Yeah, all the story.
He did all the story content and, like, did all the other content as it came up, as it was released. And it took, like, months, like 2 months, I think, to do everything.
Yeah. Like, it was definitely like a big chunk of the hours on the Zero to Hero, right? Because I played through all the story for the, you know, for the Return to stuff. It's pretty meaty, right? To get through all of that, and you know, it's intense to do that. Yeah. Yes. But yeah, I would skip the story. I would pay for the boost in Final Fantasy, guys. I admit it, I'm weak. I would pay for the boost.
Yeah, I don't care about the story.
You know, it's not that I wouldn't even necessarily care about the story. It's like I kind of want to play the raids, right? Like the dungeons and stuff. That's what I'd want to play instead. But, yeah. Yes. And since many people come from WoW and Guild Wars 2 being happy because it's a different game, though, yeah, no, I think that's actually one of the main sources of new players is people who've had enough of WoW come to play Guild Wars 2 because it is such a different experience. It's a very different experience content-wise, but also culturally as well. Like, I can definitely understand... I can understand people kind of getting burned out on the... Not even the vertical progression. I think people think they get burned out on vertical progression, and that's definitely part of it. Like, it's an element of it. But I think the real thing that people get burned out on WoW is, like, almost the pressure to get the bigger number, right? Like, I think it's actually the culture in WoW that kind of can exhaust people a little bit, I think. To an extent, like so it's.
What is it about what turned off Asmongold? Because he has like obviously a very different opinion of WoW than you do, and like what is it that he's looking for that it's not serving?
So this I think is so interesting, and I am actually really interested in what you think about this. So I think what happened with Asmon, in particular, is that he got to a stage in his life where he didn't want to go hardcore. So context, Asmon was a Mythic Raider, right? He was Mythic Raider, clear Mythic Raider, get cutting edge, all that kind of stuff. And I really recall seeing this in Legion. After was it the first raid in Legion? It was Nighthold. He made a video saying like, man, like, I don't want to do this anymore. It kind of ruins my stream. Like, I want to focus on content creation, right? Like, I don't really want to do this, this type of content. I don't want to play the game this way. I think that was kind of like the shifted mentality that kind of, I think this happens with a lot of people, not Asmon actually, because basically all of a sudden, he was not in a position to kind of get the best loot easily anymore. Right? Like when you step down from that, like you kind of remember what it used to be like. You used to like, remember grinding Mythic, getting the best items, right? Like all this kind of stuff, And I think that when you kind of take a step back from that, I think it's really hard to actually kind of stay engaged with the game in the same way. Because I think it's easy to ramp up how hardcore you are. I think it's actually really difficult to de-ramp, right? If that makes any sense. Like, I think going from casual to hardcore is easy. I think it's actually really difficult without switching games to go from hardcore to casual. I think that...
Yeah.
I think that will massively change the perspective you have on the game. Because, look, the reason that kind of makes me think this is because Asmon says stuff like 40-man raids are good. One difficulty setting, remove Mythic from the game, right? And I think like, why? Why does he want that? Well, it's because he wants to feel like he can complete the game, right?
Yeah, he wants to feel like he's at the top of the mountain.
Yeah.
Instead of being halfway up the mountain, stopping and going, oh, look at all that up there.
Yeah, he's really not
What's
there
funny is
anymore.
Like, I mean, I did the same thing. Like, I'm not doing Legendary Cirrus. Like, I don't have even a desire to do it. So I have gone like much more casual than I once was. Like there was a time where I would have been going for World's First on Legendary Cirrus. Like that would have been important to me. But I think the difference is I don't necessarily tie my self-worth to that, to like having done that fight. Like I'm like, I guess like comfortable enough in like, myself and the things that I've done.
A different outlet for it, right? Like that's the thing,
I don't need like the purple title to make me feel good about myself. It doesn't matter. And if people are like, you suck, you don't title, I'm like, I don't care what you think of me. Like, you can think I suck, whatever, dude. That's your problem. Whereas like you said, I think like if you're all about like having the best stuff, but then you like can't have it anymore, it's like, that hurts.
Is the WoW Classic Campus that expansions and patches do not invalidate previous gear? Yeah, but he also likes vertical progression and like getting new items and new loot and stuff. And
yeah, like he was all about
it's
like,
a bit tricky,
mount, right? Like collecting like the rare, hard to get, like super giga rare mount skins, right? Like that was like his like one of his things.
And I think there actually is something to be said, by the way, for like retail WoW being fast. I think this is super interesting, but like retail WoW, I think, plays out very similar to an ARPG. It is fast. It's like 6 months, boom, next raid. 6 months, boom, next raid. Like again and again and again. And I think that there is something to be said, actually, for games being slower, actually. I can really understand people not liking how fast retail is. 100% I can, actually. I think that is a very valid criticism to have.
It's hard, man, to pace it right.
It is, yeah.
Some amount of your community is gonna be done in 2 weeks.
Yeah.
And then they're like, fucking 3 months of fucking content drought. And then another part of the community is not gonna finish, and they're gonna be like, holy shit. Like they feel overwhelmed because it's coming out with content too fast. And like that almost gets them to quit because like they're overwhelmed by it. Yeah. It's hard to get the cadence right.
Yeah. But yeah, it's a very interesting one. I think it's difficult because, in a lot of ways, the experience that I think players like Asmon are looking for is impossible because of what they know, right? Do you know why Classic WoW is the perfect fucking example of this. People are like, oh, Nike, I want to go back to vanilla. I want it to be cozy. I want to have that RPG adventure again.
And then they treated it, try-harded it.
They try-harded it insanely
They were done
hard.
in like 2 weeks.
Yup. Okay, everyone, and do you know what? Do you know how people leveled? They grinded dungeons. They didn't do quests. They grinded dungeons, right? Like, they farmed all the pre-raid bits. They did all of the best in slot. Everyone had engineering, right? Like, everyone did all the fucking try-hard min-max shit that people do in retail. Like, the truth is that the experience that people... Exactly, yeah, you can't unknow, right? Like, you can't not know what you know. I think that's why people are so hungry for a new game, by the way. That's why people were hungry for New World and even Bless, right? Because they want to not know. And I actually really emphasize that. I agree with it. Like, I think we talked about it.
They want to not know with everyone.
Yeah,
they don't want there to be a class of people who know, and you don't know, because then you feel like shit.
Yeah.
But if everyone doesn't know, then
Peel wants something totally new, totally fresh, and everyone's in the same spot. And
that new MMO experience when you're like on the Reddit, like refreshing it, like every 15 minutes to see if someone figured out some new shit, like that can like change game-changing shit. Like, oh my god.
Yeah.
So fun.
That's what people want. That's what we're hyped for New World. And New World was kind of tarnished. Like we talked about this, and it's why that, man. I'm kind of I think I'm kind of radicalized on this. I'm anti-open beta, to be honest. I think it's got to be closed. I think it's got to go. Yeah. It's got to go.
Do like what Guild Wars 2 did with a 3-day head start weekend where you're capped at level 20.
Yeah.
You know, or whatever. You can do like the first 3 maps.
I'm not a huge fan of early access. Blizzard's doing that. It's fucking dog shit. But I mean, yeah. But sure, if they must. If you want to do a couple like very limited beta weekends, then fine. But yeah, open betas I do not like. Because, dude, I actually fucked myself over with New World. In some ways I regret it, in some ways I don't. I really enjoyed playing the beta a lot, actually. I put around 1,000 hours, actually. Yeah, that's how much I played it. Like, me and Jester both put, I think, around 1K hours into it. In the betas. Like, that's the closed ones and the open ones, too, combined. And the alpha, too. Like, we played the alpha. But, yeah, blah, 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 blah. And I kind of ruined it because I knew how the game worked on launch, right? So I didn't really have that discovery experience. I didn't really have that, like that learning because I already knew how it worked on launch. And everyone did. And that kind of made the game a lot less mysterious, you know, which kind of feels bad in a way. Like, I definitely want... I do want closed tests. And actually, that's why, to their credit, I think Riot would do this. I think Riot would not have open beta, right? They're a billion-dollar company, right? There's no they don't need open betas for this kind of stuff. I think they're very much more likely to do a lot of like closed internal testing. So there might be that mystery with that game, but again, like it's not even a done deal if that thing's ever seeing the light of day. They had to scrap everything they've done, right? Go back to the drawing board, but yeah.
Guild Wars 3 will likely be done.
Yeah.
I don't think they're going to have like, you know, like supporter pack, early access tier, thing.
Yeah. And, well, because we have to wait 5 years for that, but
yeah,
could be interesting for sure.
And then we'll get our spaceships and we'll go to the Crichton moon base.
yes.
And then
wasn't that Boots' theory? Guild Wars 2 in space? That was one of his like little
my
theories.
theory as well. Yeah, it's 100% happening. It's time jump, like another 500 years, we're in space.
Very nice. Yeah, WoW went that way. I've always found that weird. Like, you know, like the whole premise of like the Legion expansion and I guess the entire Draenei race is that they're like aliens and they fly around on spaceships. It's very weird.
That's not fun.
I find it very odd. It's the part of the lore that I find very unusual.
I'm a fantasy enjoyer.
Yeah.
I do not like... It's hard. Like some sci-fi is fine, like, but it's tough. It's a tough sell.
I think that the Legion expansion was like the biggest case of weird ass escalation ever. So like the big bad was Sargeras, right? And this character is like a corrupted titan or some shit. Like who was like, the only way to save it is we have got to fucking destroy all of it. I think that's his motive or something. I don't fucking know. But basically. Like, the end of Legion basically involves him. He's literally the size of a planet, and he, like, stabs the planet with a giant sword. Like, that actually happens in the game. And the sword is actually there. And you know what's funny? I don't know the full concept. The WoW Andes can fill me in on this. But I think Blizzard just kind of, like, almost ignored that happened a little bit. Because it's, like, so hard to handle, right? Like, from a narrative perspective, they were just kind of like... We'll kind of just skirt around this for a while. Yeah. Wait, what's Snap messaging me with? What's going on here? What is going on here? Interesting. Hey, Narcos, thanks for the sub, by the way. Yeah. Well, I've had Lovecraftian space gods since launch. Nothing really new there. Yeah, but I feel like that's not the same thing as, like, spaceships, right? I think you can have, like, Lovecraftian, like, you know...
Extra-dimensional entities.
Without spaceships, you know? Like, I feel like that's where it gets a bit weird in my not totally sold on that, but yeah.
Yeah, I definitely dig a high fantasy setting.
Yeah.
More than...
Yeah. Yeah. Oh yeah, and time travel. WoW had a time travel arc as well, or like an alternate universe arc with Funny enough, with Warlords of Draenor, that's the syrup, right? Yeah. Oh no. Not sure what's going on there. But it's a perfect example of escalation, right? Like, the big bad in Legion was literally the size of a planet. And you don't even really, like, directly fight him. I think you fight, like, one of his little minions, kind of. And then he gets put in prison. Then Illidan puts him in prison forever or something. I don't know. Incredible. Ogre Brute. I have destroyed the Ogre Brute. GG.
As if there's any non-brutish ogres.
Yeah.
Ogre sophisticate.
Yeah,
like,
I mean, look,
okay.
Shrek. You know, there's a bit more sophistication there, maybe.
Yeah,
Potentially.
I've never seen that movie, and I'm never going.
But you've never seen Shrek, bro?
No, the internet has made it so that I actively don't want to see it.
Oh my god, that's actually crazy. You know, okay, this is really interesting actually, and this is a philosophy that, I mean, I guess, you know, we'll take it, but ArenaNet deliberately makes World versus World and PvP kind of dull looking, because I think they wanted to make it like a visual clarity thing. I don't think I actually agree with that, because Guild Wars 2 has some like incredible encounter design, like environmental design. It looks pretty insane, honestly, in a lot of like the open world maps they do. I'm not a huge fan of that they kind of made World vs. World look boring on purpose and sound boring on purpose too. Yeah, I fucking hate the new PvP lobby so much. It's like, it's actually depressing to AFK in it. Holy shit, it's so boring. I don't even feel the same about World vs. World. I'd love to see some like more intense music, right, and like exciting music actually in like World vs. World for sure. Like, man, I hate the new PvP lobby, dude. I really, really do not like it at all, actually. Never liked it. What's the premise for the new WoW X pack? Well, dude, they're really leaning into this kind of thing that, like, the planet is like a sentient being, right? That's what they're doing with the War Within. And it's going to end up in... Basically, there's, like, this, there's this, like, void entity that's come to, like, feast on Azeroth. That used to be, like, a artifact weapon in Legion, basically. But... good news, it's possessed a body type 2 elf, so people are gonna they fucking love that stuff, right? Like they're all about this. So that's what's going on there, and it's probably gonna end up with like some like mega giga hyper conflict with like eldritch entities, right? Big.
How do you unwind it and go back to like simple storytelling from there?
I don't think you can, to be honest. I'm not sure that's even
Guild Wars 2 is
possible.
trying to figure out how to do smaller scale stories, and it's hard, man, to Guild Wars 2, because if shit hits the fan, the commander can just be like, hey, can you send the pack fleet here to fucking carpet bomb this area? There's some out of control centaurs. Like, they're gonna summon a god that's gonna wipe out the world, so the pack fleet needs to get here. Like, it's hard once you've like scoped the story that big to like go back to telling like a Western or something.
Yeah, well, it is, because you kind of like the suspension of disbelief starts to fail, right? Like if you fought like a literal god, right, and then the game is going to try to say, well, actually, it's going to be really difficult for you to fight this other thing. It doesn't really work. You kind of saw that in the tunnel, right? Like, okay. Maybe I'm just an insensitive asshole, but I really struggled with the whole idea in Guild Wars 2 that our player character, like, fought an actual god, a billion elder dragons. We presumably saw some insanely fucked up shit. Like, we did Joko, all this kind of stuff. And then all of a sudden, our character is like, I can't mentally handle this. It's over, you know? Like, I really could not connect with that. I couldn't buy it. That our character was kind of, like, worn out, basically, right? Like, starting to lose it after all of the insanely fucked up shit that we've done and, like, dominated, like, all of the evil stuff in the entire world. You know? It's like, I don't know, man. I didn't really see it, to be honest. But, yeah. I want to start an MMO with good PvP. I'm a casual player, I don't have a lot of time. In doubt between Guild Wars and BDO. I'd probably go Guild Wars 2 then. Guild Wars 2 is good PvP, but I have to warn you, it is not... it's not populated. Not a lot of people play PvP in this game. It is good, though. Like, it's good, but it's not popular. Just be aware of that.
If you consider, like, what Teapot's doing now, World v World, as PvP...
That's also true, actually, yeah.
That's probably better.
Oh, and actually, that's a good call. If you're thinking about BDO, it sounds that you kind of want the open world PvP. Guild Wars 2 actually probably is going to be a really good call then, in that case. Because, yeah, this is not like... this is good.
And BDO on a time crunch budget, which means the only way you'll ever succeed is if you swipe super hard.
Dude, we need Envy back to, like, fund some more devs for encounter design, you know? Can we get, like, him and his buddies back?
Yeah, now that world restructuring's done, they should come back.
Yeah. That was fucking wild. How much do you think they spent?
They'll have an
Did they go, like, 5 figures deep, like, in the first couple of weeks? I think they did, right?
People went... I'm sure, like, some people went, like, $2,000 or $3,000 deep, maybe more.
Yeah. Envy was unhinged. Envy's a good guy. It's a shame he doesn't play
Envy's
anymore.
hinged. It's his buddies that are unhinged.
Yeah, they go fucking hard. They go really hard.
His
with that
BDO
stuff.
guys are like... His Arcage friends are, like, super hardcore. Like,
Yeah, I remember telling Envy telling us that some of his friends had done, like, $250,000, right, in BDO. Like, that's fucking wild. Holy shit. That's crazy. Yes. You know, I actually think that, I actually think that exploring kind of like the mental health thing would have been really good in Soto, actually. Because, I feel like the way Soto started, I think could have actually been a very believable way to set up the player character actually being afraid. Because whenever you go into a lot of these things, like, you're kind of confident. I feel like you're confident going into these things, and ultimately you win, right? Like, you go into, you know, fighting Zaitan or fighting Suwon, and you're empowered, right? But at the start of Soto, the player character was completely disempowered. They were thrown into this new environment where they had no idea what was going on, a world they didn't even knew existed, actually, and then Ceres wins, right? Like, Ceres chases you down and fucking drains you. Like, I could actually imagine that that is believable, actually. Like, you can 100% convince me that the player character would be a bit rattled by that, actually, to be honest. Because you're always empowered, and then you weren't, right? You run for your life away from Ceres. That's cool, actually. That is cool. Yeah.
Yeah, even in EOD, we were completely a fish out of water, but we just had that swinging dick confidence.
Exactly, yeah.
Where our character was like, yeah, I'm in a strange land that I don't know the customs of, but you know what? I'm the fucking commander, so I'm just going to walk around like I own the fucking place.
And that's what you do. You do that, right?
That's what you do.
That is what you do, yeah. So, like, kind of the idea that you'd have kind of, like, this kind of anxiety, it doesn't really add up with, like, how the game plays out. Like, that would be, like, my kind of read on it. Whereas something like Soto, 100%, yeah. Because you were a fish out of water, and you got fucking farmed, right? In that, that's kind of interesting, I think. But
going to the small scale storytelling that they want to do with the X-Packs, a good resolution to the fucking mental health thing would have been the commander resigning, like, all official posts. And saying, I'm no longer anything to do with the Pact. I'm not in the Shining Blade. I'm not in this organization. I'm not in the Vigil. You know, I have no more affiliations. I'm just a lone adventurer from now on, you know? And you're like, the Dragon's Watch people are like, but what if something ever threatens Tyria? And it's like, well, I've left a pretty good infrastructure behind, you know. You guys can
Yeah.
handle it. And then you just go do small scale fucking adventures far away on another continent. You know, you get on your boat, you sail over the seas to a different continent. No one knows who you are. And now you're basically like, you can tell like small scale stories. Like basically steal the plot from old fucking Western movies and have great stories. But
Yes. The world that doesn't need someone of your caliber anymore. Yeah, for sure. Like, because in theory there isn't this
you
like
only
apocalypse
existed to fight
looming.
the dragons.
Yeah,
And now
yeah.
it's over. So
Exactly, it's
now-
over. Yeah, and you can kind of go do some other stuff and kind of help out. Yeah, I think one of the hardest things to express, because, okay, let's actually go lore nerd here. So in the lore, guys, you don't just solo all the Elder Dragons. That's how it is in gameplay, yeah? But that's not what happens, right?
Yeah, you're just a guild you're the leader
yeah.
of Dragon's Watch, and the whole guild is like,
Yeah,
you
yeah.
know, like Power Rangering their ass down.
So-
with, like the whole.
Yeah. So there is some room to kind of say, well, if you didn't have the team, then, you know, you're not as powerful, right? Like you're not as strong as you would be. Because the premise of, you know, the whole that, you know, you gather the army of the Pact, right? And all this kind of stuff to fight. I think you see this particular with Král Couture, right? You have, like, lore-wise, you have this massive army, right? That you're battling this dragon with, right? Like you have this huge, like massive military presence that you're the leader of, obviously, but that's the situation, right? Like, of course, in gameplay, it's easy to forget that because you literally like 1v100, right? Right?
Like Dragon Stand is literally you're leading an army.
Yeah, to fight
into,
Mordor.
like this huge, massive battle.
Yeah. And you're not as powerful in lore as you are in gameplay, or how it can feel in gameplay, right? So I think there is some room, but they need to they need to properly narratively do that, right? They've got to strip away all of that stuff. You've got to almost be kind of going it solo, which is why I was actually really surprised that they did the Astral Ward. I feel like wouldn't it have been kind of better?
Because they just ramped it up again. Like,
yeah.
now you don't even need the pack. You can just call the fucking
the wizards.
You
And again, they're supposed to be like mega powerful. Like Isgaran is supposed to be like a this is like a super powerful character, right? Like in lore anyway. You know, very formidable force. I think it would have been interesting. You know how you know like the Shining Blade arc in Living World Season 3? It would have been kind of interesting if it was like almost like a covert op, right? That's the expansion, right? It's kind of like, you know, Anise says, right, you lot.
They're the deep state.
Yeah.
They're the deep state.
Yeah.
They're manipulating our politics.
Yeah. Well, I mean, look, you got to be careful saying that. You might get your assets liquidated. But that's another thing entirely. But yeah, it would have been interesting if it was kind of like this almost like covert thing. You can't make too much noise, right? You can't take too many people, right? Like over there, it's a small op with like just you and Livia, right? And Anise kind of doing something over there in Janthir Wilds. That could have been pretty interesting, like infiltrating the White Mantle or whatever kind of operations going on over there. Right? Stuff like that could be really cool, I think. But I am a little bit concerned that they're trying to go big again, right? It's like, oh yeah, it's this big Astral Ward. We're going in, right? We've got to clean this. We got to clean this shit up, or whatever the the premise of the the premise of the story is going to be. But yeah, it would be cool to kind of really scale it down and almost like, I don't know.
I think the hub is going to be Divinity's Reach. I don't even think the Astral Ward are going to be involved in the Janthir Wilds to like, a big extent. Like people are like, oh, they're gonna move the Wizard's Vault. I'm like, I don't see that happening.
Yeah.
I think it's more likely that we're going to Divinity's Reach, you know, because we've gotten like there's been like hints that the Queen wants, you know, Queen Jen is up to something, and like summoned Livia back or whatever, or Anise summoned Livia back, and then. So I think it's gonna like we're just gonna start in Divinity's Reach and then go from there. There's not gonna be a hub necessarily.
Some galaxy-wide threat like Brethren Moons from Dead Space. You just reminded me of like the ending of Dead Space 3, and now I'm sad. Now I'm sad that EA
are coming to Tyria. Oh my god, they're gonna eat everything.
Oh yeah, man. Yeah, the 40k one is really interesting actually. Like especially with the Tyranids, because it isn't like the premise in 40k, right? Is that like it's not even known really like the extent of the Tyranids, right? Like you have this kind of like giant swarm. I've seen these really cool images, right, where it's like a tentacle, like almost like closing in, right, on like the territories that the Imperium possesses, right? But like it's theorized that could even be potentially like a preliminary force almost, right? Like it's actually like something even far more like disgustingly larger.
Well, there's a thing
that
too
could be going on
in the recent lore where like they like use like radio telescopes to listen to other galaxies, and all they heard was Tyranids.
Yeah.
from like other galaxies, like so they've already consumed like all the other galaxies.
Yeah, that's big. Honestly, that's pretty big actually. I like that.
But then there's like this other theory now that the Tyranids are actually fleeing from an even bigger threat.
Oh no.
That's like, that the Tyranids are like were in like other galaxies, but they had to leave because they got pushed, sort of like like the Huns pushed the Goths into the Roman Empire, sort of thing.
Yeah, but that would be appropriately grimdark, I think. So I guess that makes sense with that one. Excellent raid, Pledex and Sheriff for the tier 1. Really appreciate that, my friend. Welcome back. Yeah, 40k lore is pretty based, honestly. It's fucking good shit. Actually,
as long as you don't get like suckered into the the fascist. Like,
well, it's like the
iconography.
Honestly, dude, I don't know if you've seen the Boys season 4, but they're really trying to make it.
Yeah, I've watched the first 3 episodes.
They're trying to make it really obvious. I feel like
they're trying to like make the people that like
realize.
Homelander, like,
they're trying to make them know, that he's not the good guy.
Or just make those people like quit watching the show because the show went woke or something like that. Like,
yeah. It's very, honestly, the 40k stuff is very interesting, actually, to me, like, with the way people interpret some of this. Because, I don't know. I guess it's just, like, a thing. I don't know. Like, I'd be almost tempted to say that people have a harder time kind of engaging with satire than they used to. But I have no evidence for that, so I'm not sure if that's actually true.
I don't think they ever could.
Yeah. But yeah, no, it's interesting. Yeah, no, guys, people watch The Boys and kind of go, oh yeah, like Homelander is the good guy, and people
they've made it very overt this season that like
very much not the case. It's very overt, like, and they want to be him. Yeah, but that's the point though. You shouldn't want to be fucking Homelander. Holy shit. Right, like
like in the previous seasons, like it was a little more subtle. They were like making fun of like like Marvel and Disney and all of that, and the superheroes were just kind of like the vehicle to do that. But now they're like actually making fun of like certain politicians, and like they're using like Homelander to represent those politicians. So it's like very obvious, like what you're.
It's with 40k, right? Like it's very strange to me that some people could look at the Imperium and go, you know what? That's good. Real life should be like that. It's like, interesting.
Yeah, they just want to be space marines.
I mean, honestly, I can understand that.
That's the thing was like a lot of people have like power fantasies, but they don't ever. They go, man, if I was in that world, I would be kicking ass. It's like, well, if you were in like medieval times, you probably wouldn't be a knight, You would probably be a peasant.
Yeah,
and things would be going poorly for you.
Yeah.
I
think that's one of the things that's really appealing about 40k. There are like every individual faction does some like incredibly fucked up shit. You even look at like you look at the Tau, right, and go like, oh, surely these are nice guys. But then you go, oh yeah, they do like re-education. They do like the fucking re-education camp stuff, right?
Yeah, they're basically like Maoists, essentially.
Yeah, it's there aren't any good guys in 40k. Nobody is the good guy, realistically. Yeah.
And when they do find a good guy, they immediately wipe them out. They're like, oh, we found a colony, a lost human colony on this planet, and they are like super happy, and they don't know anything about chaos, and they have like old technology from the days of yore, like they're way more advanced than us, and they're living in peace and prosperity. It's like immediately we have to nuke this planet to the rock. Like we have to cover this up.
It's time.
Oh, it's so good.
Yes. But oh well, that's how it goes, I guess. Oh, dude, Plenix is... Yeah, EB is pretty good right now, actually, Plenix. We've got content here. It's going for quite a long time, actually. It's pretty late, and people are still blasting, actually. It's good. It is good. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know where we would go with any of this, but, yeah, I don't know. Look, I just hope Janthe Wilds is good, okay? Like, come on, that's all I want. I just want it to be good.
Yeah. I just want the metas to be fun.
Yeah.
If the metas are fun at launch and I can like replay the metas multiple times a day, then and be happy about it, that'll be good.
Yeah, on the one hand, I'm kind of okay with the expansion being short on launch now because Blizzard decided to drop their expansion 2 days after Janthe Wilds, which is very annoying, but oh well. So at least I'll have time to do both, I guess. But yeah. I don't know. We'll see.
I think PoE new expansion's end of July, so that'll be just...
Yeah, everything is popping right now. It's ridiculous.
Yeah. Everyone's switched to a seasonal model.
Yeah, everyone.
So
every MMO is seasonal. Yeah. Yeah. Cucking Guilds for no reason. Actually, for what it's worth, I actually think I don't think Blizzard did this on purpose. The reason I think that is because both of these games were in development at the same time, right? Like the War Within and just that kind of next cycle of WoW X packs, that was at the same time as Janthe Wilds. Like, essentially, both of these products were going gold at the same time, right? So I just don't really see... Blizzard kind of having the ability to like pinpoint their release date to do that. I think it's the summer. That's when you release games, right? Like it's kind of the same thing with it's the same thing with Final Fantasy, right? There's a reason why Destiny 2 is doing a release, Final Fantasy is doing a release, ESO has already done a release, I think. Like WoW's doing a release, Guild Wars doing a release. There's a reason why this is the season to do it. Right, at the end of the day, right? Like that. And yeah, they're doing a Diablo 4 X-Pack as well, right? Like with that going on. There's a lot of stuff going on with games. But yeah. Guild Wars 2 and WoW do not have a significant overlap, right? Funnily enough, I think they will do after the next expansion. They're basically doing like account-wide gearing, account-wide progression in the War Within. That's one of like the major features of the War Within onwards is that essentially. I think they want a bit of a piece of the pie. And according to Preach, places in some of the zones, apparently they've got like a lot of like events on them. So like you wander around and like shit's happening and you can like go and get involved in it. Kind of like a dynamic event system. So I think I'm not gonna lie, I think WoW kind of want a piece of that. That kind of more a bit of open world content and more account wide, like lower grind required. With a lot of this stuff. Yeah. I actually think the game director for WoW, Holly Longdale, is absolutely killing it. I think she's fucking OP, overpowered kind of a studio head, to be honest. For, with WoW, yeah. I think they're doing a good job. Love to see it. Very interested to see what, like, the next couple of years for WoW looks like. It's something I really respect about WoW, to be honest. Like, especially looking at Dragonflight and the War Within. They're, like, totally okay with saying, fuck it, we're going to actually change up the game kind of a lot, That is, I like that. They're very willing to do that. Yeah. What happened to the 0 to 80 no deaths Iron Man? Has interesting Guild Wars 2 Iron Man died down? Yeah, to be honest, it never really got off the ground. The trouble with Iron Man in Guild Wars 2 is that... It's not that the game is easy, actually. I will not use that, because I think that kind of downplays what's going on there. Because classic WoW is easy. Very easy. It's not hard. But what it is punishing. And Guild Wars 2 is not super punishing, to be honest. Like, you can run away from mobs. If you, like, bite off more than you can chew, you can kind of just, like, wriggle away in Guild Wars 2. In WoW, classic WoW in particular, if you pull 3 mobs, you are in a situation, okay? Like, this is, like, fucking red alert, right? Like, this could be it. We could be going back to level 1, boys, right? And there's, like, limited stuff you can actually do about it, right? With this kind of stuff. And yeah, Guild Wars 2 just is not... it's not hard enough. Like, it's too easy to get things, right? Like, you don't really have to problem solve very much. Like, that's the big thing, right? Like, you don't need to problem solve in Guild Wars 2 to overcome these challenges. Why is stuff like Swampletics, like the, you know, the settled RuneScape challenge runs, or all the RuneScape challenge runs, why are those interesting? Because it requires you to problem solve, right? Like, you need to, there's a thing that you've got to figure out how to approach. In Guild Wars 2, there isn't that. Like, there's no problem solving. It's trivial. It's not easy, it's trivial. That's the difference here. Like, hardcore in WoW is easy, but it's non-trivial, right? There's going to be some problem solving along the way with some of the stuff. And you're going to run into rough situations, right? You're going to fuck up and make a mistake, and it will cause you to fucking have a heart attack, right? Whereas that's much less of a common thing in like kind of doing Guild Wars hardcore, right? I think one thing that could be cool, and maybe I'll do this with Fungo. This would be like a really cool thing to actually practice consistency. I might try and do a no deaths total full clear of Guild Wars 2 raid CMs. So I mean a total full clear of all raids, all strikes on CM, including HTCM and Ceres Legendary. Like, that is kind of interesting. But here's the thing. In a way, that's no good. Because it's not a problem you're solving there, right? You just have to do the fight, right? Like, everything is scripted on rails. There's not going to be that kind of almost like random element that happens a lot of the time in like hardcore, especially in Vanilla WoW. That's why it blew up in Vanilla WoW, even more so than in RuneScape. I feel like actually was HC, because there's this unpredictability to it. But yeah, I don't know. It's Aris, thanks to the tier 1, by the way. Not sure if I already read that out. Maybe I'm going to see now. Could be. Gearing. I think gearing is a big part of it. You're right, Grim, yeah. Because, like, gearing, you don't have to do anything risky to get gear, right? You can just gear in open world. Yo, Roy's here. You don't have to, like, go into, like, dungeons to get gear and, like, basically risk your character. Or do raids, right? There's no risk. You'll always be prepared, right? And it's just grind, right? You just have to grind, pretty much. Character doesn't have a title. Yeah, I kind of like not having a title, honestly. You know, I don't particularly value stuff like titles that much. I like I really value the experiences, right? So like when I think about like, do I really care about legendary Conqueror of Ceres? I think it's a really cool gesture. I actually respect ArenaNet a lot for doing that. That was really nice. But at the end of the day, the title is not what holds value to me. It's kind of, well, ultimately, it's the memory of doing that, right? Like, it's the thing in my brain is what has the value. It's not necessarily the actual thing. Like, trophies are nice, but trophies ultimately are a representation of that memory, right? I've got trophies from swimming, but I don't really value the trophies themselves. If I lost them, I'd be like, oh man, that kind of feels bad. But at the end of the day, I knew I was there. I knew what I did. Like, that's what I ultimately value, is the experience of that. That's how it is.
All right, I'm going to get dinner.
Hey, see ya. Good chat.
See ya.
Yo, Snap, get in here. I need more content. World versus World is not a competitive game mode, and Snap knows it too. We've had that confirmed. Yo, Snab, what's going on, bro?
I'm writing.
Have you been playing much World vs. World, like after the changes?
Oh yeah, I've been playing with the Alliance. SG is aligned with Zera and Hell, and there's a bunch of guilds in there.
Yeah. How's the experience been? Has it felt different to you?
Not really. Well, I mean, like, there's been a team shakeup, I guess.
Yeah.
But you have to remember, you're talking to somebody who's not super into World versus World, but
Yeah.
that enjoys it nonetheless.
Yes, infinite podcast.
What I've enjoyed so far is that I got to pick who I play with,
Yeah.
right? And that's kind of cool. I really, really like that. So I've been playing. Okay, the problem was on launch, it was a bit weird because our team got split up, and then I had to command on reset night, and like I'm not an experienced commander, right? And so I kind of felt bad for like the 20 people that were with me because we were just getting destroyed. We weren't really comped out. We were just going in there having fun. I was portal bombing people and getting wrecked. It was fun, but we were getting pretty destroyed.
Yep.
I played for about an hour and a half before I had to go. But yeah, our team got split in half, right? So Azure got put in one map with about 25 people, and I was in another map with about 25 people, but I was playing against like full 50 squad guilds.
Yeah.
And they were just wrecking. So that was interesting. It was very cool to see how everyone was grouped up. I honestly haven't really noticed much of a difference. I'm not sure what I was supposed to see that's different, though. Keep in mind, I'm fairly fresh to World versus World, so I'm not really sure what difference I was supposed to see, other than I'm happy that we could make an alliance, and, you know, we're all playing together. That's kind of fun.
Yo, Roy wants it on the call. I'm just going to add him to Tea Time Discord, and we just go there. Hang on. Right, we're redirecting. I'm going Tea Time Discord. I've added Roy. Let's go.
Make sure you...
Boom. Roy's in. He's ready to go. We're going to... I think we're taking this tower right now, I think is what's going on. Yo, what's going on?
Happy Father's Day, Sneb.
Thank you. Happy Father's Day, Roy.
Thank you.
Roy is a father to us all, and it feels good.
Exactly.
Roy and CMC are the daddies of the gw2 community.
That's yeah. You can call me daddy. That's fine.
You know, I better see on the next live stream. I better see Roy, Daddy.
I don't think I'll put that on the live stream.
How to get fired in
one
foul swoop.
I also won't be on the next live stream. So.
Wait, what?
Oh.
Really? Oh man. So is it gonna, wait,
yeah, well, Cal's back, so.
Oh, so you've been replaced. You've been usurped.
Well, no, I refuse to go on stream with him.
Yeah.
You know. Yeah. That's why he wasn't on the last one.
I fucking love that someone's gonna take that seriously. Oh my god. I love it. It's so good.
Well, I honestly I didn't really think about it. It's gonna work out so that I can't be there. But
okay.
it is pretty funny that the last one he couldn't make, and then this one I can't make.
Yeah.
So some people are definitely going to just take that as we really do hate each other.
Yeah.
Cal is better than Roy, anyways. That's true. That's based.
Yeah, I mean, world restructuring is out. I think it feels pretty good to me.
Yeah.
I like the. You know what? Some people are saying they don't like the names. I like the names. I'm gonna say it. Ettin's back. Yeah. That's what I'm talking about. Okay. I'm not sure about Grekvel and Burrows though. I'm not sure what's going on there, but yeah.
I've seen a lot of people comment about the names. I don't really get it. Like I think so. I was reading like the Reddit post, right? Because there was a big Reddit post where someone posted that silly image of the like old servers versus new server names or whatever. And there was like someone commented that people just don't like change, which I think is pretty accurate. But I don't know. I like a lot of the names. I could totally see some of the names not being, what people like. But I really wanted to get like a reference into all of the like, sort of like minor races or whatever in Guild Wars. I thought that was kind of cool. So that's like where you get the Grekvel and Burrows and all that stuff.
Yeah. Interesting.
I thought it was fun.
Okay. Yeah. I mean, wait. Is there one called Ruined Cathedral of Blood?
That's
a pretty long one. That's a long name.
It's yeah, but it's sick. It's awesome. That Ruined Cathedral. We are probably gonna like touch it up a bit though, so it's not quite as long. Because yeah, we didn't honestly we were talking about it like a couple weeks ago. We were like, wait, this is a pretty long name. We should probably go. Especially I think like the German translation for it is really messed up.
Nice. Yeah, that's not a surprise.
Yeah.
Super long.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a little long, but we'll probably end up touching it up a bit. But I don't know. I think it's a cool name. I like it. It's metal as heck. I'm a fan.
Yes. Yeah, it's cool. I've been playing some World versus World. Like I said, I am just really interested because I think that a lot of the differences that are happening right now, I think they're probably a little bit more subtle, actually, and I think that's where the metrics will really be useful there. Like you know, how it's coordinating players to play better at peak times, right? Like, it's kind of putting people who play at the same time together, right? Like, and eventually, I think the next round, like the next relink, or rather, you know, team building event is going to be really interesting because like right now, for example, I believe on Eden's back, I think Eden's back is stacked as fuck. Like, that's my understanding of it. Like, a couple of people have told me about this, is that there's some like insanely juiced up like players and teams that are all on this one link together. I think it's gonna be very interesting to see what the algorithm does to kind of balance things a little bit, and you know, not necessarily have all of these like really strong kind of rosters all on the same team, and maybe like distribute them out a little bit. I think that could be really interesting, like to see how that one kind of turns out.
Yeah.
I like how Roy can say nothing about this, and he has no choice but to say nothing.
I can say some stuff. I just don't. Well, you know, I'm not the spokesperson for ArenaNet. So
what?
Yeah, believe it or not.
Oh, shoot. I've had this way confused.
I asked Josh.
In this room. Dang.
I asked Josh if he would be okay with me communicating everything we do.
Yeah.
And he actually had to go to the hospital. He was laughing so hard.
Nice.
Yeah.
Isn't that Nike? Yeah, we're talking to Nike, guys. ArenaNet Nike right now.
No, what they're saying is the official represent that. Yeah, no.
Oh, isn't that the official representation? No, definitely not. Definitely not, guys. We don't engage in that here.
Yeah. No memes.
Memes are not allowed. Legal. Memes are not allowed whatsoever.
Especially no trees.
I don't like.
If there's trees. Oof.
I don't like memes.
What spear are you going to use, Roy? We've seen, of course, 6 of them revealed now. Play some Guardian spear. Is that what you're going to be going for? A little Guardian situation?
Obviously, I'm not going to talk about anything that hasn't been shown yet.
Not the new
I
one.
really,
yeah, for sure. Yeah.
I really do like Thief Spear is sick. I'm a big fan of Thief Spear. I think the idea behind it is really, really dope.
Yep.
I think it's really cool. I'm excited for it.
That one is pretty cool. And yeah, I have a set of revolving guests. You know, we got in Silhouette. There was supposed to be Jaffa. Unfortunately, Jaffa is not here. We're going to break down AFK farmers. Quick note, guys. Roy AFK farmed 100k gold. Like, that's pretty crazy stuff, but it is also true.
Why would you say that?
Because it's the truth. That's why I said it. You know, I'm here to bring truth.
But we're dying.
To the I think we're giga dead here. Like, the swarm just completely fucked us.
I'm out.
That's fine. We can look. I'm going down with the tower, dude. Okay, that's what we do.
Yeah, I mean
that's fine. They're gonna come for Stomus now. We can defend the castle. It's gonna be huge.
Who was that person you were talking to earlier, by the way, the Silhouette guy? I'm not familiar with him.
You're just someone who's kind of popped up recently, I guess. Yeah.
You don't know Silhouette Gaming 1?
Silhouette Gaming bought
you don't know
raids. He bought a full EOD CM F clear. He bought a full clear from unit. In fact, check this out. He transferred to EU to do it because it was cheaper to do that than to buy on NA.
It's cheaper to buy raids. Oh, I guess that makes sense.
Yeah.
Yeah. You know what I'm confused, Roy, is this is probably a guy that would be relevant to you. You should watch his video.
Why? Why is that?
He buys raids.
He teaches people how to.
He teaches people how to raid.
No, he teaches people how to buy raids. Yeah.
And are you saying that I need to buy raids or something? Is that?
You know, maybe.
And surely you got to be feeling the pressure, Roy. You know, Trig got world's first ArenaNet employee, legendary Ceres.
Oh, Awesomeness.
Awesomeness now has world second
today.
Yeah, he has world second. He has it locked in. Yeah, today.
Yesterday.
Yep.
Nice.
Yeah,
that's cool.
He's locked.
Yeah, if I felt like being able to beat a bunch of computer-generated characters was important to me, I'd probably do that. But fortunately, I have more respect for myself. So,
bro, you play world versus world. Okay, that's actually
the best game mode.
But the thing is, though, like what you do is like you mow down like innocent peepos, right? That's the entire game.
Yeah, that's base. That's what it's about.
Skill-based matchmaking is not something Roy is interested in.
Listen, skill-based matchmaking is a lie. Let's be honest here. It's not real.
I think, honestly, I think the world versus world meta right now is actually so good if you want to do like the peepo smushing, to be honest, because holy shit, like if you're if you're playing the meta right now with like the 3 to 4 supports in each sub, and you go up against a group that isn't doing that, you will farm them. Holy shit, you will actually like sweep over them like a swarm of rats, right, or something, and like feast on them. It's actually a really it's a really good meta for kind of I want to say like smaller or small-ish highly skilled groups. Let's say 25 people. You can actually destroy right now. I feel like against like less organized groups, you can absolutely fucking crush people with the way the game is right now. Yeah, like the lawnmower. Yeah, you can like lawnmower people.
I can't help but notice you're not using the tentacle gathering tools. What's up with that?
Well, I guess I could actually. Wait, I'd have to.
I mean, they're just better.
Wait, can I can you remove glyphs? Oh yeah, you can actually. Yeah, I can swap the glyph out.
I think so.
Yeah, because I have like the volatile magic ones, so I get rich on the synths.
Oh, yeah.
So I'd have to like attach them to the tentacles. I think. Yeah, I have them in the mail actually. The Eldritch Horror harvesting tool.
Yeah. Yeah, they're the best.
Yeah.
Because you play a flute, and then the tentacles come up.
Wait, so you play a flute and it summons the tentacle?
Yeah.
Oh shit, that's pretty cool actually.
Yeah, I'm master of the tentacles.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Interesting. Tentacle fan, huh?
Oh yeah, I love tentacles.
Hmm.
They're really cool.
Roy died to a Guardian NPC.
That's not true.
I guess that is true. That's why you can't do Ceres, is because the Guardian NPC
That's not true. And if it was true, Ceres is easier than Guardian NPC, but it doesn't matter because I never died to the Guardian NPC, so it doesn't matter. You should stop saying that slander.
Interesting.
Man, Roy, you should join my static.
Yeah?
Join. Yeah.
What for what?
Raids Wednesdays. Get in there.
Like
Learn all
full clear?
CMs. Become god tier.
Snub, you seem to have this perception that I've like literally never set foot in a raid before or something.
I don't think you have.
I asked you if I could join a static, and you're like, yeah, no problem, we'll get you set up. And then you brought me to a training run for like 4 hours, and we did the first few wings.
That wasn't all for you, actually. There were other people, but anyway.
I'm aware it wasn't just for me. That's not what I said. I said you brought me to a training run.
Yeah, there's nothing that could be done. But I have an elite group of gamers, Roy.
Yeah.
Some professionals.
Yeah.
Some contract killers, Roy.
Oh, whoa,
Yeah?
whoa.
You got shooters on deck?
You could be among the contract killers.
Yeah. And what's this? Awesomeness. ArenaNet employee awesomeness.
Okay.
Link me this article. This
He's new,
NPC
okay?
once defeated ArenaNet developer Roy Marks in a clean
could be
1v1,
anyone.
calling his skill as a player.
They could be talking about
into
anyone with that.
question. There's a
They
clip.
could be talking
though.
about anyone with that.
There's a clip, Roy.
No,
Here's the clip. There is
There's
a clip.
no clip.
There's,
Deepak. Do not
I'm
click on this
watching
clip.
it. I'm watching the
You're gonna get unpartnered tomorrow.
I'm watching the clip.
That's CMC. That's not me. You can clearly see that's CMC. I know he looks like me, but it's not me. That's CMC.
Yeah. I like
Listen, man, my keyboard got unplugged. Okay, the sun was in my eyes.
You have
man.
you've got a good article on the wiki. I'm not gonna lie, because the gallery
my
is you
fish
with
was on fire.
The gallery is you with shaved eyebrows from Extra Life, and then the next one is with a shaved head and shaved eyebrows from 2020.
Yeah, it's pretty good. Yeah, it's pretty good.
That's good.
Holy
Look how
shit.
clean that is, dude. Damn.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's something.
Yeah.
Also known as Roy Marks. Interesting. Yeah. Oh, Matter in the chat as well. Matter has arrived. Interesting.
The dog ate my rotation. That's a good one.
Have you have you guys seen Sneb slugging, by the way? I'm going to show this emote on stream. Check this out. This is actually high tier.
Wait, did he do it?
He hasn't done it yet, no, but
not
he
yet.
will. But I just thought that this emote is really good. Like, someone has crafted this wonderful piece of artwork.
That is really good.
It is good, right? Like, you can see the little tentacles
What the heck?
that the slug has. You can see the headband and the Sneb hairstyle kind of going on there as well. And then the slug. It's like an actual slug.
Shouts out to whoever drew that. That's dope. You got some talent there.
Yeah. You know what's funny? Matt is coming... This is actually crazy. Matt is coming back to Guild Wars 2. Do you guys know that? She said that
I didn't know she left.
yeah, she cannot keep up with WoW anymore and is forced to forced to play Guild Wars 2 and retire. Yeah. But to be honest, I definitely get that. If I got Hardstuck on Heroic Sourfang in ICC, then I mean I would come back to Guild Wars 2 as well.
I don't think that's something you should be typing, Angels.
Wait, what the fuck is Jesus Christ? Okay. Yeah. Interesting. Yeah. Exclamation mark NA. Please help NA. Man, that was a good time. Why can't we go back to Dragon's End? Like when NA was begging for help with Dragon's End. Offering money, financial incentives. I mean, it is. It's challenging. It is.
Yeah.
It is. Yeah, I mean, pretty cool stuff. I have to say, I think the World vs. World meta right now, I'm not gonna lie, I'm actually a little bit excited to get into it and like play with some of the gang actually, because I will concede that it is a little bit scuffed. Like running this many kind of hybrids is a bit weird. I'll they've got me there. I definitely agree with that. But you know what? It does remind me a little bit of the Heart of Thorns meta, which was kind of similar, but not quite the same. Like very brawly, right? Like everyone was running Celestial gear, like everyone was in Selly, right? Like the entire time you had like Selly guards and stuff like that. Like, ooh, very nice. And I like this Firebrand build because it has Shattered Aegis. That is good. It's based. Actual good build. Love to see it.
We got some incoming.
Yeah, we gotta
go.
We gotta get these guys. Do you have the DPS to kill them? Oh, we actually do. Yeah, we killed this guy. Very nice.
Yeah, I think it's kind of interesting though because it seems like there are a decent amount of people that aren't running like the Selly comp stuff. Like they're still kind of running, I guess what you could call more traditional.
Yeah.
And it doesn't seem like it's completely ineffective, but
oh no, I think it definitely isn't. But like when I've been watching some gameplay, like there's some like montage stuff, like holy shit, like when you run the Sully stuff, like your HP it does not drop. It's there forever, right? Like you actually just like are unkillable, right? Like it seems like the groups that run this and obviously execute it well, like they're so durable, right? Like they can just sustain through pretty much anything. It's pretty wild, honestly. Where it is. Yeah, honestly, I think that kind of gameplay is kind of cool in a way. I think it's important that there is like some kind of counter to it, and I'm sure people are kind of trying to cook something and like come up with some ideas on how you can approach it. But yeah, it seems pretty strong. It seems like pretty strong stuff going on. But yeah, it's pretty hype. Oh yeah, and ArenaNet know about this. Yeah, Grouch very specifically called Sneb out and was like saying, yeah, it's time. Like he has to slug at this point, and he will be slugging. He will be doing a slug stream, guys. And the quote was this: Sneb will cover his body in Vaseline if they release Wing 8. So he will be covering his body in Vaseline and role playing as a slug.
Wait, is he gonna wait until it actually releases, or is he just gonna do it?
I think he wants to do it on progression.
This is a very good question, Roy. This is a very good question. I'm actually debating what the right thing to do is, because I'm thinking that maybe when some more information about the raid is announced is probably a good idea, or maybe just sometime in the summer when it's like nice outside here and I can set up a kiddie pool.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah. That
might make sense.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think you should do it before.
What, yeah, Twitch ban him? I don't think Twitch will ban him for like role playing a slug. No.
Well, you're the one. You're the one who said that Sneb slug is lewd. Or no, was it you who said?
Well, Matta said that. Yeah, Matta said it was like a little sexual.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, the thing is though, Sneb slug kind of is a little bit lewd though, because look.
I mean, it could be.
I mean, look at the character. Look how like he's kind of like wrapped around like the slug in a way, right? Like it does look like you are potentially engaging in some kind of activity with the slug.
Wait, what are you talking about?
What are you talking about?
Wait, what? Okay, yeah, what do you mean? Look at what's going on there.
Are you looking at an image?
Look at what's happening. Look what's happening with Sneb
It
slug.
looks like I'm falling off a ledge and it's slippery because there's slugs.
Yeah, that looks that's questionable. I agree with you, Bob. That's a little questionable.
It is okay. Look, Matta is the litmus test. Look, Matta, tell us about Sneb Slug. What do you think about Sneb Slug? Come on, like, give us the review on that emote. Yeah. Mata is not on T-Time Discord, actually. Mata, unfortunately, would never join Voice ever again because she hates us. So, quite tragically, that's unlikely to happen.
Well, I mean, I'd probably hate you, too, if you promised me a legendary weapon and some, like, obscure bet, but then you just never followed through.
I mean, I will admit that kind of did happen, but technically speaking, I could still do 1k Dragon's Ends. There was no...
There's no way.
There was no time limit on 1k Dragon's Ends week, actually. So... I think I'm kind of in the clear on this.
You had a sliver of hope, Teapot. You had a sliver of hope.
I'm fucking
And then
dead,
it
it's
has been
over.
completely destroyed. No one is going to play with you.
Yeah.
Wait, what
do
do
you
you have to do 1k Dragon's Ends?
Well, because I said that, you know, I would do 1k Dragon's Ends week. We'd do 1,000 Dragon's Ends in 1 week.
Okay.
In order to, you know, to
Why haven't
embolden
you done
the...
it?
well, I haven't done it because I never got around to it, to be honest. You know, I had a couple of things I wanted to kind of set up.
That sounds like you. That checks out, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, unfortunately, that is the case. Yeah, but how is it possible? You have to. Okay, the way it's possible, you have to run 14 instances of Dragon's End every single Dragon's End.
I like how you've done the math.
Oh yeah, I know. It's you know, it's a lot.
There aren't that many players playing concurrently.
Yeah.
You did the math.
And it's not. It's not easy. I'll admit that it's not easy to do 1k Dragon's Ends. Like in 1 week, I will say it's kind of impossible. I think in a month it's doable. Realistically, to do 1k Dragon's Ends month is possible. Like honestly, I had some sick plans. I had like a multi-box setup where I was going to lead multiple maps at the same time, right? And I would be in both maps, like tabbing between them, like with gw2 launch and multi-box, and like doing like 2 or 3 maps simultaneously.
How many could you do in a day if you were running 14 instances?
Well, I mean, it's every 2 hours, right? So like on EU,
so
you have to double. Yes, you get 12, 24 for including NA, right? Because you've got like NA server as well.
Oh,
so there's kind of like the event is like duplicated essentially, right? Because it's on NA at the same time.
That's not that bad because that's only 5 days of doing it then.
Yeah.
If you were able to, yeah.
But of course, that's
Yeah,
that's 24 hours a day. Like literally 24 hours a day though. So you know, you gotta fudge the numbers.
Do you have to be on for all, like, because obviously you're not going to be in every instance yourself. So do you have to be at least awake for all 24 hours?
Well, no, I wouldn't have to be awake. But, I mean, yeah, I'd have to have others helping.
So
yeah. I look.
We could make a schedule.
I mean, in a week, the thing is though, you have to have a lot of people. Like each Dragon's Den is 60 people. So if you're running, if you're running 14 instances, that is
840 people or whatever.
It is a shit ton of people.
Times 2.
Yeah, times 2.
That's we could do it. We could do it.
And you'd need a huge amount of the player base to kind of get on board. You'd have to like hype it up and promote it, right? Like a lot. And also you'd want to go insanely hard on the first couple of days, because what's going to happen with something like that is that you're not going to have people playing for the entire week, right? Like just grinding Dragon's End. So you'd want to actually do it on like day 1. You'd want to have 10 instances per Dragon's End on both servers, like pretty much all day. Even more than that, you'd want to like double. You'd want to get most of your Dragon's Ends done in like the first 2 days, and then you kind of like finish it off for the rest of the week. But yeah.
Yeah. All right, let's do it.
Well, I mean,
I got some vacation time.
Yeah. It's time that you'll lead the Dragon's Ends. So
actually,
you'll make
I probably wouldn't even need to take time off because technically that's like, you know, I mean, I could just be like, oh, it's like research. You know?
Researching Dragon's End.
Yeah.
Research.
Yeah.
Research.
It's community outreach.
You know what? Let's do something else. Let's do, you know, Sneb, I think Sneb's going to be down for this one. Let's do 1,000 Epoch CMs week, Sneb. How about that? Like, why don't you do that? Why not? Sneb?
I would rather.
Yeah.
I would rather slug twice. No way.
Well, honestly, Sneb, I don't even think that sounds like a punishment because I have a feeling you want to slug. Like,
I have a feeling that there's like this cabal of people at ArenaNet that are very interested in seeing me slug, and I find that
I'd say there's like 2
strange.
people. There's like 2 people. Josh being one of them.
Grouch wants to see it. He wants to see you slug.
Yeah.
Holy shit.
Bit odd,
dude, I can hear the
accept
flute
it.
of the tentacle. That's actually crazy.
Yeah. You're still not using it though.
Okay, I'm gonna use it. Hang on.
Look, man, if you don't like it, it's fine. I just think you're wrong.
I'm getting it. I'm getting it, bro. Like, calm down.
No, I won't calm down.
You're a little out of control there, bro. Like, that's what that kind of seems like.
Yeah, all right.
A little out of hand. Okay, boom. I've done it.
I did not design these tools, no.
Yeah. Did you design the
just think
node?
they're
He
really
designed
cool.
the nodes though. That's what he did do. He put them
Yeah.
there.
Oh man,
You had to
big
move
node
them,
updates
right?
coming soon.
Oh really?
Yeah.
Oh, you're dating the
Well,
synths?
World World nodes.
Oh shit, we got synth updates coming. That's big, actually. That's a leak.
Yeah,
You
I'm
just
gonna,
leaked.
I'm gonna move every single node to one spot on the map.
So you have to fight over. It's like King of the Hill, and then like whatever server,
Yeah.
like whatever team has it, like gets to farm all the nodes.
Yeah, exactly.
That's huge.
Yeah.
Roy, big leak here. Leak this now. Will the
Okay.
next expansion have gathering nodes?
I can't say.
don't tell
Sorry,
him.
that's I'm not allowed.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can't confirm or deny.
I was close. Almost slipped there.
Yeah, you almost slipped.
That was you almost
Watch
got me,
out.
honestly.
Yeah.
Yeah. Wait,
No
next
spoiler.
expansion. I mean, what are you talking about?
I don't know what that is.
What?
Yeah, what do you mean?
What are we
It was
talking
a trick
about?
question, wasn't it?
It was a trick question. There is no next expansion.
Oh wait, never mind. We've announced the next. It's okay. All right, I'm safe.
You're
Are
clean.
you saying that you haven't pre-purchased Guild Wars
No.
2 Janthir Wilds using
Dude,
Sneb's
I've literally been talking about
referral
using the Tenty gathering tool.
You already pre-ordered Sneb. You should know that. Yeah, he's got the
I got
pre-order.
it like day one.
Yeah, he has it.
Day one. Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah,
He's feasting.
I love Janthir Wilds.
He loves it. He loves it more than life itself. Dude, this guy
Well,
just put a wins in. Let's
Yeah,
go.
probably. Oh my god.
I'm in. Look, we're downs. We're downs.
I'm not.
Huh? I'm killing
They
them.
One shot me, dude. Yeah, they were just standing there, and I was like, oh, I could probably throw a Hunter's Ward out, and then they all just pushed me.
Yeah.
That was rough.
I killed people
No.
with my reflect.
You're a god gamer.
I learned something yesterday, very important in World versus World.
Oh yeah.
Yeah?
There's a chrono build called the stripper build.
Ooh.
Yeah?
You can be a professional stripper and just strip boons.
Hmm.
Great.
I mean, yeah, it's that build's existed
Yeah.
forever.
Hey, you seen the
Yeah.
you should,
I'm a noob.
you
I
should
have
try
no
like
idea.
the the renegade build for that right now, Sneb. There's like a renegade build, and it's like
Yeah,
sole.
Telegram.
It's like sole purpose is to like ruin people's day, pretty much. Like that's its only purpose.
Yeah.
Oh man,
it-
I like that.
Yeah. Yeah, Renegade's kind of messed up, actually.
It gives a lack too. It's a really interesting build actually. It's like almost like a couple of different builds that kind of like are stuck together in a way,
Yeah.
or like a couple of different things that kind of like they're all smushed into one thing. Yeah, I don't know.
I think Renegade being good in World vs. World is kind of cool, to be honest.
Yeah. Well, yeah, I think
neat.
it's cool that you do see like a lot of builds that actually like have a function, right? Like there's a lot of I feel like there is a lot of potential for variety. Like obviously not everything's going to be good at the same time, but I definitely get the feeling in World vs. World right now that there's a lot of builds that like could work, right? Whereas I think that wasn't always the case. It was like if you can't basically do the exact same thing as a Guardian or a Necro, like that doesn't work really in like World vs. World play. Whereas I feel like right now there aren't actually that many elite specs that like couldn't work in a World vs. World Zerg capacity, I think, which I think is actually really cool. I think there's pretty much everything is kind of getting there. Like obviously not everything is good, or you know, not like everything is, you know, good at the same time, but there's a lot of potential for I think things to have some good variety in like what you might end up playing, right? In terms of like supports and like damage options that you could go for.
Yeah. What world have you been playing on, Sneb, on an A? For
It's like
World Structure?
something Raw's Rest or something.
Oh, okay, cool.
I believe he's with Maguma.
We are.
Oh.
Yeah.
You're in the Maguma
I had,
Alliance?
you know, I gotta say, I had a really good time trolling Maguma the other night. I would
Oh,
go
really?
in team chat. We started singing songs. Like Maguma would complain about not being able to just hardcore lock up SMC all night, because you know that was something they were used to, and they were just complaining about it endlessly. And so we had to sing A Whole New World from Aladdin. And because there was also some like some racist stuff going on in the team chat, so we tried to block it out. We took moderation into our own hands. It worked.
Interesting.
You just gotta sing songs.
Yeah.
Blocks it out.
You know, actually, you know what? I want Sneb to self-report here. Sneb.
Sure.
Confirm the fact that when they add proper competitive structure to World vs. World, you will actually go fully ruthless, like psychopath mode, and do what you have to do to win.
Oh yeah, 100%. If there was actually a point in playing World versus World competitively, I would 100% do it.
Yeah.
It's actually the most fun.
To be clear, you're talking like com focus, like all the fucked up shit. That's what Sneb would go for.
Oh, yeah. So the issue that I
cringe.
have in Guild Wars is a lot of the competitive game modes are just scuffed, right? So let's think about this. PvP, isn't super scuffed. It's kind of scuffed. But the big issue is that it's really it's just been around so long. It's really dominated by a small group of people, and it'd be really hard to break in ever. But World versus World feels more open, right? Because there's just more people involved, and if it was objective focused, it would be a lot more about strategically moving groups around and stuff, rather than just like, can the blob run into the other blob? So I think that'd be very interesting. But then you look at things like the leaderboard for Convergent CMs, and I mean, I can't even read that, so it's kind of a waste.
Yeah.
But if there was a real competitive game mode where there was like a reason for me to want to win, I would really enjoy that. I would go for it.
Man, Sneb, you should have played World vs. World back in the day. It was good.
Yeah. You know, I mean, look, obviously now we're getting into territory where you really obviously can't say anything. But for what it's worth, I really hope that we do see some kind of competitive infrastructure. Like, I understand that, you know, obviously, like, you know, Seasons had their problems, right? But I definitely think that World vs. World is really missing that kind of thing, kind of to finish it off. In the same way that, like, PvP has automated tournaments, like, World vs. World needs, like, automated tournaments, right? It needs, like, the equivalent of the monthly, I feel like, within the World vs. World ecosystem. And I think that will actually resolve a lot of issues. You know, Grouch talked about this in some of the World vs. World posts, right? That they're kind of expecting player behavior to change a little bit, like, as some of this stuff, you know, they add and change World vs. World systemically as well. And I think that's 100% true. I think that, like, some of the things that are weird, right? Like, people complain about things being, like, super blobby. I think the reason that happens is partially because, like, you know, there's no reason to really split up, right? Like, you know, you just make the ultimate blob and fucking farm everyone, right? That's kind of, you know, that's kind of a pretty good strategy at the end of the day. And I think that changing the goal and having a bit more of an objective centered, not necessarily like obsessed with, like, you know, capturing castles and stuff, but something that gives the player a reason to care about the score and just like the way that the game mode actually operates, I think will actually improve just the way the gameplay works out in general, just kind of as a baseline. So I'm really looking forward to kind of like the next step, right, for World vs. World. Like, we've got this world restructuring system that should help some of the issues with population, right, and you know, like matchmaking, right, and making like not exactly skill-based matchmaking, but kind of like interest and activity-based matchmaking a thing. It's a really good idea, I think. Making it focus on guilds too, so it's like easier to get involved with your friends, right? You don't have to, like, you know, transfer servers or anything crazy like that to play the game. So I'm really looking forward to the next step, actually.
Hell yeah.
I am going to force people to play World vs. World. I'm back. You know, we're back in World vs. World. It feels good.
Yep.
Beetle racing. Yeah, I really want to do a beetle racing tournament. We actually never did because you know, it's actually it's kind of a weird story. Yeah, like, well, we did like a small one, but not like a big one, not the one that I wanted to do. Like, it was kind of weird because there were some issues. I think the organizers for the tournament, I was basically going to do the production for a tournament, not actually like the organization. I was just like, you know, I was going to do the stream, basically. That was my kind of part of it. But it kind of fell through, unfortunately. And yeah, I really want to do that. I have a couple of ideas. I'm kind of expecting... and again, yeah, okay, I'm going to be trolling Roy here a little bit. I'm definitely expecting some improvements to the guild hall, actually, as kind of like a spillover from player housing. I actually have evidence for that, too. Like, they've been fixing some of the instancing bugs there as well. And that is actually really cool to see, because that was not a good thing that existed. So I'm kind of expecting like a little bit of attention actually to guild halls, and I think that might potentially kind of invigorate people's interest in like that type of player-driven content. But also I think it might just open some new possibilities to what you can actually do, right? Like in terms of like constructing tracks and stuff like that, and some of the other stuff there. So that's kind of like the reason why I've kind of got a rekindled interest. But also another thing is that Sprudel actually did a huge amount of dev work for a Beetle Taunt, like some really cool technology actually from like the production standpoint and viewer perspective that we actually never got to put into practice because like the Taunt just kind of like didn't exist. But yeah, I'd really like to do something after the expansion, like especially if some stuff changes there actually, because yeah, we have some really fun technology and I think some stuff that could be really exciting for viewers. I think, and like would make it like a really fun, viewable experience, which is kind of cool.
Yeah, the beetle racing tournaments that I did were a lot of fun.
Yeah,
I always enjoyed them. I mean, they were always like a little bit scuffed because obviously it's kind of hard to, because like they use the like the open world races and stuff, and then also went to Guildhall, so it was like a little hard to spectate. But then for the last one, I think we were using like Discord streaming, and like restreaming the Discord POVs and stuff, and that was really cool. Yeah, they're really fun. I always enjoyed them. I mean, obviously, I'm a big fan of community-run game modes.
Yep.
Yeah, so that was a good one. Plus, it's awesome to get to see my boy Garf just
quick
like
question:
own noobs.
Does anyone have Community Drift Master?
I have no idea.
Because I don't know if anyone does. I
so?
don't recall if there's ever been a tournament that had that title. I don't recall one.
I think there might have been one.
Oh, okay. So maybe there was one then. Okay.
I genuinely don't remember. I mean, Garfield would know.
Yeah. I just don't seem to recall one, and that would be really fun, right? To like have a tournament where we give that out, right? Would be really fun, I think.
Oh, you said there is one.
Oh, there is one. Okay, yeah. Yeah, I must have missed that. Like, I don't recall. Oh, it's a dev.
Oh,
it's a dev. Okay, it's a dev. Yeah. Okay.
Oh, that's funny.
Yeah.
Oh, he means literally one. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So that's like a different situation then. Yeah, I think that would be really fun to like have a big tournament. The thing is, oh man. And this is almost like a completely different topic, but I actually think that there's some... I'd almost want to interfere with how the tracks are made, but that would be kind of me treading on people's toes, right? Because like I think there's a couple of things that I would want to be almost like a little bit different in order to make it a really exciting and watchable event as well, like the kind of like the viewable event style thing. But I also am really conscious that it's kind of like not my territory. I don't want to tell people how to do things and tell people how to operate in terms of the rule set.
All the folks that make from like what I remember, all the folks that make the tracks and stuff, they're all like really creative people, and I'm sure they'd be open to like at least just listening to like you saying, oh, it'd be cool to see this, it'd be cool to see that, and then like there's always the opportunity to make a new track.
Yeah.
But
yeah,
we need to have a dolphin mount. In the
wait,
game.
hang on, wait,
Yeah.
Roy, do that in Fusion again. I think it's bugged for me. Like sheath unsheath, so like the worm appears. Well, how do you summon
that's
the
an enrichment?
Oh yeah,
It's like the same thing as the otter. It's just like random.
It's like because like it was T-posing for me, and it's been doing that on everyone who's got it. I don't know if it's like something wrong with my client or something. Yeah. Hang on, wait. Let's see if it.
I don't think
I've
got.
Oh no, it worked this time. No, it loaded this time actually. Yeah, no, it worked. Yeah, it's just like when you were running through the gate, it was like T-posing. It was like completely rigid.
Weird.
Like I don't know what that was. I've seen that a couple of times actually, but
dude, I love the worm, man. Big fan.
Yeah.
Worm enrichment is great.
Yes. Yeah, I think it's pretty cool actually. Yeah. A few tracks on it that look amazing. Yeah, and just I actually really like the Beetle tracks. I like the ones that are like super immersive, right? That's very, very exciting actually. But yeah, like, it's just that if I was going to do an event, I'd want it to be like really viewable and like really I'd want to kind of design it around being a spectator event to an extent, and that would kind of lead to a slightly different design when it comes to like how the tracks look. But I'm honestly down for anything. When it comes to Community Hero Grim, I do actually have 4 tournaments planned in theory actually.
Damn.
Post Janthir Wilds actually. Two of them are PvE, and then one is PvP, and then one is Beetle as well. So,
do you not want to run a raid tournament until Wing 8 comes out?
Yeah, absolutely not. Yeah. I think we were gonna do Raid Check Cup 4 before, but to be honest, like I'm not really in a position to do that right now. So that's like one thing. But also, I think it makes way more sense to do it like post raid at this point, right? Like in terms of like how many people are going to be interested and how many people are going to engage with that. And just like hype, right? Sure. Like hype, all that kind of stuff.
I think it could be done. I'm skeptical about getting prizing though.
Oh, we get prizing, 100%.
Well, wasn't there like it has to be 2 months kind of thing? So we'd essentially have to say, okay, it's mid-August, let's go.
I mean, yeah, like we'd have to give like some lead time, right? But I mean, if we did that now, we'll be all right.
I mean, I'm down to do it. I think we should do it because it would be kind of a good like Soto has ended.
Oh, I mean, you want to do? I mean, like, I'm down to do that as well. Like, we can do 2. We can do an extra one, for sure. Like, yeah, we can talk about that.
I think.
But if we're gonna do that, if we have to do that, then yeah, you're right. We have to literally say we need to decide the date fucking now, right? Like for that.
Yeah. Let me look at the calendar.
Yeah.
Oh man. Imagine doing it like literally the week before.
I want to do Master of the Arena 3 very soon after, actually. I was thinking, I kind of want to do it in September.
You also want to do it after?
Yeah, after, yeah.
Would it be,
like the 10th?
Yeah. That'd be
10th
sick.
of August would work. Yeah. Maybe. I'd have to check.
Do you think there'd be a lot of, like, teams? Like, have you talked to any of the teams about doing it again?
I have a little bit, yeah. I've said, like, yeah, I'm thinking about it. There are like a weird, I don't know, like it's so hard to fucking tell. This is why I haven't done tournaments for a while. It's just like, man,
yeah,
the actual figuring out where the scene is at is really hard. It's fickle and it's difficult to parse, to be honest, with what's going on. I mean, so I don't know. Like there could be a lot of teams, like on EU at least. There's a couple of rosters, right? You know, there's kind of like Sin's got his team going on. You've got the Frenchies, obviously. And, you know, Demolish is still playing, right? You know, all that kind of stuff. On NA, I think it is a little bit more sparse. It's basically, you know, USA, obviously, and then Grimjack is the other team, right? With that's going on. And, yeah, like, there are some people who would make teams, I think, but I wouldn't let them play, so there's like some complexity there as well. Like I don't know, it's
You wouldn't let them play because they're not good enough, or?
Oh no, because they're banned. Yeah.
Yeah. Nice, good.
Yeah.
I'm glad to see that.
Yeah.
Good. Hell yeah.
So yeah, it's kind of interesting. Plenty of teams.
I think we could easily do a raid tournament in August.
I mean, we definitely could. Yeah, I mean, I was just thinking of holding until the expansion, right? But I mean, yeah, I'm kind of down to do whatever.
Do both.
I mean, we could do both. Yeah.
There's not another balance patch or anything coming, right?
June 25th.
So
so there is, yeah, June 20th. It's very minor. It's very minor, especially from the PvE perspective. So it's.
Oh yeah, well yeah, I meant aside from that one.
Oh yeah, no, I don't think so. I mean, there'll probably be a patch on the launch of the expansion. Or well, actually, maybe not. Maybe a little bit later, after the dust is settled.
I think your best bet is probably just waiting for the expansion. Like if you want to do after, and then seeing how people like everything, and if people seem positive about it, be like, hey, I want to do a tournament in 2 months. And just like let people know ahead of time so they have like, you know, time to prepare. Yeah.
And
maybe some people come back or something.
You know, this is actually this is the complexity though as well. You know what's really fucking funny, and Roy, you've 100% been here, done that, because I know you've been involved in some of these conversations. Is that like people complain if you give them too much time to repair? Like I don't how do I win? I don't understand what they want. Okay,
yeah,
like if you give people,
you're right.
Yeah, it's fucking annoying. Like I actually, this is especially true in PvE. Actually, I very deliberately kind of just like whisper a little bit and rumor, and then I'll confirm it like a month and a half before. Because if you give people like 2 months, they actually get mad and say, "Well, I'm not doing it because like you know it's going to be too much work. It's fucking cancer."
I think when we did Moto 1, I think it was kind of successful to have had so much time ahead of the actual event because there were like the qualifiers, right? So it's not like people were just grinding out.
Yeah, there was like another thing to grind
for months. Yeah, which I think was like that's kind of like the complaint, like because you know the exact thing that you talk about there. Like I've had that with like all the GVG tournaments, right? Where it's like I announce it a month ahead of time, and people are like, oh, now I have to practice with my team for a month. Or I announce it a week ahead of time. People are like, "What? There's no time to prepare," you know.
Yeah,
but
the truth is that I think that kind of almost like league-esque stuff is actually way better than individual tournaments. The problem is, and look, I'm just going to give full no bullshit here. That is just non-viable on my end. It's just not.
Sure.
Like the Moda qualifiers. Holy shit, that was so brutal. On mine, it was absolutely fucking disaster. Like, it's actually funny. I actually ended up just paying one of the prizes for those things we did, like, out of my own pocket. Like, that, it fucking stung a lot, actually, doing that. Like, Mota, you know, it's funny. Mota was by far the best tournament I've done in terms of, like, the way it was done and the actual, kind of event
that is
itself, I think it was actually the best one I've done. But the problem is that it
it costs you a lot of money. Yeah, I remember you talking about this before.
It actually kind of ruined my life. Like, I'm not gonna lie. Like, for the time I was running it, it was genuinely a soul-crushing experience. It was really, really rough. So it's like I have to find like a trade-off like between these two things. Like, you know, if I could, I would 100% do it. If there were enough people in the community who would basically pay me to do it, then you know what? Leagues all day, baby. Let's go. I'm 100% down with that because I think you're absolutely right. It is superior because it means that you don't have that churn. You don't have the burn, right? That people have when they're training and practicing for this kind of stuff, which really helps participation, I think, and just kind of, in a way, it kind of builds up a little bit of hype as well, which I think is kind of cool. With that, like, you get the storyline element a bit. You know, I think that, you know, we saw that with Moto 1 in particular with the Ultranum arc, right? Because, of course, Ultranum did extremely well in the qualifiers, right? You know, they won. Yeah, they won. Yeah, they were literally top seed going into the main event, or, you know, top seed on EU, right? That's really exciting, like, when stuff like that happens. I think it really contributed to the event.
Oh, yeah, man, that final where they beat 55, oh, God, that was so sick.
It was absolutely sick, yeah.
And, that was so sick.
Yeah. And like, the thing is that it's just, that is the correct way to do things, but like, man, it's like very difficult to sustain that. Look, it's not even about Guild Wars 2. It's not about Guild Wars 2. It's very difficult to do that if it isn't professional, right? Like, if that makes
sense. Yeah, if you're doing it as a hobby, it's not sustainable.
Yeah. It's very difficult to do that. But yeah, like, we'll
when
do
it gets to
what we
the
can.
point where your hobby is like taking up more time than your full-time job, it's
problematic.
Yeah, to say the least.
It's not ideal, not ideal. I don't know why people like this buh emote, by the way. Like, look at this. They're spamming it now. And they're spamming the ASCII version of it. It's not even like the actual buh emote. It's just the ASCII buh.
Oh my God, I think we're dying to these clouders.
Yeah, I think we're getting owned. Wait, do we have a comm? Is the comm dead? Do we have to push or what? Like, I mean, what's going on? Okay, we pulled this guy in. Let's go.
Oh, I pulled him.
Let's get him. I think it's over. You have stability. Enjoy. I'm not sure if you actually got it, because we don't have subgroups.
Yeah, I think this might be it.
It's not looking hot. It's definitely not looking hot. Feed them the achievement, Roy. Dude, holy shit, he's bait. Everyone run. They're actually all chasing you. Run. Get the fuck out. Run. Go.
Live. I die so you can live.
We actually got, I think we're out. Like, we're kind of out at this point.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Easy. Man, I would do you remember from the Mystic builds, remember Leaf Blower Man?
Yeah.
Yeah, so his name is Cam. So we roam sometimes and we'll be like running around, you know, there'll be like 2 or 3 of us.
Yep.
And you know, we'll be roaming and there'll be like a 50-man Zerg on the map and we'll like be running in the opposite direction of them and they'll all just beeline and chase me across the map while we're roaming.
Very nice.
It's a good time. Yeah.
That's big.
You should do Mystic builds again, Teapot. That's what we need. That's what we need. We need Mystic builds
Mystic
back.
builds. It must return.
Yeah. Did Sneb ever do Mystic builds?
Don't think
that
didn't even exist. Like,
before his time.
Yeah, it was before his time. Yeah.
Yeah, we gotta do Mystic builds again, man.
You know, in a lot of ways, it kind of can't return. It's the same reason why, like, Elitist Raiding Party 3 can't return, really. Or like 4. I can't do ERP 4. Like, it's over, right? Like, you know, the time has passed. The era has.
That's fair.
The era has passed.
It wouldn't be the same.
It wouldn't be the same because, like, on the one hand, I'd really want to bring it back because I think just the name would kind of make people a little bit hyped up, but it can't be the same because, like, it's a totally different state of the game that we're in right now. I mean, like, it wouldn't be the same.
What Shader said in chat, like the way ERP 3 ended was pretty cinematic, you know.
Yeah,
that was. I don't think we can top that.
Yeah,
it was great. I still to this day, I think that's my favorite tournament we've ever done.
Yeah, in terms of like how it actually played out, in terms of, you know, the actual content, like the competition, right? Like, without a shadow of a doubt, it's the best one.
It was so much fun too.
Yeah, it absolutely was. That was an absolutely sick tournament. It really was.
Yeah,
especially the hacking part. That was the good content. You know, that was where things really got exciting.
What? The what?
Yeah. He doesn't know what's going on, but yeah, no, that it was
I have no idea what
it
you're
was
talking
absolutely epic. Yeah. It's difficult because it really was like the stars aligning, right? Like especially with the ending. I mean, come on, like how can you possibly beat
it
that,
was
right?
so
Like,
good.
it's,
Dude, when both teams wiped on
Yeah.
Doom like 3 times, man, that was crazy.
yeah.
And then LN just coming back because their defense
Yeah.
just like a little bit better, and then Snowcrow's dying. Yeah, it was, or whatever they were called, Snow Throw, Snow
Snowify.
Quantify, whatever the hell, Snowify. Yeah. Man, it was so good. It was such a good. Yeah, it was also so much fun. I felt like the structure was really fun. I felt like being a part of the organization was really fun, and obviously casting it was really fun. Especially because, again, like I feel like I'm not really like in that community as much, and it was just really cool to like meet a lot of the new new people and like the teams and stuff, and see the different strats that I'm just like not really familiar with. Yeah, it was dope. It was so much fun. Plus the tights, good times.
Yeah.
Or the leggings even.
Oh yeah, no,
Those were
we
fun.
look. This is the weird thing, and like I think one of the biggest fantasies I ever have about Guild Wars, deep dark fantasies, is as actually like retooling some of old raids or even adding like CMs to the more like legendary modes. The reason I think that is because if we did ERP3, it would be nowhere near as volatile. There's been so much power creep since then that those raids are kind of a meme, right? Like,
Yeah, that's a really good point.
It's you wouldn't have the same experience as that because back then, like running like solo healer was kind of scary, right? On like a lot of fights, but yeah, not really now, to be honest, right? Like there was definitely like some serious risk in what those teams were going for. And to be fair, like people are better at the game now as well. That's also like a compounding factor. Like people definitely improved over time, especially with the advent of like HTCM in particular. People got better.
I mean, I think,
but yeah,
I think everyone also really underestimated how hard no downstate was going to be for people, right?
Yeah.
Like I think that, like that was so significant. Like it was. I mean, it was surprising for us because I remember, like the first day we were talking about how we were like, oh, we'll probably see a wipe or two, but we're not going to see like every team
was a
wiping and every
bloodbath.
team wiped.
Yeah.
It was actually insane.
Yeah.
So I think that was a huge part of it too. But even with no downstate these days, I think you're right. The power creep is significant enough that it might not really make enough of a difference.
it wouldn't be as impactful, I think. It certainly would be in some areas. There's, if you do like a full clear speed run, there's definitely some pretty gnarly parts, honestly, where it's like, ooh, it's it's definitely scary. But yeah, it's it was a good rule, honestly. I'm really glad I didn't bend, like, because like the teams were they did not really want it, but I was like, listen, okay, do the fucking no downstate rule, okay, like.
yeah. No, that was such a good call. Absolutely.
Yeah, it made it very, very exciting. I think it was like the perfect storm, honestly, when it comes to tournaments. It really was. I've got to say though, I'd love to capture it in PvP as well. Like I would love to see like try hard rank 55 versus try hard Team USA go to like a full best of 7, right? Like that would be insane. I think that would be so fucking good. Because of course, like I feel like the finals actually in Moda 1 and 2 were almost a bit of a letdown, right? I think both times.
Moda 1 definitely was.
Moda 2 less. Well, I mean, Moda 2 it was Numb versus USA, and they kind of just got squished, right?
Was it Numb?
Like, yeah, it was. Yeah, like 55.
Right, okay.
55 lost to Numb in lower finals.
Right.
Yeah, and
I think there was like one pretty decent game, right? And then I think the rest were kind of like you said, like USA mostly just being superior. But yeah,
it's tricky. It's tricky because you do have to kind of just have people in shape, right? Like people have to be in form, and that like there's a million things that go into that, right? Like it's not just it's not as easy as like just practice, right? Like form is a real thing, right? When it comes to this type of thing, and like sometimes like one team just like mega pops off, right, and plays super well, another team just like doesn't have a particularly good day, and that's just kind of the way it goes, right? With some of this stuff.
Yeah.
Like pick bans. Yeah, I kind of like that thing on ERP2. Yeah, that one was pretty good, Grim. I did quite like that because it kind of forced some creativity a little bit. Like teams were running some different teams have like some different ideas about how to solve that rule, and I think stuff like that is actually really good for raid tournaments, because I think like the worst nightmare with raid tournaments is it's like literally 2 teams doing the exact same thing. I think one of the things that was good and actually slightly better about the earlier raid tournaments is that the game was a little bit less solved than it is now and was towards the end, where basically everyone agrees on the solution, so it's a bit samey with what the strats the teams do actually do. Like in some of the earlier raid tournaments, especially with like the low man restrictions, the low man rules, and the rules around you know, the rules around like class restriction, like what happened there was that teams were actually running different comps, and like some teams had like a better strat for early bosses in the wing, some teams had like a strat that was faster later on, so teams would actually like do different parts of the raids at different speeds, so it like wasn't very obvious who was winning, right? And I think that was actually really exciting. I definitely want to bring back kind of the ERP1, ERP2 style rule sets to kind of really have people like come up with some different ideas and like different solutions and how they like go about approaching things, right? Because yeah, all the raid tournaments now, like when it actually gets to the optimized level, if we did like ERP4 now, every team would be basically running the same composition. There really wouldn't be a lot of deviation. Like there wouldn't be a lot of deviation, right? Like at the end of the day, which, you know, is, I don't think that's particularly good. Or not necessarily anyway. It's over.
It's over.
Yes. Limit the ERP to core for DPS. I don't think so.
I don't know. Would that even be enough? I feel like you can still just pump.
Yeah, you'd be alright. They're pretty good, honestly. Like, you know, with all the improvements to, like, just basic weapons and with stuff like weapon mastery training kind of kicking into play. Like, yeah, core specs are honestly not horrible. When it comes to damage, obviously, there's not much in terms of support, but, like, DPS, it could be worse. Yeah, stuff like core Ellie, I think, does, like, mid 30k DPS, so it's pretty decent.
Yes.
One team. No, I don't think like banning classes is good. Other classes. I think like self-imposed bans. Like this is how ERP2 worked, right? Like teams had to ban stuff that they couldn't use. I don't think it's good when you have that interactivity. I think it will be shit in PvP in Guild Wars 2 as well. Like Guild Wars 2 is not a MOBA. There are not like 100 characters, right? Like there are in like League of Legends or whatever. There are 9 characters, right? And yeah, you could do like elite spec bans, but I still think that it just I don't think it will be good. I like map bans, like map picks and bans. We did that in the tournament, but I actually don't think that like class picks and bans are good, especially because the way people play MMOs, like people tend to be specialists, right? Like some people are just like, you know, I mean like Zan, I think is like a really good example of this, right? Like Zan is like the NG guy, right? He doesn't just play engineer, obviously, but at the end of the day, like Zan is the, you know, he's the engineer lord, right? Like in terms of like what he plays and stuff, but yeah.
Like Zan's competent enough to multi-class, but he's not going to multi-class when it's like the highest stakes level.
Yeah,
tournament.
Exactly, right? Like he's going to want to play engineer.
Yeah. I agree. I think the map bans that we did for like the Moda and stuff were really good, and like it adds like a level of complexity and a level of like interest to, especially like for viewers and stuff. But yeah, I think class bans and stuff are harder to implement.
Yes. Erotic Roleplay 4. Well, yeah, we call the tour an ERP on purpose because, well, it's called Elitist Raiding Party, right? Which is the name of the tour. It was named that for 2 reasons, because obviously it's a bit of a meme, the elitism in the Guild Wars 2 scene, but also, of course, the ERP. Like, there's been a copious amount of erotic roleplay in the Guild Wars 2 high-end scene, on all game modes, honestly, but definitely at least in PvE. And yeah, so it's a joke, right? It's a tongue-in-cheek, like humorous name.
What is erotic roleplay?
Oh, so wait. So first you're trying to say that you don't know what gooning is, and now you're saying you don't know what ERP is?
I don't.
Oh, yeah.
Because I don't believe you.
Boy.
Oh, dude. Like, you know what? It's actually a bit sus. I think this is a bit of you're protesting too much here, Roy. Like, the fact that you're saying, oh, I don't know what gooning is, dude. I don't know what erotic roleplay is.
I don't.
This is a bit of a self-report.
I mean, I didn't before you said it. I mean, it's interesting that you know so much about all this stuff, Teapot.
And you have to. You have to.
Why?
I don't want to. I don't want to, but you do need to.
You don't want to?
To navigate this stuff.
You seem so... You seem so happy every time you're talking about it, and like
Yeah.
whenever I'm like, "Oh, T-Bot, what does this mean?" You start chuckling, and you're like, "Oh, Roy, self-report time." You know, it's like I don't know, man. It seems like you're into it.
And I have no response. I guess it's over. It's over. Yeah, I mean, look, you know.
Did you see my most recent tweet, Roy?
I don't think so.
You know,
what
Roy,
was it?
let me bring something up that
Yeah.
Awesomeness found, actually, while we're talking. Actually,
Wait,
what's
wait,
the,
wait,
yeah, what's the
wait.
tweet? Yeah, what's
Yeah.
the tweet? Unleash the tweet, Snub.
Tweet. All right. It's just no context. It
Okay.
says, "Hello. I would like to inform you that you have just lost a very valuable member of the Static. I
Oh, I did
monumentally
see that,
doubt
yes.
that you will ever find another educated raider with DPS as high as mine.
It's not going to happen.
Honestly, I'm quite glad to leave this Static, as I find you to be an arrogant, incompetent commander who cannot fully appreciate my skills and doesn't deserve to be respected as a commander. Truth be told, it was not I who slowed the team down, but rather the others."
Yeah, I saw that. I assumed you were quoting someone.
Yeah. This was sent to this was sent to a Static leader in SG after this player had underperformed for 6 months, and they talked to them about it a bunch, and they just didn't improve. So they're like, "Hey, you're gonna have to
Yeah.
you're gonna have to change statics or something." Yeah,
Oh, nice.
and then they sent this and then immediately blocked.
Nice.
I do have to bring something up here, though, because actually ArenaNet has self-reported
that,
in
yeah.
Soto. ArenaNet
Yeah.
self-reported in Soto. Yeah. And Awesomeness, by the way, brought this to my attention. Awesomeness, also known as Reformed, in all caps with a space between each letter. There is an achievement called Gape into the Abyss.
Is there?
Yes.
Wait, is there really?
Yes.
What is? What? Well, I don't know why that would be funny. That's. It sounds like I mean, I like the word abyss.
Yeah. What about the word gape?
I'm gonna Urban Dictionary it so that I understand.
Why do you go out in Urban Dictionary the word gape, Snab?
Why is awesomeness the one for awesomeness? We're gonna have to talk tomorrow at the office. Have you gone through your media training yet?
I feel like
Here we
Trig
go.
did this.
Here we go. The
Oh, yeah.
abyss.
I
A
actually
noun
wait,
used to describe the utter decay of the mental state, usually due to alcohol or marijuana.
oh,
Wait, what about gape, though?
Wait,
Why do you look that up,
what
Snab?
is this achievement?
Well, I mean, there's two. There's two definitions.
Yeah. Why do you read us both the definitions, Snab?
One of them I don't think I can read on stream, but the other I definitely can.
Okay,
Wait,
what
it's
is
a
it?
There's a
title
word-
as well.
Wait, it's a
gives you the
title?
title?
Wait, what's the what title does it give you?
I could be wrong unless I'm reading the wiki
Oh,
wrong.
it's
just
stuff,
deep into
stuff.
the abyss.
No, I think the title is
Oh.
stuff is what it's
Wait,
called.
wait. I might have to leave this call.
Wait, why?
Before I say anything.
Wait.
That would be incriminating.
What? What? It's a it's a title in the game, right? How can that be incriminating?
Because you're gonna twist anything I say, T-Bot.
Look.
I know you.
Good.
This is gonna go on Reddit. Every time I come to your stream, you're gonna say, "Oh, Roy died to the Guardian NPC," and then you're gonna say something about this. You're gonna bring it up every time.
But you did. I mean, we watched it. You did die to that. That is fact.
We did
No,
see that.
that's-
We saw the footage. We saw the footage.
All right. Yeah. No, I mean, I was unaware of this achievement title, but that's good.
It's in the game.
Good. Cool. That's good.
Yeah. You know, I have 1.3k ranks to go, Roy. We're on the
Yeah, that's
grind
sick, man.
right now.
Yeah, you are a high rank.
Are you using
Very good.
all boosters?
I'm not now, but I probably should, honestly. Like, it's kind of, it was with the you know what happened? You know, this is my theory. Okay, this is the theory here. Okay, I reckon.
Yeah.
Grouch was playing World vs. World like he does on his stream on his Weaver, Elementalist main, and he was like, "Bro, I need to rank up. I'm getting like 2 pips." And then he tried to use the Candy Corn Gobbler, and he was like, "This is bullshit," and then just made someone fix it. Like that.
Yeah? Is that how you think that works?
Yeah, I think that's how it works. Yeah, I do.
Interesting.
Yeah. Yeah. I do think that's how it works. Because it, it got fixed, and now the candy corn gobbler is actually very easy to use. Very nice. Love to see it. Yeah. Yes.
I'm gonna go fight this core mesmer. Oh, he's portaling.
Interesting. Feed the gobbler. Have you played any ranked PvP recently, Roy?
No. I've not.
I have.
Yeah? How was it? Rate your experience.
It was something. I was playing support as well, because I kind of wanted to... I want to get back into PvP a little bit as well. I got some... Kind of want to mess around the monthly a bit. And I was playing support chrono, and... I mean, ranked, it's... I don't know. I don't know how to describe my experience, to be honest. It was something. Like I'll say that. Yeah. I'll say the people weren't toxic. Yeah. There was no toxicity actually.
Oh.
It was very chill.
Nice. That's awesome. I'm glad you had a good experience.
Yeah.
And you would do it again.
Yeah.
That's what you're saying, right?
I mean, I didn't hate it. Like I honestly I did find it fun. I'll admit it. But it was like, it was like, huh. It felt like playing on NA.
Oh, that's damn. This was ranked conquest.
Yeah, right. ranked conquest.
Oh,
yeah.
Hmm. Yeah. Interesting. Were you playing solo?
Oh yeah, solo queue. Yeah. I wanted to immerse myself in. I fully immersed in PvP. I think solo queue is the true like PvP experience. Like you have to do it. Duo queue, it's like tainted in a way. Like, you have to fully embrace. You have to fully embrace PvP. Oh shit, yeah. Bro! I nearly died to falling damage.
That's not good.
I didn't know. So
yeah, I haven't PvP'd in a while. I've like thought about it.
Yeah. And then thought better.
And then I'm like, I'd rather just. Well, I just don't really have a reason to PvP right now. I'd rather just like go roam in World vs. World or something.
Yeah, fair enough.
I don't know. I just want to play World vs. World.
Yeah, World vs. pretty base.
It's my preferred game mode.
Yeah, it's good. It's a good game mode.
You know,
it's pretty high too.
Yeah, I like it. I like it. Yeah.
I'd give it a high rating. I definitely would.
Yeah, I like going into World vs. World and seeing all the people, tell me that I'm killing the game mode.
Yeah, you are.
Yeah.
You are, Roy. You killed World vs. World.
Good.
Yeah.
You know what I love about this is that you get shit for balance changes, right? Because you present the streams, even though you don't make the changes, right? Like that is.
Yeah, that's why I'm not going to be on the next stream.
Yeah,
not going to be on the next stream. Everyone's going to be like, "Oh my God, Roy, you're not on the balance team anymore." And I'm going to be like, "Nope."
Yeah.
It was also funny. I saw one of your a Twitch clip of yours actually.
Yeah.
And Grimjack was in your chat commenting that I was on the rewards team, which is also funny because I haven't been on the rewards team for like close to a year now.
Times change.
Yeah. Yeah. No, it's good. It's good. I like getting blamed for every change that people don't like, honestly. That's how it should be. I am the scapegoat.
Ugh.
I'm okay with this.
When I asked Teapot if he had any developer connections, he said no. But because when people ask me if I have developer connections, they mean, can I make them change the game or and often unban people? The answer to that question is no.
Listen, I'm just hanging out with my friend right now, I mean, obviously, I'm still, I still obviously have to, be aware that I represent ArenaNet no matter what I say or do. And, even though it's Sunday and I'm not working and I'm just chilling, I know I'm still a dev, but I'm just here hanging out with my friend. I'm not here, leaking things to Teapot.
Oh, shoot, man. I was really confused.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I thought that's why you were here. But...
Yeah.
But yeah.
No, I mean, I was here to leak things to Sneb, but...
Ah, okay.
Yeah.
I honestly would, you know, this is kind of like a random meme, actually, in this regard, actually completely unrelated. I actually do wish that, I always say this, and I should just talk to the ArenaNet partner program, because I actually think, to be fair, like, that if I, you know, they would let me do this if I asked nicely. But I really wish you could be more transparent about the partner program. Like, the amount of people who think that, like, the devs are kind of, like, at my beck and call is kind of alarming, to be honest. Like, it is very weird. Like, you know, you guys don't help me, because fucking Grouch shows up here, like, ArenaNet leader, and people are like, oh shit, Grouch is in the chat. Like, that means Teapot is ArenaNet. Oh my god. Like, yeah, that does happen a lot. And obviously, I'm not saying don't do that. I think it's actually incredibly based when we've got devs in the chat. That's good stuff. But yeah, I do wish that I could, like, you know, I obviously can't leak some of the details. Not about the game, but like how the partner program works, right? Like, and what it actually is. Like, that's kind of what's going on there. The Covenant. I mean, the Covenant served its purpose. The Covenant served its purpose. And then we took the Covenant out back.
Damn. Rest in peace, the Covenant. To be fair, I think it was its time, though. Like, that's probably the right call.
There you go. See? ArenaNet agrees with taking people out back.
That's not what I see. I see everything I say. You twist it. This is why I can't talk to you, T-Bump. All right, I'll see you in another year.
Yeah, he's out now. That's our dev contact for a while. The Covenant needs to return for Janthir Wild's release. You know, Magros is really interesting. Like, the guy is actually insane. Like, look at this shit. He's like, he just puts XCD tree after every single message, okay? And also just, like, he actively doesn't want Dragon Hunter buffed, so people fall into the trap of playing it and then are punished, essentially, by not being invited to groups. Like, that's what he wants. That's his only content in the game, pretty much.
Look, I baited half the group out. Now we can kill them.
Yeah. Dude, Permeating Wrath is kind of just popping off. Yeah, I mean, I think I'm not sure we're going to be able to hold this, to be honest. But we definitely aren't. But we might be able to...
I'm in the circle.
Well, I mean, we're actually getting kills. Okay, I'll try and make it in as well. I don't think I can make
I rallied.
I think we're actually winning the fight, though.
Yeah,
we're definitely winning the fight. Yeah. Like, it's actually funny, dude, the ANET tag is kind of OP. Because the thing is, it got people to chase after you. And then that split them up, so half their team just, like, randomly died going for the achievement, right? And now, like, we're able to just, like, swoop in and kill everyone. That was kind of actually, like, a work at ArenaNet to win move. That's kind of crazy, actually. It's, like, it's not even pay to win, right? It's like you, like, have a job to win.
Yeah.
The ANET tag brings content and breaks the mental of low willpower players. Quote awesomeness, ArenaNet employee. Man, there's some good stuff here. I think Reddit would like to see that one, actually. Yeah. I do not want anyone under any circumstances to play DH. Not new players, not frags, not anyone. But the amount of Dragon Hunters he wants in the game is 0. Yeah. Interesting. Very interesting. You know, I think I'm actually going to head off, guys. Really interesting stream today, interesting conversation. I think that's going to do it. I've been live for 6.5 hours. Goodness me. And it was with a little thing at the start there as well. I think I'm done for the day. I think I'm going to get head off. No Jaff today, guys. I was going to talk with Jaffa about AFK farming. He was not available. We're going to get that set up for next week, though. There's no rush. Just means there's more content later on. A lot of content to come, guys. Like, I'm really interested to see how people react to this Fractal video that I'm releasing, because I want people to actually talk about it. Like, I am going to force people to talk about fractals, and I don't know, maybe it will be interesting. Will I stream tomorrow? Maybe. I don't know. Again, I'm not really set on like streaming every day right now. Or like streaming regularly. But I mean, yeah, maybe there'll be some news. I mean, it's gonna be like we're coming up to the beta, right? Like, it's gonna be the stream on Friday, right? Like the spear stream. And then there's gonna be, the final reveals on Thursday. So there's gonna be probably some stuff there. And then I think after the spears, then they'll move on to like the other features, like the homestead stuff, and give us some information on that. But anyway, we'll figure that out. But anyway, gamers, I think that's gonna just about do it for me. Hope you all enjoyed the stream. Okay, hope you will, follow it if you like it. Be part of 101,000 people who follow the stream. Subscribe, give me your money. Go on Patreon so you can actually see the early videos, guys. You get early access. I upload stuff early. You can read the videos. You can read the scripts. Wow. How exciting is that? That is something that you can do. But anyway, that's it. I'm going to head off, boys, out of this call. Thanks a lot to Sneb and Roy for communicating with me while we press some buttons here. I'll see you guys later, okay?
It was nice,
Have
man.
a good evening, good day. See ya. But anyway, that's going to do it. I'm out of here. Follow, subscribe. Social media. More content is coming. Project Fungo is incoming, guys. Project Fungo is coming. I'm going to be forcing a bunch of players to play World vs. World in PvP. It's going to be good fucking shit. We're going to have to actually get good. It's the only way to make this happen. We're gonna have to get going. We have to go big. Oh my god, Snab Slug ASCII art. That's huge. But yeah, like, you seriously think that Project Fungo will not dominate? You fool. Magris is a fool. He probably mains fucking Dragon Hunter. But anyway, I'm out of here, guys. Thanks for watching. Hope you enjoyed it. Will I be back tomorrow? Maybe I will. Maybe I won't. You'll find out when you find out. Take it easy, gamers. I am out. Farewell.